I don't like you two sisters. In fact, Ikawa refused anyone's kindness. In the tribe, kindness was often the beginning of a conspiracy. How Ryan treated him was a prime example. At first, he thought that Ryan would be his future brother-in-law, but who knew that this brother-in-law would imprison him and threaten Wakashi to change her political position? Leia didn't care about his anger. Such strange kids were usually unruly, so it was normal for them to lose their temper. She took the food brought by the maid to the balcony and said, "If you want to recover, you should at least eat and drink enough. This has nothing to do with whether you like us or not." "Why should I listen to you?" Ikawa said. "If you don't want to save yourself, no one will be able to save you. Even if you listen to the arrangements of God, you should still treat yourself well. Don't forget, God helps those who save themselves." Leia didn't stop. She pointed to the egg rolls on the plate and said, "This is what I made. Try it out." Ikawa turned his head awkwardly and didn't want to talk to her anymore. He leaned on the balcony railing and looked down, but he couldn't help reminding her, "Cyril is back. I should go." Leia didn't want Cyril to know that she was meddling in other people's business. "Why do you care so much about his feelings? Do you love him?" Ikawa asked innocently. Leia hesitated. She glanced at the imposing man downstairs. In the black suit, he looked mysterious. He was cold, handsome, upright, and sharp, and still looked energetic. "Yes, I love him. I love him very much." She found that when those words came out of her mouth, she felt relaxed and free. "He doesn't love you." Ikawa sneered. "Cyril is a rational person. He will always know what he should and should not want. If you stay with him, it will only bother him. What's more, if you have a child, it may be worse than me, a mixed blood." Leia smiled lightly and comforted him. "You worry too much. Just because you love someone, that doesn't mean you have to stay with them. As long as he is happy, I will be happy too." "You are very silly. Silly people have silly luck. Smart people, on the other hand, are not so easy to be happy." This time, Ikawa completely ignored her. He considered himself smart, and he also wanted to be happy. He didn't need a silly person as a friend, and he felt that his IQ would decrease if he got along with her for too long. After Leia left, he couldn't help but walk to the door and listen to what was going on in the corridor. "Cyril, why are you back so early today?" Leia went up to greet him. "Are you slacking off?" "It was just a signing party. I let the assistant deal with it." Cyril kept worrying that Ryan would treat Leia badly, so he hurried back. "Ryan didn't pick on you, did he?" "He has been in the study room, and Nafanan is dealing with some official matters. It seems that I'm the only one who has nothing to do." Leia answered. "Don't you still have appointments? Don't make yourself too tired." The appointments were all canceled by Ryan's assistant. Leia felt that she had been sealed and imprisoned by Ryan. Seeing Cyril's face darken, she quickly pulled up a smile and changed the topic. "So I've taken it as a long vacation." He rubbed her head and gave her a deep kiss. "I asked the jewelry designer to make an earring for you a few days ago. It should be delivered in the afternoon." "Don't order any more. I have enough jewelry. I don't need to go out anyway. My woman has to wear the best clothes all the time." Cyril's voice was muffled. Clearly, when he said these words, he was kissing Leia. "Let's go back to the room to fill my stomach first." As he spoke, he picked her up horizontally and entered the bedroom. Ikawa didn't want to listen to what they were doing in their room, so he returned to the balcony out of boredom. He looked at the egg rolls on the plate, reached out to take a bite, and tasted it carefully. This silly woman's cooking was not bad. Leia told Nafinan Lindsay's arrangement for them, but what she feared came true. Nafinan rejected the plan once more. "As I said, I won't give up on Ryan. Even if he really marries that bitch, I won't give up." "Sister, the werewolves and us belong to two different worlds. If you continue to hold on, you will only get hurt." Leia tried to persuade her. "If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I can only truly live if I stay by Ryan's side." Leia was also angry. "You've seen how cruel the tribe is. Last time when we were in the interrogation room, you said that you regretted not leaving with me. Why are you going back on your words now? Ryan is a terrible person. Even if he is a human, he is not suitable to be your husband." "It's none of your business. Stay out of it," Nafanan insisted. "Sister, Nafinen slammed the door and walked out of the room, but she went right into Ryan's arms. He seemed to have stood at the door for a long time, and his face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. Nafinen was stunned in his arms for a moment, and then she hurriedly retreated and escaped downstairs. Leia couldn't hide her disappointment and defeat. When she walked out of the door and saw Ryan, she suddenly raised her guard again. "Ryan? Leia, you seem to know a lot of things that you shouldn't know." Ryan's voice sounded lazy yet alarming. "I don't understand what you mean," Leia replied cautiously. "It's good that you don't understand. If you understand too much, you won't live very long." He pursed his lips coldly, and his eyes caught her line of sight firmly. Leia was frightened by his words. Her face was pale as she pressed herself against the wall, and she vigilantly clenched her fists. "Am I that terrifying?" Ryan sneered. He raised his hand and touched her face. Then he kissed her forehead. "Well, I'm fine with you being afraid of me. Just make sure you don't force me to kill you." After speaking, he turned around and left. Leia was confused. She raised her hand and touched her forehead where he landed the kiss. Was this kiss a kiss of death or a polite concern? She racked her brain, but could not figure out his meaning. "Hey, Leia, you said you were going to help me do a checkup, and it's already been half an hour. What are you doing?" Ikawa felt helpless that he actually believed in this silly woman. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect that a silly woman could manage to seduce both brothers of the Lurin family." Were the mouths of all werewolf children so vicious? Leia's face turned red as she argued. "I didn't seduce anyone. That kiss just now." "I saw it," Ikawa shouted angrily. "I'll tell Cyril and let him see your true colors." "My true colors?" Leia also began to doubt what she looked like in the eyes of this strange child. Maybe she was a shameless goblin, or maybe she was a terrible witch. "Ikawa, you'd better not get involved in this matter. I really have nothing going on with Ryan." "If you have nothing going on, why would Ryan kiss you? He is my brother-in-law. I won't give him any chance to betray Wakashi," Ikawa said firmly and changed the subject immediately. "Do you want to give me a checkup or not?" Each matter was individual, and Leia didn't want to haggle over with the strange child. "Wait a minute. I'll go back to my room to get my medical kit." Ikawa fell into a deeper confusion. Was this woman really stupid, or was she an idiot? She still wanted to give him a checkup after he treated her like this? Although Leia adhered to a doctor's good intention of treating Ikawa, he did not change his original intentions for her. When Cyril returned home, he saw Ikawa waiting for him on a bench in the garden. "If I remember correctly, you called me 3 times today, didn't you?" Cyril spoke first. These 3 calls broke the chat record between Cyril and Ikawa for the past few years. These 2 people who didn't like to talk to others had a common topic for the first time. "What on earth do you want to talk to me about? Why couldn't you just tell me clearly on the phone?" "I know your phone is being monitored by Ryan." Ikawa stood up from the bench. Although his height did not even reach Ryan's chest, his mind was calm. "You do know that Ryan has fallen in love with Leia, don't you?" Cyril raised his sharp eyebrows and shook his head with an evil smile. "You're trying to pull us apart? Even if you have Teresa's schemes, you are not as ambitious as Wakashi. Save it. Leia is not a good woman. She seduced Ryan. I saw them kissing." "Kissing?" Cyril didn't want to care about it, but the word kissing made him very uncomfortable. "Ikawa, spitting nonsense in front of me is equal to seeking death. Do you think I am a person who spits nonsense?" Ikawa roared at Cyril's back as he walked away. "I won't let Wakashi's marriage get destroyed. Ryan can only be my brother-in-law and must never fall in love with other women. If you don't take care of this matter, I will kill Leia." Cyril shouted angrily without even turning his head. "Don't act so wildly in my territory. Leia's not worthy to be with you." Cyril ignored him and entered the living room in a flash. "Leia? I'm here." Leia was brewing up some medicine in the kitchen. The kitchen island was plain and clean, and there were 2 medicine bottles on the luxurious marble table that were steaming hot. In the ivory white color-themed room, she was wearing a pale green home clothing and an apron covering her body. Her long hair was tied up loosely, her left hand was wearing thick thermal gloves, and her right hand was holding a spoon. Her quiet and virtuous look made Cyril's anger disappear. He hugged her from behind and kissed her on the neck. He loved her peaceful appearance very much. The strong medicinal fragrance was slightly bitter. Mixed with the fragrance of her body, it managed to make his fatigue disappear. "Why are you brewing medicine? Is someone in the house sick?" Cyril questioned. "Ikawa is not in good health. I used some sedatives to help him relieve the pain of his transformation last night. After a checkup, I found that his body is not incurable. He will get better if he is recuperated slowly with drugs." She was actually trying to save Ikawa. "Leia, don't forget that Wakashi almost killed you. How can Wakashi's mistake be blamed on Ikawa? Both his parents are gone. He is very pitiful." Leia stirred the medicine in the pot. "You are also an orphan. Didn't you hope for the love of others when you were young?" Cyril wanted to say that a wolf like Ikawa would not be grateful, but he was afraid that it would make her feel sad. He let go of her and leaned against the cabinet, watching her. Leia urged him, "There's only the smell of medicine here. Go back to the room and rest." "Ikawa just told me that Ryan kissed you." Cyril stared at her stunning oval face and asked questioningly, "Is that true?" She wanted to deny it, but a lie has to be covered up by another lie. Moreover, even if she lied, Ryan might not cooperate with her. If Cyril knew that Ryan wanted to kill her, their relationship would only get worse. She didn't want Cyril to be troubled. Moreover, she had to leave him in the end, so why did she have to make him suffer? The smile on Cyril's lips disappeared and his voice became low and sinister. "Did Ryan force you? Was it forced? He did it out of nowhere. Why aren't you answering?" Cyril grabbed her shoulder and forced her to turn around to look at him. "Did he say that he likes you, or did he do something else?" Leia had no choice but to lie. "My sister doesn't want to leave with me. That's why I seduced Ryan to destroy their relationship. I was the one who kissed him first." Before Cyril could even react, Nafanen rushed in and slapped Leia in the face. "Leia, how could you be so sly and disgusting? I was wrong about you. I don't want you as my sister anymore." "Nafanen, you're the one going too far here." Cyril got furious when he saw Leia get slapped. Cyril did not believe that Leia would do such a thing. She was so considerate and only had kindness in her heart. How could she take the initiative to seduce the man that her sister liked? He was worried that Ryan had found out what Leia heard at the banquet and was threatening her. Leia must have been lying just now. Nafinan said with a sneer, "Cyril, you don't believe it? No wonder Ryan has been ignoring me these days. My good sister's IQ is much higher than you think." Cyril didn't want to listen to her any longer, so he said, "Nafinan, keep your mouth shut." Cyril said that he wanted to take her away. Leia thought that she had heard wrongly. All along, she knew that she had only been a tool for the Lurin clan. Although he gave her the gem that had his power as an amulet, took her to visit his parents' coffins, and cared for her every day, he always adhered to his principles and never said that he loved her. "Cyril, what did you just say? I'll take you away from this damned place." "No," Leia escaped from his arms. If he really took her away, it would be equivalent to declaring war against Ryan. Now that Ryan's power was increasing and Cyril was being held back everywhere, there was no way he would be able to do anything against Ryan. This was not the result she wanted. She would rather be abandoned by him than turn the brothers into rivals. He still had a long life, but she only had a few decades to live. She didn't want him to see her body get old and weak. That would be the most miserable ending. Cyril could sense that the affection Leia had for him was growing stronger. For someone as intelligent as her, she would definitely be able to sense his love for her. Their relationship was no longer just that of lovers. If it was any other woman, upon hearing that he wanted to take her away, they would definitely be ecstatic. However, Leia, he squatted on the sofa and sighed, but did not force her anymore. How could he not understand her? She would rather get hurt than get him into trouble. He was also suddenly enlightened. Even if he kept her by his side, she would only be in a difficult situation. Even if Ryan let her go, Teresa would still provoke her, and those bloodthirsty vampires. The tribe was too dangerous for her, and it was not her place to stay for a long time. "I've already bought a house, and your luggage has already been moved over. I'll get someone to send you there. That's it. I won't pester you anymore. Cyril spoke up. If this was his explanation, she was satisfied with it. Cyril, thank you for your understanding. May our parting be as good as our meeting. When they first met, she saved him. He didn't want to give her scars when parting with her. Leia, you have to believe that I've always wanted to protect you. I understand. For the first time, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him. She burst into tears and could not control it. I will miss you. It's better if you don't miss me. Didn't you always want to get away from me? You've never lacked the courage for that. He didn't like to say his goodbyes for very long, and he was afraid of seeing her tears. Take what you need. Put everything in the leather suitcase. Take the jewelry as well. It's a waste to keep them here. Take them all. In half an hour, a plane will be waiting for you. You can ask the bodyguards to help you with the luggage. After that, he entered the small study room and resolutely closed the door. She entered the wardrobe and took some clothes he personally got for her, as well as the newly designed earrings he requested a jewelry designer to make. Of course, there was also the amulet that he gave her. The amulet was a necessity for the future. Although he was not with her, those enemies would not give her a good time. She had to be prepared. She did not make a commotion when leaving, but brought her suitcase downstairs by herself. Nafanan was still being angry in the living room. When she saw that Leia was about to leave, she twisted her head and pretended that she didn't see her. Sis, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. But Nafanan still didn't say a word. The landing area for airplanes was at the end of the garden. There was a big circle area. Colorful bricks were piled up into the shape of a grand petal. When Leia passed through the garden, she saw that Ikawa was still sitting on the bench. Strange kid, I've brewed the medicine for you in the kitchen. Remember to drink it, 1 cup a day. You can put the rest in the refrigerator for reserve. Ikawa did not respond. He furrowed his thick eyebrows. This woman was not silly, nor was she an idiot. She was stupid. He framed her like this, and yet she didn't even explain anything to Cyril. She just took her suitcase and left? Who was Cyril? The werewolf duke. All women wanted to marry this man. Even if she feared for her future, she should still love him and not let him go. Even if she wanted to leave, she should be weeping with tears, causing a tragic scene. Moreover, she said that she loved Cyril very much. She couldn't even endure this sort of setback, but she said she loved him? Well, since she was busy the whole afternoon just for him, he didn't mind helping her. When Leia got on the plane, Ikawa pushed open the door and entered Cyril's study room. When he saw Cyril staring blankly at the laptop screen, he coughed lightly. She's gone. You're satisfied. What else do you want? Cyril really didn't want to see him. She told me that she loves you. She loves you very much. In fact, what I said was only a prank. Ikawa hesitated to tell him the truth. I heard Ryan say that he wanted to kill her, and what I saw was him kissing her on her forehead, not them kissing. Cyril wasn't the slightest bit surprised, but the smile on the corner of his lips got even deeper, so deep that it made Ikawa regret coming to clear things up. Why are you looking at me like this? Aren't you going to chase after her? The plane is about to leave. Leia likes to call you strange kid in front of me. You are really strange. I guess she didn't help the wrong person. Cyril wondered aloud. I thought you would get angry. Cyril began to concentrate on his work at hand. No one is worthy of my anger except for Leia, he reminded him. The medicine Leia brewed for you is about to get cold. Chinese medicine should be drank while hot. When Ikawa closed the door behind him after he came out, he really couldn't understand. These two people were clearly in love. How could they leave each other so easily? This made him feel no sense of accomplishment at all. Rather, he felt a little sad. Speaking of which, Leia was the only person who cared for him in this mansion. In fact, in his entire life, she was also the only person other than his family who cared about him without seeking for anything in return. He had actually sent her away in this manner. He went downstairs into the kitchen. He was going to listen to what Leia said and take good care of his body, but he saw Annie ordering the maids to pour away all the medicine. Hey, that's mine. Master Ikawa, I'm sorry. His Highness Ryan ordered us to pour all these away. Ikawa rushed to stop the maids. Annie gave a look, and 2 bodyguards stopped him in time. He was so angry that he shouted, "Stop, you butches! Why are you pouring away the medicine that Leia gave me? Stop right there!" The loud rebuke came Nafanan, and the group of maids stopped in their tracks. In fact, they hadn't poured much of the medicine. The maids had long known that Leia brewed the medicine for 2 hours, and it was a very meticulous process. His Highness Ryan was dominant, and such an order was really too much. The servants were taken care of by Leia when they were not feeling well. They couldn't bear to destroy what she made. However, no one stopped him, and they didn't dare to disobey his order. Fortunately, Nafanan appeared in time. A group of adults bullying a child. Is this the noble quality you werewolves possess? These things belong to my sister. If anyone dares to touch it, I will make you feel sorry until your next lives. Annie left, and the others looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they scattered quickly. Nafinan walked over, covered a filter on the cups skillfully, and poured out the medicine from the pot. Ikawa calmed down. He was afraid that the dosage of the medicine would not be enough, and he began to cough again. "What are you doing, Nafinan?" "This is to let you drink more comfortably. You can't just drink the residue of the herbs together, can you?" Nafinan gave him a harsh look. "You'd better have a better conscience. Remember to repay my sister when you recover. That group of maids and bodyguards have all taken the medicine my sister made before, and all of them are evil. Ryan is the top bastard. My sister almost sacrificed her life just to save him, yet he did such a thing. Such a person will still be looked down upon even when he becomes the Wolf King in the future." The feelings of humans were so strange, and Ikawa was knocked down into deeper doubts. Don't you like Ryan? How can you say that about him? A man without conscience is not worthy of a woman's love. What's more, I'm a woman of great beauty. I'm frank and energetic. My figure is graceful, and everyone loves me. Even the fairies will get a nosebleed when they gaze upon my perfection. I'm sure there will be groups of flawless men pursuing me. You're really not modest at all. Ikawa was amused by her. He made an objective judgment. However, compared to Leia, your figure is not that graceful, and even I didn't get a nosebleed when I saw you, let alone the fairies. Nafinan poked him hard in the forehead. You're young, but your mouth is really vicious. Be a good boy, or I'll make you an eunuch when you grow up. Ikawa took over the brown, traditional Chinese medicine cup she handed to him. The bitter taste of the medicine made it hard for him to swallow. Will Leia come back? When I was in the garden, I heard you slap her. My sister doesn't hold grudges. Nafinan opened the refrigerator and looked for some snacks to eat. However, she probably won't come back. She doesn't like this place, and she doesn't like werewolves either. It would be great if she came back. Ikawa drank the medicine in one gulp and drank a glass of water to remove the bitter taste in his mouth. He couldn't help asking, "What is this eunuch you talked about? Is it a good person or a bad person? Is he an immortal or a devil?" Nafinan arched her eyebrows and thought, "This kid has lived for 800 years in vain. He doesn't know much about human history." The eunuch is a peerless immortal. A eunuch was a man who has been castrated to serve a specific social function, but Ikawa didn't know that. He said without hesitation, "I want to be an eunuch." Nafinan burst out in laughter. Ikawa was deeply confused, with question marks and exclamation marks all over his head. Humans are really strange beings. How could they laugh over just one sentence? Ryan, who was in the study room, heard the laughter in the kitchen and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He stared at the picture of Leia on his laptop screen and reached out to touch her beautiful face, but his fingers only touched the cold screen. Did I go too far? He asked himself. He knew the answer clearly, but for the sake of his royal power, he had no way out. He hesitated to pick up the phone and asked, "Maine, did Cyril ask you to buy a house recently?" The property that Cyril bought for her was located in Stockholm, Sweden. It was peaceful and quiet there with no trace of werewolf activity. The house was located in the suburbs, and there were large pieces of orchids planted in the yard. The interior of the house was decorated in her favorite Chinese style, simple, warm, yet magnificent. The things that she had used before had long been brought here by Maine, and they were all arranged nicely. The Indian-style jewelry left behind by her mother was on the dressing table in the bedroom. Cyril had purposely changed the jewelry box. Inside the purple-red velvet box, earrings, bracelets, and necklaces were all there. The pink crystal was shining brightly against the pure silver chain, which would remind Leia of her mother's beautiful and loving smile. Such a distant memory could still make her feel warm. She looked around, took a bath in the bathroom, cooked dinner in the kitchen, and watched an old movie in the leisure room. Cyril called after finishing his work, but no one answered. "Hello, this is Leia's home phone number. It's not convenient for me to answer now. Please leave a message after the beep. Thank you." Cyril could only leave a message. "Leia, how are you doing over there? I don't know if you like it. In fact, there's nothing to say. I just have begun to miss you. Remember to call me back when you hear this." As soon as he hung up, the door to Leia's living room was pushed open. A pair of shiny leather shoes stepped on the white, long fur carpet, and his black trousers and navy blue windbreaker made the house, which was originally a warm place, feel cold. In the mirror at the entrance of the stairs, the man saw his own face, which was similar to Cyril's face. His dark brown hair was long at the temples, revealing a cold and thick classical aura. His face was not as soft as Cyril's. He looked sharp and angular, too arrogant and harsh. "Leia," he spoke, "it's me, Ryan. Are you here?" He tried to detect the movement of the entire house. He could only smell her scent, but could not hear her sound. "I know you're here. I'm here to apologize." Ryan shouted twice again, but there was still no response. He went to the bedroom. Empty. He tried the bathroom. Empty. On the big screen of the leisure room, Waterloo Bridge was playing, and Vivian Lee was speaking. "Every time we're separated, it's like a farewell." Perhaps Leia had gone shopping. If she really left without saying goodbye, she wouldn't forget to turn off the lights. Ryan returned to the living room and went to the phone. He pressed on the message button only to hear Cyril's voice. "Leia, how are you doing over there? I don't know if you like it. Actually, I have nothing to say. I really miss you. Remember to call me back when you hear this." Cyril's slightly hoarse voice on the phone sounded gentler than usual. One could only imagine the faint smile on his face when he spoke. Not a vaguely evil smile, but rather a heartfelt, happy one. This kind of smile was exactly what Ryan envied him for. He grabbed the phone and wanted to smash it, but he stopped and pressed a few numbers. "Maine, does Leia have a phone?" "Yes." When Ryan called the phone, he tracked the phone to a rubbish bin in the airport. "Good. Huh, Leia. Did you already predict that I would come to find you?" The pink phone was crushed into pieces in his hand. "How far do you think you can escape from me?" Although Leia was grateful for Cyril being so thoughtful, she didn't stay in the house for a long time. She didn't touch anything unnecessarily. She just put on her own set of pure silver jewelry, took her passport, and went to the small apartment that Lindsay bought for her in Las Vegas. Compared to Cyril's generosity, this house was really small, but it had everything she needed. The European-style classic decoration was narrower, but it was still quite high class. It was impeccable. She went to the balcony of her bedroom on the second floor and saw a huge white swimming pool in the garden of her neighbor's house. The pool was clear, and the bottom of it could be seen clearly. The breeze blew gently, and the water was sparkling. The doors and windows of the courtyard and the house were locked, so it didn't seem like anyone was living there. Leia looked through the numbers on the phone book, took the phone from her bedside table, and began to look for a job. She still couldn't help peeping into her neighbor's house. If she could, she really wanted to steal the big swimming pool from next door. 3 days later, she was recruited by a pet clinic and started to live a normal life. Her figure gradually drowned into the crowd. Following Cyril's words, she did not miss him, nor did she contact him. She didn't even dream of him. Everything was fine, and everything was as smooth as silk. What she did not know was that Cyril turning the entire earth upside down. Where did this damn woman go? It wasn't just Cyril's subordinates searching for her. Ryan's subordinates were, as well as Queen Teresa's. If they didn't take the opportunity to find Leia and get rid of her quickly, there would be endless troubles in the future. Of course, Wakashi didn't relax as well. she sent a large number of werewolves for the manhunt. Unaware of the imminent danger, Leia was still thinking about the big swimming pool next door. She didn't see anyone next door ever since she moved in a week ago. Finally, in the afternoon on a weekend, she decided to be a thief for once. She jumped into the yard next door, wrapped in a bathrobe, threw the bathrobe at the edge of the pool, and jumped into it. The water rippled, and she swam like a happy fish. Ha ha ha! This is a dream come true. What was Lindsay doing? Why didn't he help her to buy the house next to hers? It's so nice to be in the water. Of course, it's different from being in her own bathtub. It's a little exciting and a little enjoyable. The next day, she was busy the whole day. After watching the news at night, she jumped into the pool again and swam comfortably for 2 laps. Leaning against the wall, she saw a pair of leather shoes stepping on the edge of the pool, and the slender legs she saw exuded a cold aura. She looked up alertly and saw a pale, cold, and indifferent face. Under the bright moonlight, his skin seemed to shine. He was fair, had deep features, blue eyes, pink and white lips, and long blonde hair on his chest and back. Leah couldn't help thinking of Henry's long black hair. This man's long hair matched his lotus border shirt, and it didn't seem too abrupt. On the contrary, it was out of the ordinary, like an angel without wings. This kind of person only existed in a painting. "Why are you in my swimming pool?" It was not a scolding. He was just curious, as if a mermaid had fallen from the sky. "So this is the owner?" I'm from next door. I just came here to have a swim." Leia, who had been caught red-handed, climbed up reluctantly and pulled back the long hair clinging to her face. Her clear and bright face was like a blooming flower. The owner seemed to be taken aback by her stunning appearance. He was stunned for a moment, but did not respond. "I'll go right away." She picked up the bathrobe on the ground and wrapped it around herself. Thank you for your swimming pool." The other party responded coldly, "Goodbye." Leah leaped across the short fence between the 2 houses and landed in her garden. The owner standing beside the pool asked, "What's your name?" She walked towards her living room and replied casually, "Leia, I'm a veterinarian. What about you?" The owner was stunned again. He was surprised by her name, but then he answered, "Walter Jones, I'm a blood specialist doctor." "Blood specialist? We're both doctors? Nice to meet you." Leia was glad that this guy was not too bad. Just like that, these 2 neighbors got to know each other. Out of curiosity, Leia found that her strange neighbor was often not at home during the day and only occasionally appeared in the living room at night. Sometimes he walked into the garden drinking wine, and sometimes he lay on the lounge chair beside the swimming pool, gazing at the stars. It was so boring. Gee. In conclusion, it was a waste of the big swimming pool. Leia found that she really liked her neighbor's swimming pool, just like how Nafanan liked Ryan. The word obsessed was perfect for describing her feelings. It was another tough weekend. When she came back from shopping, she stared at the big swimming pool while running for 20 minutes on a treadmill on the balcony. She planned to take advantage of Walter's absence to sneak in for another round. She got down from the treadmill, and a stream of stomach acid gushed into her mouth. Suddenly, she felt like vomiting, had to give up the thought of swimming, and rushed into the bathroom. This situation lasted for 3 days. She was afraid that she was having gastritis or some other disease, so she was ready to have a full-body physical examination. However, she was afraid that the werewolves would find out her location, so she could only go to a nearby clinic for a checkup. "You're pregnant?" the doctor said bluntly. What? Pregnant? The word did not exist in her dictionary. She wanted to say that she had never done anything with a man before, but although Cyril was a werewolf, he was still a man after all. When she thought about it carefully, his skills were actually very enchanting. The doctor was used to patients looking aghast upon hearing such news, so he was not surprised. People nowadays only knew about happiness and had no responsibility. Even the most beautiful woman would have a bitter face when she heard the word pregnant. It is in its 9th week. It's not too late to abort it, the doctor said calmly. The thought of the poor child, Ikawa, who was 800 years old, came to Leia's mind. Seeing how weak the mixed-blooded child was, she couldn't imagine whether the baby in her belly was a human being, a wolf, or a werewolf. She adhered to the principles of life and death and made a decision quickly. I want to abort the baby. Please help me arrange for the operation. Although the doctor was disgusted with how ruthless she was, he still wrote an operation order. Come here on time at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Remember, don't regret it. With the thin piece of paper in her hand, Leia trembled with fear along the way back. If the baby in her belly was a cute baby, it would be a pity to abort it. Cyril was so handsome, and her genes were also good. Their children must be a perfect one. But what if it was a wolf cub? When Cyril turned into a wolf, he was like a big brown dog. When she imagined that she would give birth to a four-pawed, long-eared monster, her hair stood on end. After returning home, she entered her laboratory again and did a series of experiments, but she was still unable to confirm whether the baby in her stomach was a wolf or a human. The best thing to do was to get rid of it. As for Cyril, he had just received the news that she had settled down in Las Vegas. As soon as he boarded the plane, his assistant handed him the phone. "Your Highness, there's some news from Las Vegas." He took it and became furious when he heard the report. How does Teresa's men know about Leia's location? He clenched his fists. Send someone to guard the house. Anyone who dares to approach her will be killed without exception. After hanging up the phone, he ordered the pilot, "Get to Las Vegas as fast as possible." "Understood, Your Highness." At this time, Leia was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Just as she poured the fragrant porridge out of the pot, she heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Was it a werewolf? Luckily, she was wearing the amulet Cyril gave her, as well as the pure silver necklace left by her mother. She picked up a kitchen knife and poked her head out of the kitchen. She saw a black shadow sneaking in the hallway of the living room. She walked out carefully, but there was a cold wind from behind. She quickly waved her knife backwards, but her wrist was caught. The pure silver bracelet burned the assassin's skin and made him scream in pain. He called for his companions to come in to help him. In the blink of an eye, 4 werewolf assassins charged in with sinister green eyes. Leia was shocked. "Don't come over." She didn't know which one she should guard against. She hurriedly pulled down the amulet on her neck and raised it in front of them. "I'm with Cyril. If you touch me, he will kill you." The assassins focused their attention on the green gemstone pendant. Just as Leia thought they were going to retreat, she was tripped on her feet. The amulet fell to the ground and was kicked far away. Before she could climb up, she was dragged to the door by her leg into the yard. Let her go. She could not believe her ears. Wasn't this Walter's voice? Leia was worried that Walter would get harmed by these werewolf assassins, but they fled instantly and disappeared. What they didn't know was that those werewolves fled because they sensed Cyril's scent. When Cyril got out of the car from the opposite side of the road, he saw Leia being helped by a man into the living room. They were talking intimately, as if they were a couple who had just returned home. "That dumb woman! You just left me, and you've already found yourself another man?" Cyril wanted to rush over, but when he got close to the house, he smelled the heavy, rotten smell of a cold corpse. It was a special scent of vampires, and it was impossible for normal humans to sense it. That vampire was currently in Leia's living room. His age seemed to be around 2,000 years old. Vampires of this age were at least elders and were extremely important in the vampire tribe. If he got close to Leia, he must already know that Leia was the one who developed the antidote to vampire serum for the werewolves. Cyril quickly stopped himself. If he rushed in right away, he was afraid that the vampire would kill her. It would only take a split second for the vampire to bite her neck. He could only suppress his anger and return to his car. He ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on the house. He would personally go and find out the identity of the vampire. However, the atmosphere in the room wasn't as tense as how Cyril had expected it to be. Walter helped Leia to the chair in her dining room and sat opposite her. He glanced at her, looked around the layout of the whole dining room, and asked casually, "Are you hurt?" "No, thank you for appearing in time." As Leia spoke, she put Cyril's amulet back on her neck. Walter's blue eyes locked onto her stunning face. "I wasn't the one who saved you. It was another person." His appearance scared off the group of werewolf assassins. Leah forced herself to calm down. In her heart, however, she couldn't help wondering if the person who appeared was Cyril. Did he already know that she was staying here? How long had he followed her? Did he know that she was pregnant? Thinking about this, her face turned pale. Walter approached her and said in a low voice, "You should be able to guess who that person is, right? He's very important in the wolf tribe and has a close relationship with you." Leah nervously swallowed her saliva. She clenched her trembling hands into a fist and stared at his face, which looked like it was carved out of a white jade. His face was cold and clear, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in it. "You know Cyril?" She thought Walter's unusual schedule, a blood specialist who only appeared at night, he was a vampire. A faint smile finally appeared on his face. "Judging from your expression, I think there's no need to explain my identity anymore." "What? What exactly do you want?" Leah didn't want to show her fear, but her trembling voice betrayed her. "Lindsay bought this house. He told me that a friend of his would come to live here. Since you are his friend, then you are also my friend. I won't hurt you," Walter said calmly. "Lindsay is associated with the vampire tribe?" Leah thought to herself. She couldn't help but recall how Cyril had sent people to investigate the traitor of the wolf tribe. Was Lindsay the spy who almost got her killed? Lindsay can be accepted in the vampire tribe, the wolf tribe, blend in with humans as well as other alien tribes. The reason is that he is a harmonious person and has no intention of harming people. You don't need to doubt that. Leah noticed that Walter seemed to be able to know what she was thinking. Will you suck my blood? Not for the time being. He could sense that there was Cyril's blood in her body. If he bit her, Cyril would be able to sense it, no matter where he was. He didn't want to become Cyril's enemy yet. "Your food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Goodbye." After leaving, Leah didn't have dinner. She quickly packed up her luggage. She would never be silly enough to be the neighbor of a vampire. If he ran out of food supply, he could simply use her to fill his stomach. She was a single mom now. It was already hard enough for her to have werewolf assassins in her life. She called to resign from her job, made sure everything was settled, and considered where to go. By the time everything was sorted out, it was already dawn. She dragged her suitcase out and closed the door looking like a refugee, only to see Walter blocking her path. You, why are you still here?" "I had nothing to do, so I'm guarding your house." Walter crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "It's a bit too late for you to escape now. There are already werewolves all around us. I remember that you have an appointment for an operation in the afternoon. You're going to have to cancel the arrangement." "When did you start monitoring me?" Leah asked in fear. "When I knew your name was Leah," Walter replied casually. Damned vampires. Damned werewolves. To hell with all of it." Leah wanted to hit the suitcase on his head and then kick him in the stomach. "Why are you keeping an eye on me? I have no grudge with you. Don't forget what you have done for the wolf tribe. Last time, Ryan was supposed to die, but you allowed him to come back to life. Leah, you destroyed the balance between the wolf tribe and the vampire tribe. You have to pay the price for this." Walter got slightly agitated as he spoke. "What's the price? My life? You must help us find a way to counter the werewolf's blood." Leah sneered. "If you have monitored me close enough, you should know that I am a veterinarian, not a ghost doctor. I don't care who you are. If you aren't able to do it, you'll be dead in 3 days. Of course, it won't be only you. There's also Cyril and your sister Naphanan," Walter reminded her. "Perhaps you can hide from werewolves, but you definitely won't be able to shake off the vampires." He took the suitcase from her. "Come with me." Leah had no choice but to follow behind him. "Who the hell are you?" "There's no need for you to know too much. I must know who I'm going to die to. You only have to know that my name is Walter Jones. If you go to hell and report my name, you will probably be sent directly to heaven." Cyril finally found Walter's true identity. He was very important in the vampire tribe and had control over a lot of things. Fortunately, he had no grudges with Walter. With negotiation, he should be able to ensure that Leah would be safe. However, when he returned to the house that Leah lived in, he found that Ryan, Wakashi, and even Teresa were all there. The yard was full of werewolf bodyguards. Maine stood at the door guiltily and did not dare to look him in the eye. Cyril raised a cold smile and entered the living room. The already narrow space became even more crowded because of his ridiculously tall figure. It's so lively here. Leia's life must be worth a lot. There are so many people waiting in line to get it. It's a pity that we were a little too late. Ryan berated and asked, Cyril, where did you hide her? Ha! Very well, so Leia made a move first again. Cyril did not say that he didn't know of Leia's whereabouts. Leia is my woman. Apart from me, there is no need for anyone else to know of her whereabouts. He did not stay for long. Please excuse me. The coffee here is good. If anyone is thirsty, you can help yourselves. Teresa was not in the mood for coffee. She glanced at Ryan and ignored Wakashi. She got up and followed Cyril out. Cyril, Ryan is no longer worthy of your trust. Your Majesty, you worry too much. Cyril looked around her. You don't look very well. Did you not sleep well, or did you go too far again? I heard that Lindsay has been gathering good-looking men to fill up your palace, hasn't he? Teresa's face changed slightly, and she stopped in her tracks. Cyril, you should know what Ryan wants to do. Once he gets the throne, both you and I will die a violent death. He won't even tolerate you, his own younger brother. My life and death are in my own hands. As for the life and death of your Majesty, it has nothing to do with me. Cyril walked away. He had to find Leia before Ryan and Wakashi did. If his assumption was correct, Walter was the one who took Leia away. The world had always been a fair place. You reap what you sow. Enemies will be hunted down, and heroes will be saved. Just as a group of fierce and greedy enemies were waiting to take Leia's life, another busybody in the Lurin mansion, Ikawa, approached Nafanen, who was having a video conference meeting. Little brat, I'm busy. If you want to complain about growing up, please find Annie or some other pretty maid. Nafanen turned off the video and opened the file in her hands. She was so busy that she had nothing else on her mind. Wakashi, Ryan, and Teresa are all trying to kill your sister. I just found out from Wakashi's bodyguard that Leia is missing. Ikawa walked over to her desk and slammed his small hand on her document. You don't want anything to happen to Leia, do you? What? Nafanen sneered. I'm an ordinary human. You are a disabled, mixed-blooded werewolf. You want to form a suicide squad together to save my sister? I'm sorry. After weighing my options, my life is worth more than my sister's useless life. If you were in danger, Leia would definitely save you, Ikawa added. Not necessarily. Nafanen also thought that she would never be in danger. The biggest danger in her life was when she was being strangled by Ryan. However, Leia did plead for her life, which made Ryan let her off the hook. Ikawa was dissatisfied with her answer and angrily swept all her files on the table to the ground. I was wrong about you. I thought you were an enthusiastic and kind person. I didn't expect you to do nothing and leave your sister to die. With this, he squatted on the ground and said, If you won't save her, I'll lie here and cry loudly. I'll say that you bullied me. When the bodyguards come in, let's see what they will do to you. Stupid brat. Nafanen was both resentful and frustrated. How did she get involved with this little punk? How are we going to save her? If she had to fight with her precious life, she would never agree to it. We can call Cyril and ask him to help us. Nafanen couldn't help but purse her lips complacently. How can you be sure that Cyril would care about Leia's life? Ikawa mocked her. At least Cyril cares more about Leia than you, her sister by blood. And why do you want to protect Leia? Don't tell me you've also joined the ranks of her admirers. My sister does have the charm to seduce all types of men, but I don't think she needs a little wolf pup. What did she mean? What's wrong with being a little wolf pup? Ikawa's pale face suddenly turned red. I just want to recover. It's that simple. Ha! I certainly hope it's that simple. Cyril, Nafanen, and Ikawa quickly formed a strange trio to search for Leia. The three held their first meeting. By the end of the meeting, they decided that the pale-faced Ikawa would be the first to enter the vampire tribe. Nafanen would be responsible for monitoring the situation, while Cyril would act as a protective cover. He would always be prepared to act and rescue Leia out. At this moment, Leia had already been brought into the vampire tribe's high-class club in Las Vegas by Walter. On the first floor, there was a bar. The dancers were dancing to the loud music like a group of monsters. The second floor was a casino. The seats were full of guests. Some of them cursed because they lost their money, while others looked very proud and satisfied. The third floor carpets were stained with blood. The sofa was full of bodies entangled with each other in indescribable manners. It looked bleak and hazy. Was this Walter's daily life? Leia looked around and subconsciously wanted to find a bathroom to vomit. Finally, there was an elevator on the fourth floor. The bodyguard at the elevator opened the elevator for Walter thoughtfully. Leia squatted down and threw up in a trash can. She couldn't stand the strong smell of blood in the air. For the vampires, this smell was fragrant, but for a pregnant woman, it was deadly. The office door at the end of the corridor opened. A woman dressed in a long dress walked over gracefully. She had long hair and wore luxurious jewels. She joked enchantingly, "It seems that our highness here doesn't completely hate women after all. You made a human pregnant?" After Leia finished throwing up, she squatted on the ground to ease the discomfort in her stomach, but accidentally heard the word "Our Highness." Walter didn't open his mouth, nor did he respond. He was too lazy to explain anything. The woman stopped in front of the elevator, as if she wanted to go upstairs with Walter. Her face was covered with heavy makeup, but it still couldn't hide her pale face. She reached out politely to Leia. "My name is Riley Rolls. I'm the assistant to His Highness and the general manager of the Imperial Vampire Palace." Only then did Leia get up. She grabbed Riley's icy cold hand and said, "My name is Leah Lowell." Leah Lowell? What a familiar name. Thanks to your pregnancy, our crown prince here is finally qualified to take over for political power. Crown prince? Political power? Leia was still feeling dizzy. You're saying that Walter is the crown prince? The child in my stomach. She wanted to explain that this was not Walter's child, but if said that it was Cyril's child, she would probably be sucked dry by all the vampires here. The elevator opened. Walter grabbed Leia's suitcase, held her by her shoulder and got in. There's no need to say anything else. She's the #1 gossip queen here. If you tell her that a volcano erupted somewhere, she'll announce the end of the world by the next day. It turned out that there were also women who gossiped in the world of the vampires. Since that was the case, why did Walter allow Riley to assume and make guesses about their relationship? Leia looked at Walter's pale and cold face. She wanted to say something, but didn't. When she realized that Riley was secretly raising her phone to take a picture of her and Walter, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Riley, what are you doing?" "Of course I'm announcing your relationship with Walter. Otherwise, how would everyone know you? You're just like a freshly brewed dessert. If you walk out of this building alone, you'll probably become someone's dinner. I have no relationship with Walter." Leia anxiously looked towards Walter for help, hoping that he could clear up the situation. "Walter, don't you think you should say something? You say there's no relationship between you two?" Riley raised her voice and smiled adorably. "Listen to yourself. Walter, look at how intimate you're calling him. You've already got a big stomach and you still want to deny it?" Leia was so angry that her pretty face turned red, but she couldn't tell her the truth. She could only argue. "This child is not Walter's." Riley didn't buy it. She had already known everything. "I heard that you've stayed in a small town for quite some time." She showed Leia the picture of her swimming in the pool. "Tsk, tsk, with such a good figure, you will definitely become a popular candidate to be the queen. I'm guessing your size should be around 34D? When were those photos taken?" Leia was very shocked. Fortunately, she didn't swim naked. Walter, who stood at a side in silence, couldn't help but cast a picky glance at Leia's breasts. It was really something. When he saw her dressed in a swimsuit, she was like a blooming flower that came out of the water. Even though he had seen countless women over the course of 2,000 years, his heart was still undeniably moved by her. Leia felt that the vampires were all perverts. She raised her hand and slapped Walter's face, which made him look towards somewhere else. This sudden action caused Riley's face to turn pale with fright. This was the first time she saw Walter being hit, and it was by a woman. However, he only rubbed his lower jaw and did not even look the slightest bit angry. Sure enough, their relationship was not ordinary. Seeing Riley typing more things into her phone, Leia felt like smashing the dumb phone, but she couldn't get it from her. When she saw Riley press the confirm button, Leia felt so crazy that she wanted to cry. All she could do was pray that Cyril wouldn't pay too much attention to the news in the vampire tribe. Even though he always pretended that he didn't care about her, he was definitely a person who gets jealous easily. Moreover, when he was jealous, he could kill someone heartlessly. Walking out of the elevator, Riley opened the door to a grand office. Following behind Walter, Leia pulled at his arm. "Walter, you should clarify our relationship." Walter shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, "This is for protection. Riley is good at this. You're pregnant, so don't worry about these trivial things." Why did he say that in a caring tone? He shouldn't be talking to her like that. When he stood in the courtyard, he was as cold as ice, almost like a ghost who wanted to kill her and steal her soul. Leia felt that she was being used. She became a tool for Walter to gain political power just like that? No, Walter wasn't using her, but the baby inside her stomach. That pitiful baby. It had not even been born yet, but it already has such a tough fate. In a trance, Leia felt like she could hear the baby's cry from the heavens. However, God did not give her a lot of time to sigh with emotion. After entering the office, she saw a middle-aged man with blonde hair, dressed in a bright red ancient robe, standing in front of her. He looked like he was in his 40s. He was like a lotus, elegant and noble, but one could never assume the true age of vampires by their looks. He wore a golden crown on his head, and his blue eyes were reddish. From his facial features, he seemed to be Walter's father, the king of the vampire tribe. Leia was so confused and almost laughed out loud. The world was changing all the time. While humans of the prehistoric days vanished from existence, how could vampires, who lived off blood, still exist in this world? Walter was extremely respectful and knelt down on one knee. "Father, this is Leia Lowell, my woman." Leia felt like she suffered a heavy blow. Why did Walter introduce her like that? She was still in a daze, and Riley's cold hand reached out to her shoulder. She put force, and Leia also knelt down. However, she didn't know what to say. Riley spoke first. "Your Majesty, His Highness Walter has been living with Leia for some time. Moreover, she is already pregnant with his child." Only then did the Vampire King lazily shift his gaze to Leia. He carefully sized her up, and his gaze looked as if it had long penetrated through Leia's heart. "Leia?" He repeated the name. "You look like an old friend of mine." "Old friend?" Leia smiled bitterly, wanting to stand up. However, when she saw that Walter kept kneeling, she didn't dare to get up, but her knees couldn't stand it. Modern people didn't like to kneel. It was a pity that these beautiful mummies liked to follow such ancient etiquette. There are countless people in the world, and many people have similar looks. There is nothing to be surprised about that. No, there is something strange. The Vampire King pulled out an exquisite round ruby pendant from within his collar. The pendant bounced open in his hand, and he showed it to Leia. Leia took it over, and there was a very small black and white photo of a woman embedded in it. She had a delicate oval face, slender eyebrows, deep and clear eyes, and moderate lips. She looked exactly the same as Leia. On the other side, something was written in Roman language. "The love of Austin, Elena." Who is Austin? There was no trace of blood on Leia's face, and the hand that was holding the pendant was trembling like the withered branches of a tree in autumn. The Vampire King answered slowly, "I am Austin. Elena is the love of my life. 500 years ago, she disappeared. I haven't seen her since. Maybe it's just a coincidence." She handed the pendant back to Austin as if it was a hot potato. Only then did Austin allow her and Walter to stand up. "Father, if there is nothing else, I will take Leia to the lab for research." Walter asked for permission politely. Walter maintained an inconceivable level of calmness from the beginning, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. This made Leia suspect that he had already seen through everything. Austin nodded. "Remember, once you are done with your work, bring Leia back to the palace. I'll issue an order for you to take over for power. Remember, since Leia is already pregnant, you must make sure to marry her. Don't make the same mistake I did back then." Walter bent down without hesitation. Understood, father. No, I won't marry Walter. I don't want to marry a vampire. This guy. Before Leia could finish her sentence, Walter covered her mouth quickly. Walter nodded apologetically towards Austin. Father, please forgive her. Leia still hasn't really understood the rules of the tribe. After saying that, he forcefully dragged Leia out of the office. He didn't let her go until they entered the elevator. Leia, however, was extremely angry. Waving her fists, she fiercely punched Walter. He stood straight and did not strike back nor speak, allowing her to vent her anger on him. You want to use me and my child? Don't even think about it. Even if every man in the planet was dead, I won't marry you. I would rather die than marry a sinister vampire like you. It's okay if you don't marry me, but you won't be the one to die. If you're so capable, then go and kill the entire human race. I'm not that capable, but I can destroy half of the earth. I want to abort the child. Do it. Just do it. After all, the child was not his. He didn't care about it. Riley followed behind them, her eyes looking at the two of them in a strange manner. She didn't know what to say. With such an important matter like an abortion, how could His Highness Walter let Leia make the decision? She could already imagine the future, where the Crown Prince would be under the control of his wife. Riley, arrange an abortion for Leia. Walter gave the order. Riley smiled awkwardly. I think that this matter should be reported to His Majesty. No need. Leia and Walter spoke at the same time. Understood. Riley obeyed defeatedly. Cyril never paid much attention to the news of the vampire tribe, but the others paid special attention to it. He had already found out about Leia arriving at the vampire club, and Ikawa had also successfully infiltrated that building. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. After all the government affairs were dealt with, he entered the dining hall with Nafanan to have dinner. He saw Annie and a few maids gathered together, discussing something in a low voice. Why is she like this? She's only been away from His Highness for a few days, and she's already hooking up with a damn zombie? She's usually very nice. I really didn't expect. We only knew one side of her. The purer a woman is on the outside, the more malicious she is on the inside. She even has a child already? I'm afraid she must have already been two-timing in the first place. Walter is going to be the king of the vampire tribe. Of course, she wouldn't choose His Highness Cyril, who is only a duke. As they were discussing, they saw Cyril and Nafanan enter, so they hurriedly dispersed and returned to their positions. However, when they looked at Cyril, their eyes were all filled with boundless grief and pity. They couldn't believe that Leia had actually betrayed their favorite Prince Cyril in such a manner. It was simply too terrifying. Cyril felt that the atmosphere was very strange. He couldn't help but ask, Annie, what happened? No, nothing. Annie looked at the ceiling, the floor, and the dining table. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. How can you still say that there's nothing when you look so guilty? Your Highness, actually, Leia is getting married. She's going to marry the future king of the vampire tribe, said Aileen, who had always liked Cyril. What? Cyril didn't believe this sort of nonsense. My sister isn't that kind of woman. Don't slander her. Nafanan rebuked. I know you've always secretly seen my sister as your rival. Last time, when you were locked into the chamber and beaten up, my sister was almost executed because of you. Has she ever said anything bad about you? Have she ever reprimanded you for kissing Cyril? Cyril shook his head and laughed. Nafanan, you're being too agitated. Let's eat. We're in a hurry. Aileen asked tentatively, Your Highness, are you going to look for Leia? Yeah. Aileen snatched the phone from Annie and placed it in front of Cyril. Look at this yourself. Is this woman worth you looking for? Cyril didn't want to pay attention to it, but when his eyes fell on the screen, boom, the jealousy and fire in his heart erupted like a volcano. The scene showed the moment when Leia, who was wearing a swimming suit, and Walter were looking at each other. The faint moonlight and the lamplight shone faintly, which made the atmosphere look more ambiguous. Both of them were extremely good-looking, and they were so close to each other, which made it difficult for people to not think something was going on. A few words were attached on the side. The soon-to-be princess is pregnant, and the ascension of the crown prince to the king has been confirmed. The wedding will not be very long from now. In detail, it was stated that Leia's deceased mother, Alina, was an old friend of His Majesty the Vampire King, Austin. As for Leia and Walter, they met in the romantic city of Las Vegas, and the two of them had been living together for a long time. As soon as news of Leia's pregnancy was announced, Walter was arranged to take over political power according to the royal system. Moreover, the Vampire King, Austin, was rather satisfied with this daughter-in-law of his and had already made her serve as a doctor of the Imperial Vampire Palace while they prepare for a major discussion. It did not mention a single word about how Leia had once been Cyril's lover. Neither did it mention how Leia had developed the antidote for the wolf tribe against the vampire serum, nor did it mention Leia's specific identity. "Cyril, are you all right?" When Naphanon saw Cyril's face grow darker and darker, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Could it be that Leia was really engaged to the future vampire king? She didn't like a werewolf like Cyril, so why would she like a vampire? Cyril didn't want to pay too much attention to it. He forced himself to return to his usual evil smile. "Your sister is really something. When she was my lover, she managed to make my brother feel uneasy and got Lindsay to be loyal to her. Now, she even settled the crown prince of the vampire tribe, Walter." Hearing this, all the maids finally let out a sigh of relief. His Highness Cyril was not a fool. He could still tell what woman he should want and what woman he should not want. However, Naphanon was not used to his mocking tone. "Cyril, what do you mean by that?" She grabbed the phone and looked through it carefully. "No, this is not my sister. It's impossible." Although she said that, she raised her eyebrows. "Not bad. This vampire called Walter was really glamorous and charming. Besides, he was going to be the future king of the vampire tribe. This brother-in-law of hers has a bright future." When Naphanon saw that Cyril's face was dark, she hurriedly went to comfort him. "Cyril, this has to be a misunderstanding." Although she was more in favor of having Walter as her brother-in-law, she was still in the Lurin clan's territory, so she could not afford to offend Cyril. It was better to give him some hope. "My sister is gentle and virtuous, devoted and committed. She would never do such a thing. I can guarantee that you are the only man she loves deeply in her whole life." Cyril wasn't someone who could be coaxed so easily. "Your mother was Alina, right?" This was something Naphanon couldn't deny. "Yes, and Leia looks like my mother the most, and she was closest to her. When my mother was in the hospital from a car accident, and she saw my father and Joan Quinn together in the corridor, she ran away from home." Naphanon could go on forever just talking about Leia and their mother. However, Cyril was not in the mood to listen. "Your mother, Alina, was an old acquaintance of Austin's." "I'm not sure about this." "Austin?" Naphanon noticed the special name. "He is the king of the vampire tribe? My mother is just an ordinary human. How could she know him? This has to be made up." Cyril didn't want to probe further. As the king of the vampire tribe, Austin wouldn't make these relationships public. "The women of your family seem to be quite fated with the vampire tribe." He was not in the mood to eat. "Now it seems. Naphanon, you don't need the protection of the Lurin clan anymore. Pack up your things and leave." "Hey, you want me to go?" As soon as Cyril left the dining room, a group of maids came up to her. They had had enough of Naphanon for a long time. The first to speak was Aileen. "You could stay here, but you have to let us beat you up." "I'm leaving. Of course I'm leaving. I'm going to pack up right away." Since she was going to be the sister-in-law of the king of the vampire tribe, she didn't have to worry about her living anymore. At worst, she would just go to the vampire tribe to find someone with a high status as well. She was sure that vampires were more attractive than werewolves. But then, she was determined to leave. Why was she still feeling sad? Why was there a feeling of defeat? Why did she feel like she would miss this place? She went upstairs, entered the study room, and saw Ryan sitting at the desk with a cold face. She unconsciously lightened her steps, walked to the chair in front of the table, and sat down, not knowing what to say. There were many things she wanted to say. She wanted to scold him. She wanted to tear him into pieces, but she couldn't open her mouth when she saw his cold face. He impatiently asked, "What do you want?" Finally, he looked away from the laptop screen and looked at her face. Naphanon bit her lip and stammered, I'm leaving." All right, goodbye. Ryan's words were cold and concise. That was too much. He wasn't even going to try to make her stay? Don't you like me? Not even a little bit? Actually, I do despise you quite a bit. He didn't hide how he felt at all. Nafanan was not happy with this answer. She suppressed her anger and sighed. Do you really like my sister? Yes. There were countless points that made Leia attractive. Yes? He was this straightforward? Didn't he feel ashamed to admit that he liked the same woman as his own brother? Since you like her, why do you want to kill her? Since I can't have her, then no one should. He loved and hated Leia at the same time. Seeing her lovely smile while she was in Cyril's arms hurt him more than words could ever express. In this life, he would be the Wolf King and couldn't marry a human, so he wanted to kill her and meet her in the next life. Even if she marries Walter, you are still going to kill her? I don't need to repeat my words. No matter who Leia marries, she has to die. Otherwise, he couldn't eat or sleep well. Nafinan turned around and left. After a while, she knocked on the door and came in again. Ryan, can I give you a farewell kiss? Last time you did that, I fainted. Ryan's voice was cold. I don't think that will happen again. You fell in love with my sister. If I kiss you, I won't touch the deepest emotions in your heart. Nafinan walked around the table gracefully. Before she got to him, she stopped and blushed while staring on the ground. Ryan sat on the chair and sneered. You're feeling shy? I'm right here. Are you going to kiss me or not? Nafanan took 3 deep breaths, turned his spinning chair around, sat on his lap, and moved her red lips towards to his lips. Ryan widened his eyes. What was this woman trying to do? He had allowed her to kiss him, but he didn't say that she could kiss him on the lips. While he was being surprised at the fact that he did not hate the warm and sweet touch on her lips, he heard a clanging sound on his wrist, and the sound of something being burnt. Ah, pain. It hurts, Ryan suddenly exclaimed. He cried out in pain as he moved his lips away, only to find that both of his hands had been locked onto the armrest of the chair with pure silver handcuffs. The pure and shiny silver had gouged out 2 bloody marks on his wrists. He couldn't even transform to escape. He shouted angrily, What on earth do you want, Nafinan? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Leia is my precious sister. Since you want to kill her, there's no way I'm just going to sit there and do nothing. I want to make you regret getting on my bad side. Nafinan walked to the door, but not to leave. Instead, she locked the door and turned back around triumphantly. As she walked towards him, she took off her clothes in a seductive manner. When she reached Ryan, she was only wearing her black lacy undergarment. Ryan's wrist was already bleeding. After being corroded by the pure silver, the blood looked black and corrupted. If it went on like this, his hands would become disabled. Seeing Nafanan approaching him seductively, he growled furiously, What? What the hell are you going to do? She smiled enchantingly and rode his lap. Can't you even tell? Even though Ryan had lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a thing. As a werewolf prince, he has been respected and worshipped by tens of thousands of people. How could he be insulted by this bitch like this? He tried to resist by using his legs to push himself back, but she still managed to force his clothes open and slide his belt away. He twisted his head away, but she turned it back. Of course, Nafanan did not leave the Lurin mansion that day. She was born with the ability to be shameless. Moreover, she was determined on making Ryan unable to marry Wakashi and kill Leia. At the same moment, Leia was lying on an ice-cold operating table. There was only 1 doctor and 1 nurse in the operating room, besides Walter, who was supposed to be the father. The reason why he stayed was to prevent the vampire doctors from sucking up all of Leia's blood. Leia was still a bit nervous. When the anesthetic was injected into her arm, she hoped that someone would give her some sense of security like Cyril did. As a result, she couldn't help but reach out her hand. Walter walked over in time. Reaching out his ice-cold hand to her, he let her hold it. This simple touch left him in a trance. Although she had closed her eyes, her hands were still warm, soft and smooth, which reminded him of warm feathers in the sun. This was a feeling he could only imagine. He had never been in contact with sunlight before. In his life, there had only been darkness and blood. The light on the operating table was white, without warmth. It was cold and quiet, dotted with blood. This was the moment vampires liked the most, especially when her blood slowly flowed down. The sweet fragrance was like freshly brewed honey, making the doctor, nurse, and Walter raise their heads uncontrollably, greedily breathing deeply to inhale the scent. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After half an hour, the surgery was completed. After an hour, the effect of the anesthesia exhausted, and Leia woke up. The operation was very successful. Walter continued to stay by her side. He gently stroked her scattered hair. "How do you feel?" "I feel sorry towards Cyril. The child belongs to him. I should have let him know." As she spoke, Leia's tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. This kind of fragile emotion was what Walter had always looked down upon. Humans, emotions made him sick. But the tears in Leia's eyes were like raindrops pattering on his heart. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the tears on her cheeks. The teardrops were warm and crystal clear, like her heart, with a faint fragrance. Vampires' tears were blood red. When they flowed, even the vampires themselves would feel frightened and horrible. Suddenly, he was like a curious child as he looked at Leia's crying face. He did not want to comfort her. To be more precise, he was admiring her cry. On the contrary, Leia felt that he had a strange look. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm very sad. Are all vampires so cold-blooded?" "Vampires are all cold-blooded." Walter sat at the edge of the bed. "How should I comfort you? You clearly had a choice and you chose the abortion, but now you are crying. You only realize the true value of something after you lost it. This is an extremely stupid act." Leia turned around and ignored him. She just wanted to cry. Was there anything wrong with that? However, Walter did not seem to intend to let her rest. "What kind of wedding dress do you like? A conservative one or a sexy one? Simple or elegant?" "I don't want a wedding dress. I don't want to marry you," Leia cried out. "Why?" The reason was very simple. "I don't love you. It doesn't matter whether you love me or not. You can be Cyril's woman, but you can only be my bride," Walter said calmly. Why? He actually allowed her to be Cyril's woman? This wedding was the biggest joke in the world. "Why can I only be your bride? I am a human. I just want to marry a normal human and live a normal life. Is that too much to ask?" How could Alina's daughter be a normal human? Alina's daughter must pay the price for what she did before. Alina's daughter has no right to live a happy life. Alina's daughter can only be imprisoned and tortured by me. Walter began to sound agitated. He kept repeating the words, Alina's daughter. What did that mean? He had long known that she was Alina's daughter. Even when Austin took out the pendant, he was not surprised at all. "Do you have a grudge against my mother?" Walter did not want to give himself too much time to study her. The longer he spent with her, the easier it was for him to be distracted by her. He didn't need to be rational. All he wanted was blood. He wanted the blood of Alina's daughter to wave the anger and hatred in his heart. Therefore, he used his fangs to answer her question. They were matching with his bright red lips. His two sharp fangs were as white as pearls and painful to look at. "Ah!" Leia jumped out of the bed in fear, only to find that the amulet Cyril gave her had disappeared from her neck, and the set of pure silver jewelry left by her mother were gone as well. Don't come over." She retreated and rushed to the door. Before she could reach the doorknob, Walter forced her against the door. Accompanied by her scream, his fangs pierced through her skin. When that happened, Cyril, who was tossing and turning in bed, felt a sharp pain all over his body. He shot up like a zombie, enduring the intense pain in his veins. It was Leah. Something must have happened to her. No. He jumped down from the window with his feet still bare. The cold wind in the middle of the night woke him up. "What's wrong with me?" he asked himself. "Leia is already getting married to Walter. Nothing could ever happen to her." The only thing that could happen to Leia was Walter sucking out her blood. She was already pregnant with Walter's child. Perhaps Walter had decided to turn her into a vampire. Looks like she was going to be archenemies with him, the werewolf duke. From now on, Cyril stood in the courtyard in a daze. The full moon shone like silver and shimmered like water. His black satin pajamas and brown hair were shining brightly, rustling in the night wind. His body was as tall as ever, but there was an emptiness that formed within his chest. Since when did he care so much about her? He did not know the answer himself. He was just tired. His rationale told him that he should just move on, but his feelings told him that he should get her back. But so what if he could get her back? She was a human, and he would always be a werewolf. He could not give her a respectable identity, let alone stay with her for a long time. After 100 years, she would be dead, but he would still look young. There were too many people in the wolves who had their eyes on her. Their chance at happiness was simply too slim. Although he could comfort himself in a reasonable way, his heart was still full of pain. He looked up to the sky and roared, but that didn't ease it. "Cyril, what's wrong with you?" Ryan stood by his bedroom window and bellowed, "Is a mere woman enough to destroy you?" "I'm sorry to have let you down. Leah could never destroy him. No one could destroy him. He was in charge of his own life." Cyril walked towards the garage without looking back. When Ryan saw him drive out, he roared in anger. "Where are you going? There are still a lot of important things waiting for you tomorrow. Just look after your throne. Keep your nose out of my business. I'm your elder brother. I have the rights to monitor you. From the moment you went to kill Leia behind my back, you lost me as a brother." Cyril's voice was cold. Ryan angrily raised his fist and smashed the window into pieces. On the bed, Nefanan sat up and mumbled, "Dear, what happened? Are you quarreling with Cyril? Come here, I'll give you a kiss." Ryan slammed the door and left, going to sleep in the guest room. The next evening, on the top floor of the vampire building in Las Vegas, the light in Walter's room lit up according to the scheduled time. On the dark red fur carpet, a white coffin bed engraved with dark gold roses automatically opened its lid. Walter stretched lazily on the bed. His long, golden hair flowed down the pillow. He lazily turned around and glanced at Leia by his side. Her oval face was ruddy. She did not look like she had lost too much blood, nor did she look pale like a vampire. Feeling weird, Walter touched her arm, which was lying outside the quilt. To his surprise, she was still warm. What was going on? Last night, he had performed the embrace by sucking out her blood and feeding her with his own blood as well. After that, he also slept while hugging her for 12 hours. After this process, she should have become a vampire. Why? Even if she was not a human, she should have become a vampire already. What was even weirder was that the 2 bloody holes left on her neck last night had disappeared without a trace. Her thin skin was smooth and there were no scars at all. It was impossible for her to have such miraculous healing speed. "Leia?" Walter woke her up. "How do you feel?" What did he mean? Leia was confused. "What time is it?" It's 18:45. Walter helped her to sit up and held her lower jaw. "Do you want to drink some blood?" "What? Blood? Please, spare me. You almost killed me last night." Leia was still sleepy. She brushed his ice-cold hand away and turned her back to him in disgust. "I'll sleep for a little longer. You can go do your things." Walter raised his eyebrows with dissatisfaction. This was the act of a lazy woman who didn't want to get out of bed. Hey, he was the crown prince of the vampire tribe and her fiancé. He had worked so hard to turn her into a vampire. Could she at least give him a normal response? "Leia, did you feel like you died last night? Did you feel as if you died and revived?" "Leia?" Walter felt as if he had been muttering to himself all this time. He grabbed her shoulders and gently flipped her over. He saw her breathing deeply with her eyes shut. She was sleeping soundly. "Ah, woman." He helplessly cursed as he got up and washed his face. An hour later, Leia woke up. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Then she sat up and straightened her long hair, only to see a man and a woman fumbling around on the sofa facing the bed. The man was her fiancé, Walter. He was sitting on the sofa, and a blue-eyed beauty wearing a red-laced bra was moaning coquettishly in his arms. Her voice seemed to be on the verge of pain and happiness. Her slender legs were wrapped around his waist, and her posture was extremely flirtatious. Walter looked like he was biting on the woman's chest, and her hand rummaged through his long hair, which was like golden silk, stroking him enchantingly. "What's going on?" Leia frowned. This guy had already planned to marry her, but he's still holding another woman and making out with her while Leia was asleep? Fortunately, she didn't want to marry him. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine her life in the future. "Ahem." Walter? She was calling him, but he didn't even stop. The woman also did not seem like she intended to stop. She hugged him tightly and rolled her eyes at Leia, trying to provoke her. Her moans got louder and louder. Indeed, hugging a man like Walter could greatly satisfy any woman's vanity. Whoever got him would be the true winner. Leia didn't want to fight with her. She didn't even feel jealous. Walter, you guys can have the bed. That should be more comfortable. She was very kind. Did she misunderstand something? Walter bared his fangs and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. I'm just having dessert. I don't need the bed. Do you want some? It's type O. Very sweet. No, thank you. Leia decided to keep her eyes shut. When she smelled the bloody smell, her stomach churned again. She rushed down from the bed and ran into the bathroom. Ugh! Strange, she had already aborted the fetus. Why did she still feel nauseous when she smelled blood? Walter only made the woman leave after he drank until he was full. However, the woman was unwilling to leave. She put her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply on his neck. Then she left the room reluctantly. Walter wiped the corner of his lips with a napkin and leaned against the door of the washroom to check on Leia. What's wrong with you? Vomiting so early in the morning. Is there something wrong with your stomach? Leia sat on the ground weakly. She could still taste the stomach acid in her mouth. Please get me a glass of water. He could only hand her a glass of water and help her pull up her long hair. Although her face was a little pale after she rinsed her mouth, she was still not a vampire. Leia, why didn't you become a vampire? How am I supposed to know? To be safe, Leia wanted to do another test. I want to test if the baby in my stomach is really gone. I was there yesterday during the operation. They really got rid of it. If the baby was really aborted, why did I still feel nauseous? You want to make use of me and my child for political power. Don't forget what you said before. You said that I'm Elena's daughter. If you see me as a prisoner, you could have done something during the operation. Do whatever you want. Walter didn't bother to argue. He picked up the phone and ordered Riley to arrange for a doctor to come over. He went into the wardrobe to change his clothes and was ready to go to the council hall to deal with government affairs. My dear fiancé, you do your test. I'm going to deal with government affairs. The stylist will come tomorrow and help you try out your wedding dress. Don't call me your fiancée. Leia was disgusted with that title. I don't want to try the wedding dress. You can go and kill whoever you want to kill. She didn't even care about her own life, let alone anything else. Congratulations, Princess Leia. The baby is normal. It is almost 10 weeks old. After taking abortion pills for 3 times, the doctor still told Leia, congratulations. What the hell is going on? She couldn't help but ask, are you sure everything's normal? It's normal. The doctor pointed at the image on the screen and said with a smile, look, this is the little baby. Believe me, Prince Walter's genes are definitely the best. In the vampire tribe, children are usually transformed from humans. Only the members of the royal family can reproduce and have offspring. Princess, you must be the luckiest woman in the world to marry Prince Walter. In the future, you will be the happiest queen of the vampire tribe. Oh, you should get married before your belly gets bigger, or you will not look good wearing your wedding dress. The doctor's words made Leia dizzy. She didn't care whether she would be the queen of the vampire tribe or the princess or whatever. Without saying anything more, she got out of the infirmary and entered the elevator. The doctor chased after her in shock. Princess, where are you going? Princess, shall I call His Highness Walter? After getting out of the building, Leia rushed to the center of the road wearing the patient outfit. Las Vegas was the city that never sleeps, and the cars were speeding as fast as they could. Of course, she couldn't dodge from it, which resulted in an accident. She got hit by a car, rolled over from the roof of the car, flew up, and then landed on the ground. Before she lost consciousness, she guessed that this was it. Finally, she could get rid of the scary fetus, get rid of her painful lovesick for Cyril, and get rid of this wedding that is being forced onto her. The car on the back came to a stop immediately, and the entire road fell into chaos. Riley quickly rushed over with a group of vampire doctors. Cyril, on the other hand, was parading and numbing himself with a vacation in his villa. There were many beautiful girls around him. A group of rich werewolf playboys was extravagantly swaying to the extremely loud music. They were all drunk and having the time of their lives. He was sitting on the sofa, feeling a little drunk. The same second Leia fell to the ground, he felt as if a heavy punch hit directly on his heart. Leia, damn it, what's wrong with her? Why does she have to keep getting herself injured? He felt suffocated, and his throat was full of blood. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The music stopped abruptly, and the flickering lights died down. Everyone was in a panic. When the crowd rushed over, the wine bottles, cigarette cases, high-heeled shoes, and underwear were all kicked in the air. 2 women worriedly helped him up. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Your Highness? Your Highness?" His eyes were in a trance for a moment, and he fell unconscious. "His Highness has fainted. Call the doctor." The crowd was in a state of chaos. "Should we call His Highness Ryan?" somebody asked. "His Highness Cyril's body is not well. His Highness Ryan definitely would not let this matter go easily. If he knows that a member of the royalty was being so indulgent, everyone here will suffer." A reply came quickly. "Then what should we do? Leave Cyril in the hospital and ignore him? Why don't we send him to the palace? Her Majesty won't punish us." "She can't wait for His Highness Cyril to turn unconscious," someone else suggested. "Are you out of your mind? Her Majesty can't wait for His Highness to die." The suggestion immediately got rebuked. While the group of people were arguing back and forth, Lindsay broke in. "Cyril, you're still in the mood to play here? Something happened to Leia." "High Priest?" The crowd was surprised to see him. Everyone around Cyril gave Lindsay a way through. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol, perfume, blood, smoke. Lindsay could not help covering his nose. He went up to check on Cyril's condition and shook his head helplessly. "High Priest, what's wrong with His Highness?" "It was caused by a blood connection. He will wake up in 2 hours." Lindsay looked around. "Aren't you leaving? His Highness Ryan and their housekeeper Maine will be arriving soon." The crowd immediately scattered and headed for the door. Lindsay couldn't help reminding them, "Clean up before leaving. It's like a garbage dump here." At the same time, Leia was being carried into an operating room by a few vampires. When Walter frantically rushed over from the council hall, Riley hurriedly opened the door for him. "Your Highness, Walter, I'm sorry," she said with a trembling voice. "What are you apologizing for? If you can't even look after a woman, you'd better go back to your coffin and be a corpse. Do you think that my father is being very kind to me? Stop creating gossip when you have nothing to do. Look after Leia properly, and don't let anything happen to her." Walter roared at his assistant. "Understood, sir. Yes, sir. I deserve to die. I know my mistake now." Riley immediately replied in fear. After Walter scolded her, his anger died down. He walked to the operating table and saw the group of doctors staring blankly at Leia's body. "What's wrong with you guys? Why aren't you saving her?" Walter questioned. The doctors looked at each other and thought, "Does His Highness not know about the princess' weirdness?" The attending physician said, "Your Highness, in fact, she doesn't need us to save her." Only then did Walter realize that the injury on Leia's forehead was healing itself very quickly. New skin was growing over the injuries on her arms and knees. He picked up a towel from the operating table and helped her wipe off the blood stains on her hands, but he didn't find any wounds. Even her broken bones had healed themselves. What kind of monster was this woman? Was her self-healing ability even faster than that of vampires? Seeing the gazes from the doctors, he forced himself to suppress all his doubts and asked the doctor coldly, "Weren't you with her? Why did she commit suicide?" The princess took 2 abortion pills, but the child was still there. She took it for the 3rd time as if she was crazy. She asked me to help her look at the ultrasound. The child was still very healthy. I even told her to get married sooner before her belly got big. I really put in a lot of good words to comfort her. And then, Walter was losing his patience. She must have felt angry, and she rushed to the road. It was the first time for the doctor to see such a crazy woman. "Your Highness, please don't blame me," the princess. She was angry because of the child. Stuttered. Walter was on the verge of craziness. It was obvious that the reason why Leia had such a powerful healing ability was because of that evil fetus inside her. That was Cyril's child. If she wanted to abort the child, then perform the operation, why did you let her take the pills over and over again? The facial muscles of the physicians were almost convulsing. One of them who had done the operation said, "Your Highness, please forgive us. In fact, the princess had already asked us to perform the operation twice, but it didn't work at all. That's why she tried the medicine." This time, Walter was speechless. He cursed Cyril in his heart. He picked up Leia, who was on the operating table, and walked out of the operating room angrily. "Don't let me see you again. Get lost," he shouted at the group of doctors. In his arms, she was like a weightless flower. He saw that there was a heart full of scars in her body. To a vampire, death was nothing. In the world of vampires, every day was murderous and bloody. However, for humans, for a helpless woman like Leia, death meant ending everything for her. She almost disappeared from him just like that. Walter put her in the bathtub and helped her take off the hospital clothing to wash off the blood. When his hand touched her soft chest, he trembled slightly. He forced himself not to pay too much attention to her body, but he could not control his sight. Her graceful body was as white as jade, as if it had been carved by God himself. It was warm, delicate, and robust. He still remembered how she felt in his arms last night. It was soul-stirring. He had seen too many women. Ever since he came of age, he had been holding a woman in his arms almost every day, sucking their blood. Fat, thin, tall, short, pretty, ugly. He was certain that he was already numb towards women. Moreover, when the vampire king, Austin, forced him to marry a woman from the vampire tribe, he said that he hated women. It was also because of that, when Riley saw him appear with the pregnant Leia, she joked about the fact that he was able to make a woman pregnant. In short, he couldn't have the slightest bit of affection for Leia. She was Alina's daughter. She didn't deserve his love. She was just a tool for him to gain power. She could only live under his control for the rest of her life. She should experience the pain of being tortured and bullied. While he was in a daze, the water in the bathtub was already full. Slowly, it passed Leia's neck, and she slid into the water. He watched the scene silently. When the water flowed over her nose, he did not pull her out. He just continued to quietly observe. He looked at her face, which was exactly the same as Alina's face, and thought of his own mother. That morning, his mother's cold and slender hands stroked his long and smooth hair for the last time. "Walter, you will definitely become a respected king like your father in the future." Those were her last words. As she walked towards the morning light, she turned into a speck of dust, fluttering in the air, gone forever. The faint light of dawn was not even warm, but for the vampires, it was enough to kill them. And the reason why she did that was due to the fact that his father had fallen in love with a woman named Alina. Before he met Leia, he only knew that his father brought a pendant with him wherever he went. There was a picture of his beloved woman on the pendant. He had never seen the real Alina. Later, he learned that Alina died of a car accident, but that still did not extinguish the hatred in his heart. Gulp. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Leia gushed out of the water, which sprayed some water onto Walter's face, pulling him out of his gloomy thoughts. "Ah!" She screamed and tried to cover her naked body. She jumped out of the bath in a panic and wrapped herself with the towel on the towel frame. What were you going to do?" "Nothing." He calmed down again, turned around indifferently, and walked out of the bathroom. Only then did Leia remember that she had a car accident. But why isn't she dead? She walked to the mirror and found no trace of any scar. Her wet hair stuck to her shoulder and her back. Her eyes and nose were a little red because she choked in the water a little. "Walter?" She wanted to ask him about what happened. When she walked out of the bathroom, she found that he had already left. The whole room was cold and quiet, motionless. She casually took a sky-blue multi-piece dress and put it against her body in the wardrobe, but the color made her feel hurt. Why was the dress sky blue? No, she didn't want to wear the color Cyril liked. Frustrated, she put the dress away and put on a lavender-colored dress. The sound of the door opening came from outside the wardrobe. She frowned and asked, "Who's there?" The footsteps did not sound like Walter's rep. Leah stuck her ear to the wardrobe door. The light footsteps did not sound Riley's high heels. However, other than Walter and Riley, who else could enter this room without knocking on the door? Just in case, she took a hanger and held it in her hand. No, this weapon was too weak for attacking. If the one that came in was a vampire. Remembering that Walter put a female-styled pistol for her in the cabinet, she quickly found it and held it in her hand. When door of the wardrobe was opened, Leah aimed her gun, only to find a cute and familiar head. His hair was thin and charming like a cartoon. "Leah, it's me, don't shoot!" The slightly hoarse young voice made her alerted heart suddenly soften. "Ikawa, you little wild wolf, are you seeking your own death? This building is full of vampires. I'm here to save you." He tried his best to look like a brave hero, but as much as he tried, he looked like a 12-year-old child. "How are you? Did you get hurt? Did you get your blood sucked?" "I'm fine." Leah stared at him suspiciously. "Don't you hate me? Why would you risk your life to come save me?" Compared to him, Cyril made her very disappointed. Ever since she got kidnapped by Walter, he hadn't even made a single phone call. Ikawa, who had sneaked in for a long time, didn't know that Cyril gave up on saving her after hearing about her marriage. "Let's get out of here first. Otherwise, you'll never be able to escape if Walter brings you to the underground palace." Leah was at a loss. Escape? Could she really escape? Where? Are we going? To the Lurin mansion, of course. Only Cyril can protect you now. "But Ryan, he wants to kill me." "Don't worry about it. With Cyril around, Ryan won't be able to kill you." Before Ikawa entered, he had inspected the surroundings. Walter had just gone to the council hall, and Riley was scolding the bodyguards for their negligence. The security of the entire building was in its most vulnerable state. Leah didn't have any luggage. She could ignore all the worldly possessions, but there were 3 things she had to take away. "Ikawa, my passport, the amulet Cyril gave me, and the pure silver jewelry that my mother gave me are all still with Walter," Leah said softly. Ikawa smiled and patted on the backpack on his back. "Don't worry, I've already stolen them. I stole them from the safe in his room when you had the car accident." This kid was really amazing. She didn't expect that such a weak person could be so good. Leah hugged him excitedly and kissed him on the forehead. "Wow, good boy. I really love you so much." Ikawa's young heart started beating fast. He widened his black eyes and stared at Leah's beautiful face. Indeed, Leah could always surprise him. He couldn't help giving her a big hug, squeezing his little head into her breasts, and raising the corner of his mouth sweetly. "I love you too. Leah, you're the only person who has treated me nicely. I won't let anything happen to you." In order not to arouse suspicion, the 2 of them decided to go down separately. Ikawa took the stairs while Leah took the elevator. She only put a small shawl over her dress and stuffed her passport and wallet inside her bra. Her hands were empty. Looking at the monitor screen of the elevator, everything was normal, and it didn't look like she was going out. Just like that, Leia's elevator opened to the underground garage, and Ikawa was already waiting for her there. At the moment when the elevator door opened, he said like a mafia, "The bodyguards are waiting for us at the garage entrance." On the way, they were afraid of being tracked by vampires, so they changed cars twice. Then, they took a helicopter that belonged to the Yamada family and finally arrived at the landing platform of the Lurin mansion. Unfortunately, Leia's arrival was not very welcomed. Everyone was glaring at her belly with anger and disdain, as if there were malignant tumors in her stomach. The to-be vampire princess should be torn apart and thrown out of the wolf tribe, not to mention that this vampire princess was a bitch who played with His Highness Cyril's feelings. They hated her to the core. "Hi, Annie, Maine. It's been a while. How are you?" Annie gave her a cold look. "Humph. Congratulations, vampire princess. What brings you here?" "Ikawa saved me. He was really brave." Leah was confused by the unfriendly atmosphere, but fortunately there was someone who still welcomed her. Nafinan rushed down the stairs and hugged her. "Leah, you're definitely here to pick me up for your wedding, aren't you?" "Huh?" Leah was even more confused. "I saw the photographs. When did you hook up with Walter? He's really handsome. Haha. I like his blonde hair. Did he give you a diamond ring? When will the wedding be held?" Did you send an invitation to Dad? Nafinan bombarded her sister with questions. Sis, listen to me first. Leia tried to calm her down. Even if you hate Dad, he is still our father. You can't be careless about the wedding. You have to wear a long wedding dress like a real princess. How is the baby in your belly? Ha ha ha! I'm already looking forward to my vampire nephew with fangs. You are so beautiful, and Walter is so handsome. Your baby will surely be cute. Nafinan ignored her. Leah didn't know how to react. While Nafinan tried to catch her breath, she interjected, Sis, I won't marry Walter. The child in my stomach is Cyril's. Her words were like oxygen to a bonfire, and the atmosphere immediately became high. Everyone started cheering and laughing, but the smile on Nafinan's face was frozen. Ikawa jumped onto the sofa exaggeratedly and shouted proudly, See? See? I told you Leia wasn't that kind of person. She is our goddess. She is our favorite Leia. Leia, Leia. Everyone started chanting her name. Annie rushed up to push away Nafinan, who was petrified, and hugged her happily. Leia, you're amazing. All the female servants and bodyguards rushed to hug Leia Lowell. They were afraid that this happy moment wouldn't last. His Highness Cyril was quite grumpy these days, and they had all suffered his temper on multiple occasions. They were hoping Leia would stop their suffering. Leia accepted the hugs, but her frown deepened. What was actually going on? Why was everyone in the Luran tribe in such high spirits? They were all immersed in boiling rage 1 second ago, but now? Even Aileen was hugging her. You don't have to feel weird. I'm happy for you. I accept my loss. Aileen patted Leia on her shoulders. But I have to remind you, if you become Princess of the Vampires, we will still kill you. Leia's lips curved into an awkward smile. Although the evil child in her belly brought her a lot of torture, Leia had unexpectedly gained the affection from the people. It's true what they say, there were always two sides of a matter. Leia would not keep this evil child of hers. What if she gave birth to a monster? She would bear the brunt of the humiliation, not Cyril, prince of the wolf tribe. What about Cyril? Why don't you go meet him and Ryan? His Highness Ryan has left for the palace, while His Highness Cyril, Aileen was thinking of a way to handle this difficult question. He's on a vacation in the villa, Annie answered for Aileen. Annie then turned around and signaled to everyone to mind their own business. What was with their reaction? Why was everyone looking away when she asked about Cyril? Leia looked suspiciously at Nafinan Lowell. Sister? You're such a disappointment. You chose to be a mistress here when you could have been the princess of the vampire tribe. What a disgrace. Nafinan snorted coldly as she stalked up the stairs, boiling in rage. Ikawa Yamada volunteered to look for Cyril with Leia, but was held back by Butler Maine. Master Ikawa, His Highness Ryan is already unhappy with you leaving the house. It's time for your medication, so please go rest in your room now. Ikawa was reluctant to leave, but 2 bodyguards promptly escorted him away. Please remember that I love you too. Leia sighed and scolded Maine. You shouldn't treat Ikawa like this. He's trying to save me. Master Ikawa's safety is of a higher priority than your life, Leia. You should understand that. Maine gestured for Leia to follow her. I'll take you to His Highness Cyril. Leia could sense that though everyone was happy for her to bear Cyril's child, Maine was worried. Maine, are you okay? If you want to say something, please go ahead. I'm fine. I'm just worried that something bad will happen to His Highness Cyril, Maine said. His Highness has been feeling down these past few days. He was neglecting governing affairs. If His Highness finds out that you're bearing his child, how would he react? No matter what, His Highness would never be happy with this news. He thought. Maine led Leia to Cyril's villa. The chaos in the villa was on full display through the wide windows of the maroon-colored building. Cyril was lounging leisurely on the sofa while sipping his favorite vodka. He even had girls on his arms. Leia nearly tripped at the steps at the door. Fortunately, Maine caught her by her arms in the nick of time. His Highness has always stayed here. Maine meant that scenes like the one before them were common. Leia knew very well that she and Cyril had always been from 2 different worlds. Leia did not ask for much, but even so, watching Cyril being so intimate with other women still stung her heart. Every woman dreamed of being their lover's only woman, but that was a luxury few enjoyed. Maine opened the door for Leia. She hesitated, still shaken by the decadence and chaos before her. Did she really have to confront him face to face? She really shouldn't have come here. A hot, red-haired woman danced seductively to the beat of the music. She tore off the only piece of clothing hanging on her body and threw the cloth to Cyril. It landed on his leg. Cyril's smirk curved wider, and his jade-green eyes darkened. The woman inched closer to Cyril and slid her hands across his broad chest while another woman kissed him on the cheek. Leia fought back her tears. Without another word, she turned to leave. The music screeched to a halt. "You, come over here." Cyril's dignified voice cut through the chaos. "You, Leia, come over here." He repeated the order, just like he always did. Leia bit on her lip and held her head up to stop the tears. After taking 2 deep breaths, she mustered up the courage to turn around and strolled through the crowd. Leia stood in front of him. The lilac dress that hugged Leia's figure matched very well with her cashmere shoulder shawl. It gave her a gentle and refined look, which was a huge contrast to the chaos in the room. "Aren't you going to be the princess of the vampire tribe? What are you doing here then?" Cyril did not push away the women in his arms. He just looked at Leia with disdain in his cold eyes. "Let me introduce her. My favorite snack, Leah Lowell. I believe everyone's familiar with her, right?" "Snack?" Leah was stunned, but she still managed to blurt out the news. "I'm pregnant." "You shouldn't walk around when you're pregnant. Not only did I survive, I also couldn't get rid of this evil child of yours. If it's a breakup you want, please don't leave things hanging between us." The 2 women next to Cyril backed away. Leia was obviously no ordinary person. Cyril finally spoke. "That's enough from you. You saved my life. Let the child be the reward. That's all. You may leave now." Cyril's cold words did not surprise them. Cyril was always a cold person. It was the nature of the werewolves. They were well aware of a werewolf's dangerous temperament. His Honorable Highness was beyond reproach. He was being polite just by not throwing Leia out. The loud music resumed. The sexy women threw themselves into Cyril's arms again. The young men and women of the wolf tribe continued the fun, acting as if nothing had happened. Maine held Leia, who was trembling with anger, and said, "Let me get you out of here." Leia threw off Maine's arm. She would not leave. If she could not get rid of this child, she would rather die together with its damned father. She would not stand by and watch him enjoy his life with other women on his arms. It was he who messed up her life. It was only fair that she made his miserable as well. Making up her mind, Leia clenched her teeth, picked up a bottle of vodka from the table, and rushed at Cyril. The bottle smashed against Cyril's forehead and broke into pieces of shrapnel. 2 streams of blood dripped from Cyril's light brown hair. The women in his arms screamed and fled immediately. Cyril maintained himself very well. A smirk formed on his lips. He felt no pain. Even now his wounds were starting to heal. Cyril slowly pulled out a tissue paper and wiped the blood from his forehead. Impatience was slowly showing in his eyes. "Leia, do you have a death wish?" "I saved your life, so you're mine. You played with my feelings and ruined my life. You should go to the hell and I should take back everything you took from me." Leia cried. She picked up a lighter, lit it, and threw the fire on Cyril, who was still wet with wine. Cyril's body burst into flames. Cyril sat still and glared at Leia. No matter how painful the burn was, Cyril refused to respond. He owed her no explanation. The crowd was no longer in the mood for fun. The women were busy putting on their clothes. Some of them were escaping, while others were taking photos with their mobile phones. There were also some who brought water to put out the fire on Cyril, and a few of them even called Ryan's assistant to inform him of the situation. It was complete chaos. Maine broke out in cold sweat. Turns out, the gentle, kind Leia Lowell had a crazy side. He definitely had a new impression of her now. No one had ever dared to do such things to His Highness Cyril before this. Maine decided not to intervene. He was just a butler. This was beyond his pay grade. However, having watched Cyril grow up, he could not stand to watch him suffer. He quickly brought over a large pail of water for Cyril. There wasn't a scratch on Cyril's skin, but his shirt, trousers, shoes, and the sofa had been burned to a crisp. "Not bad. This style suits me very well," Cyril laughed. "Have you had enough? Now get out." Leia stood her ground. She went to the kitchen and came out with a knife. However, she did not stab him. Instead, she pointed the knife towards herself and thrust it into her own belly. Leah gasped in excruciating pain, and so did Cyril. It wasn't just physical pain, he was suffering internally as well. Cyril rushed over and caught her in his arms before she hit the ground. Then he quickly pulled out the knife. Although Cyril looked calm on the outside, his actions revealed his anxiety. He could not bear seeing her tears, blood, or pain. Still, he would not give in. Once Leah's wounds were healed, he immediately turned his back on her. Maine called to Cyril, "Your Highness." Everything was already in chaos. Why couldn't he just give her some money and settle everything? "What exactly do you want, Leah?" "I want this child gone. As long as I can be rid of this evil child of his, I will not pester him anymore." Although the life force of a werewolf's fetus is tenacious, it shouldn't be impossible to get rid of it. Think of the car accident. Both of you should have died in the accident. Apart from the potent healing power of His Highness' pure blood, there might be other factors on your part. Maybe. Maine did not dare to continue. "What do you mean?" Leah was on the verge of breakdown. "I've already died twice. Do you want me to do it again for the third time? Maybe your parents are not human, or maybe one of them isn't." Leah suddenly recalled what Austin, the king of the vampire tribe, had said. Alina was his most beloved woman, and she disappeared 500 years ago. If Alina was her mother and she died in a car accident, then who exactly was she? If she was not human, what was she? Maine sighed. "If you really don't want to keep this child, there's a way to end his life. When the child is born, kill him." Leah went silent. If the child was already born, who would still be able to do it? "Why are you doing this to me, Cyril?" Why? Leah had no tears left to cry. She sat on the ground helplessly. "Leah, His Highness cannot violate the rules of the wolf tribe. Otherwise, both of you will have to die. In fact, you should understand him." Having said that, Maine left the key to the house on the table. "This house is safe. The vampires won't find you here. You may stay here for the time being. After His Highness has thought this through, he will talk to you." The vampire tribe were searching for Leah Lowell. However, they still refused to cross into wolf territory and mess with the wolf tribe. Through proper diplomatic means, Walter Jones negotiated with Teresa Lurin and Ryan for Leah Lowell. Although both Teresa and Ryan wanted to get rid of Leah, Cyril would not let them do it. For 2 days in a row, Cyril sat in the car on the side of the road of the villa and watched Leah from a distance. She ate nothing and did not even move an inch. She just lay on the carpet. Although her heart was still beating, she was already dead on the inside. After his 10th cigar, Cyril reluctantly got out of the car. He went into the house and cleaned up the mess quickly. He held her in his arms and laid her down on the bed. After settling Leah down, Cyril took off his coat and walked into the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Cyril opened the refrigerator to look for some ingredients: beef, chicken, eggs, bread, vegetables, fish. Unfortunately, he was not a good cook. He had to call Lurin Mansion for help. "Annie, do you know how to make braised fish? What fish will be better for a pregnant woman?" Cyril found some shrimps and pasta and some other spices in the cabinet. "I have to make shrimp pasta as well. What should I do?" Annie was overseeing the guest rooms being renovated into a child's bedroom. She couldn't help but be curious at his question. "Your Highness, are you going to cook?" The maids overheard the conversation. They stopped what they were doing and turned to Annie in surprise. Then they broke out in excited chatter. It seems that His Highness Cyril had become a family man. Cyril left Annie's question hanging. Annie smiled wickedly and said, "Your Highness, are you going to cook for Leah? How sweet of you." Cyril awkwardly swiped his hands over his face and coughed. He then muttered, I'm here alone. I'm a little hungry, so I was thinking of making myself something to eat." What an obvious excuse. "If I'm not mistaken, Your Highness doesn't like braised fish and shrimp pasta. You like steak. Let me tell you how to make a steak." "Annie, are you disobeying my orders?" Cyril became acutely aware that Leah's people had always made things difficult for him. Nope, I dare not disobey." Annie laughed. "I've already asked the nutritionist to prepare a cookbook for Leah. If you're hungry, you can also try the cookbook for yourself. Another useless word from you, and you're fired." I'll send it to you right away. Please pay attention to the details. Cyril looked at the long email and smiled. It seemed that someone cared more about Leia than he did. She even prepared Leia's schedule and all of her meals in detail. Cyril made 2 dishes according to the instructions in the cookbook. Other than that, he made a bowl of shrimp pasta and some fish soup. After 2 hours, Cyril brought all the food upstairs. There was no common sense in women who had lost their mind. Leia still did not move an inch. She kept her eyes closed, waiting for death, waiting for him to be angry, waiting for the evil child in her belly to die. Most importantly, she was waiting for God to give her an explanation. Cyril helped Leia up gently and put a cushion on her back. First, he slowly fed her some fish soup to warm up her stomach. The fish soup was so warm and delicious that she couldn't help but open her eyes. Leia saw Cyril in an apron, his light brown hair hanging carelessly over his forehead and his sleeves rolled up. He looked like a sweet family man at that moment. He blew on a spoonful of soup before feeding it to her. Leia opened her mouth and drank the soup. A drop streamed down the corner of her mouth. He came near and kissed it off her face. Not bad at all. He could not help but take a sip of the soup himself. Then he simply fed her mouth to mouth. Leia felt a sharp pain, and however, Leia could never forget that Cyril never looked forward to the birth of this child. Neither did she want to witness Cyril marry a pure-blood woman from the Wolf tribe after their child was born. It's true that Leia Lowell was not determined enough. The more she loved Cyril, the more reluctant she was to leave him. Cyril's love and concern had her intoxicated. She adored everything about him, his smile and even his cruelty and viciousness. She could not bear to watch Cyril being intimate with another woman, much less marry another woman. Leia could not imagine her situation by that time. Would she still be hidden in this villa? What would happen to the child in her womb? On the 4th day, Cyril woke up at 6 a.m. sharp. When he realized that the woman beside him was gone, he stopped breathing for a second. Leia? Cyril could not sense any movement. Cyril got out of bed to find the room deadly silent. A life without Leia had always been deadly silent. No number of people would be enough to fill this void in his life. After looking through all the rooms, Cyril could not stop blaming himself for being too passionate last night that he did not even realize Leia had left. How could she leave at a time like this? Ryan and Teresa were looking for her. So were the vampires. Even if car accidents and ordinary weapons could not harm her, a little silver would be enough to end her life. Cyril grabbed his phone in a hurry. Nafinon, did Leia call you? Nafinon Lowell snarled angrily. I don't have such a stubborn sister. Who gives up being queen of the vampire tribe? You're a bastard, Cyril, playing with her feelings and even getting her pregnant. You're a grown-up. Don't you know how to use contraception? Be a man. How could he have impregnated Leia if he was not a man? Cyril shook his head and laughed. Before hanging up, Cyril reminded himself to check if Leia had been caught by Ryan. Nafinon was still not done with her angry rant. Hello. The guy actually hung up on me. Doesn't he know that he should please his future sister-in-law? You are a father to a child now. Act like one. After standing in front of the familiar mansion for about half an hour, Leia raised her hand hesitantly. Before Leia could knock, the door opened. She was greeted by Henry, with his long black hair and gentle temperament. He smiled gently at her. Your legs are numb, aren't they? Do you want me to get a chair for you? Leia smiled apologetically. Henry, I don't want to bring any trouble to you, but I don't think I can trust anyone else right now. Initially, Leia had wanted to call Lindsay Laura for help, but he was always with Teresa Lurin. If something went wrong, Leia would put him in danger. Moreover, since Lindsay was very close to Walter Jones, Walter would definitely keep an eye on him. Leia had caused enough trouble for Lindsay. Leia had also thought of finding her father in her home country. However, she was afraid that she would be easily exposed to the werewolves and vampires. Apart from her father, only Madame Joan knew about Alina. Leia wanted to make sense of her own identity. What was she exactly? Why did all these strange things happen when she bore Cyril's child? Henry invited Leia into the living room and asked the maid to bring her a cup of hot tea. He looked at her clothes and could not help but tease her. If I'm not mistaken, the clothes you're wearing now belongs to His Highness Cyril, am I right? Leia blushed at Henry's comment. Her fingers grabbed the corners of the large plaid shirt awkwardly. Cyril's shirt was like a mini dress for her, so she fashioned a pair of shorts out of his jeans before leaving. I was living in the villa, and I didn't have any clothes, so. The dress she wore when she came back from the vampire tribe was pierced when she tried to commit suicide, and it was also stained with blood. If she wore it now, it would only attract unwanted attention. Henry explained in a hurry, I don't mean to tease you. You look good in anything. It's a nice match, actually. Let me know, is there anything I can help you with? Is Madame Joan here? The vampire tribe had allocated most of the police force to look for you. This morning, Walter sent someone here and requested a thorough search of our company. They're still discussing it now. It seems like I shouldn't stay here for long. No, it will be best if you could stay. Walter will not suspect that you're here. Henry was afraid that Leia would really leave, so he hurriedly sat down beside her. I heard that you're pregnant, Leia. Yes, it's very unusual. The situation turned awkward with the mention of her pregnancy. The maid sensed the growing tension and left quietly. Leia cut straight to the point. Henry, you're quite familiar with my mother, Alina? Do you know who she really is? Henry frowned and hesitated for a moment. There was no response to Leia's question. It seems that you know the real story. Leia had no choice but to tell him the truth. After I conceived this child, strange things started to happen to my body. I couldn't even get rid of it. If you can tell me about my true identity, it would definitely be a great help to me. Henry's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally spoke. Alina is an immortal, a kind-hearted one. She can recover instantly from any injury. The only difference between Alina and the other vampires and werewolves is that Alina does not have any fangs, and she does not consume blood. Alina used to live with the king of the vampire tribe for some time. After the queen of the vampire tribe committed suicide and passed away, Alina disappeared as well. It suddenly dawned on Leia that the real reason Walter wanted to turn her into a vampire was to make her stay by his side as a prisoner. True enough, karma always came around. Alina made Walter lose his mother, and now Walter was venting his anger on Alina's daughter. The memory of Walter's fangs on her neck still made her shudder. Henry continued, Alina was very close to my mother. When Alina went missing, my mother was worried about her, so she kept looking. Later, when my mother found Alina, she was already with your father. They were living a happy life. By then, your elder sister was already a year old. Our families kept in contact after that. Later, they had another baby, you. Then, the accident happened. Leia suddenly had some doubts, but she did not share them with Henry. Henry, do you think that the accident had something to do with Madame Joan and my father? Henry Finley had anticipated this question, but he did not expect that she would ask him so directly. I don't think we should discuss about our parents. Henry gently smiled and patted Leia Lowell on the shoulder. There is no right or wrong in the matter of love. They had lived a long life. It was inevitable for them to feel lonely. Furthermore, your father is a handsome man. Women are attracted to men like him. Just like us, will you believe me if I said that I've never liked you? Henry's intention was too obvious to be ignored, but something else caught Leia's attention. They had lived a long life? Is my father like my mother? Henry realized he had revealed more than he intended. Forcing a smile, Henry answered, I can't confirm whether Nicholas and Alina were alike, but if they were not, it is unlikely that they could have conceived Naphanon. A second child would be near impossible. Your birth would suggest that they were indeed alike and that they were very much in love. This was not mere speculation. It felt true. Her mother certainly loved her father, but Leia remained unsure if her feelings were reciprocated. But why are my sister and I human then? It might be due to some kind of seal, maybe a hidden trait that can be triggered under certain circumstances. Think about it. Your body started changing after you bore Cyril's child. It would seem there's still no hope in getting rid of this child. Leia muttered softly. Leia, although the child is a burden, he is still an innocent life. Trust me, your child will grow up beautifully. Henry held her hands. Let me turn you into a werewolf. We can get married and raise the child together." Leah was startled. She suddenly remembered the note that Lindsay Laura left her on the road before she fled to Las Vegas. There was only one sentence: "Don't get engaged to a werewolf, or you will be turned into a werewolf as well." Could it be that the person Lindsay was referring to was Henry? Lindsay's note had appeared nearly a month earlier. Did he predict Henry's offer? How did he know? Had Henry mentioned something like that to Lindsay? It was impossible. Henry and Lindsay were not that close. Madame Joan disapproved of Henry and Leah getting together. There had to be someone nudging Henry forward, someone who could encourage him, someone with the power to grant him permission to marry outside the tribe, someone like Queen Teresa Lurin. Leah could not be sure of her future after leaving, but she knew that she could never stay with Henry. She pulled her hands out of Henry's grip and avoided his affectionate gaze. "I need to leave now. Thank you for telling me the truth." Henry was hurt by her reaction. "Leah, if my feelings make you uncomfortable, I'm really sorry, but you have to know that I'm sincere." "I'm the one who should apologize," Leah cried. "You deserve someone better. Leah, Cyril will never make you happy, and Walter Jones only wants to torture you. There is no one else but me who could bring you love and happiness. We're destined to be together." Henry's voice was noticeably agitated. Right as her hand touched the door handle, Henry hugged her from behind. "Leah, although you had only seen my true form a few times, we have known each other for a very long time. Every time Cyril took you away from me, I died a little inside. Neverd, I'm sorry that I could not protect you. Please, stay with me. I don't want to lose you again." Leah held Henry by his wrists and pushed his arms away from her. "Henry, I don't want to get you involved. You will not be happy with me." Leah opened the door, only to find a pack of werewolves in black suits. They had been standing by, awaiting for their orders. Wakashi Yamada got down from a car on the pathway. "Congratulations, Leah, for your pregnancy, and also for the countdown of your life. I've ordered people to keep an eye on Madame Jones' house for the past 6 days, and guess what? I'm not disappointed." "Take her," she ordered. 2 werewolves with fierce faces came up to Leah. Henry quickly stood in front of Leah and pressed the security button on the door. He stretched out his legs and sent the 2 werewolves flying with swift kicks. Henry pulled Leah back into the mansion. Looking through the wide glass window, all of the werewolves that tried to break into the mansion were cut into pieces by the infrared laser security system. The blood and corpses was like a nightmare to Leah. Unlike her usual calm self, Wakashi was furious when she saw the situation. "Henry, should you continue protecting Leah, you will be guilty of opposing both the Queen and I. You better think this through again. Madame Jones' life is still in the hands of the Queen." Sitting on the sofa, Leah sighed helplessly. "Henry, I'm not worth of any of this. Madame Jones' safety should be your priority. My mother owed you. If she hadn't used you to get closer to Cyril, none of this would have happened." Henry sensed her worry and comforted her. "Don't worry, my mother has Charlie and Baxter by her side. They're quite good, she will be fine." Just then, the glass window exploded. Wakashi had ordered her men to use grenades. There were bursts of fire here and there, and the wall shook vigorously. Leah was afraid that Wakashi would do something even more drastic. "Henry, why don't we call Cyril? Do you think that I can't protect you?" Jealousy and anger clouded Henry's thoughts. "Leah, if my mother hadn't made me show my true form every time I saw you, we should be married by now. We are destined to be together. I can protect you myself. We don't need Cyril." "I'm sorry. The one and only man that I love is Cyril. I will have no other." Cyril Loren had just reached the back of Joan Quinn's mansion when he heard Leah Lowell's words. "I'm sorry. The one and only man I love is Cyril." Her soft voice was like silk tangled around his neck, forcing the breath out of him. Cyril felt the tension welling up inside of him. He stopped moving forward. Cyril was not happy to hear her say that. He was not the one she should love. Not someone like him. He did not deserve her love. Henry Finlay gripped Leah's shoulders tightly. As Duke of the Wolf tribe, Cyril will inherit the throne as king after Ryan's death. But to do that, he must first marry a woman from the Wolf tribe to be his queen, he shouted angrily. "Leah, think it through again. I will live a long life. As long as he's not married, he's mine. If he marries another woman in the future, I will send him all my wishes and leave, far away from him. I still have my child. You want to raise this child alone? Initially, Leah wanted to kill the child and get rid of him. However, after these few days, Cyril proved that loving him was the right choice to make. Keeping the child was not a bad option after all. Whether the child ended up being a werewolf or a human, at least she could have someone by her side in the future. I should cherish this child and my love for Cyril. I will have no regrets then. Henry broke down. The sound of the phone ringing put an abrupt end to the silence in the room. Henry had no intentions of picking up the call, so Leah did. Leah, it's me. Turn off the security system. Leah felt a flood of relief. Deep down in her heart, she knew that Cyril would come for her. But Wakashi Yamada is still there. It's okay, turn it off. Leah stole a glance at Henry before switching the system off. Just as Wakashi's men rushed forward, quick as lightning, Cyril appeared in front of her, blocking their path to Leah, light glinting off his blade. In a flash, he decapitated 2 of the werewolves, spilling blood on the stairs. Cyril held Leah in his arms, hiding the scene from her. Wakashi was startled by the chaos and backed away a few steps in fear. It was already too late when she wanted to get into her car. Wakashi, you're leaving just like that? Cyril walked over with Leah in his arms. Do you mind if I borrow your car? Of course I don't mind. Wakashi forced a smile on her pale face. Her palms were sweaty. When Cyril got into the car, she felt something was wrong. Wasn't Cyril letting her go too easily? Without hesitation, Cyril drove Leah away in her car. Wakashi heaved a sigh of relief. Anger immediately replaced relief. Take Henry away. Before the other men could rush in, Lindsay Laura appeared with the royal police of the wolf tribe. Wakashi, as a royal, you have killed your own kind. The evidence is solid. As the high priest of the wolves, I have the authority to have you imprisoned on behalf of His Majesty and the wolf tribe. Lindsay waved his hands, and the police surrounded Wakashi. Lindsay, how dare you touch me? Lindsay called to Henry. Master Henry, please come to the police station with us. All right. When Henry closed the door, the police had started to clean up the crime scene. Although most of the dead bodies were from Wakashi's side, it was obvious that Henry did it out of self-defense. Wakashi, whose hands were cuffed with a silver handcuff, shouted furiously, Let me call Ryan and the Queen. We will announce your trial to the public soon. His Highness Cyril has already made a call to His Highness Ryan and the Queen, Lindsay said coldly. I'm here on the Queen's order. The reporters have crowded Imperial Wolf Palace, and the Queen had no choice but to sacrifice you for her own sake. It suddenly dawned on Wakashi that Cyril did not let her go. All this was of his making. There was always someone better than you. Although Cyril had stayed with Leah in the villa for the past few days, he had always been alert. When they sent people over to keep an eye on him and Leah, Cyril did the same thing. He sent people over to watch Ryan, Wakashi, Teresa Lurin, and Walter Jones. Leah belonged to him. Only he had the right to scold her, kill her, care for her, and love her. Anyone else who had those intentions had to bear the cost. In the car, Leah hesitantly said, Thank you for saving me. I'm not saving you, I'm saving the child. Cyril tried to clarify, I actually don't hate mixed species like Ikawa Yamada. They're quite cute. Just give birth to the child. Leah could not help but feel curious. Can you feel if he's a human or a werewolf? He's mine. Of course he's a werewolf, with a strong will to live, just like me. Is it a male or a female? Cyril laughed. How could you describe your child like that? A werewolf is also a human. You should be asking whether it's a boy or a girl. Just answer me. There was so much nonsense from him. I won't tell you. If she was that curious, he would not tell her. Leah put her palms on her stomach. Through the soft plaid shirt she was wearing, she could still feel its warmth. The wind swayed through her hair, and her heart felt as free as her hair. Cyril circled an arm around her, keeping the other on the wheel. The smooth road and the warm sunshine was so soothing, but no one could predict the challenges awaiting them in the future. Cyril still felt bad. Why did Leah go to Henry? Even if she wanted to leave, she should have at least informed Naphanon. Cyril was worried to death. I'm curious about something. Is it about the mysterious lady, Helena? Cyril knew what Leia was thinking. It's funny, don't you think? I'm her daughter, but I don't even know much about her. When your mother left you, you were still young. Even if you did know something, it will only burden you. However, you didn't really have to go to Henry, even if you wanted to know more about Alina. If she wanted to ask Henry about Alina, a phone call would suffice. Don't see Henry in the future, Cyril told her. Cyril, are you jealous? No. Was he still denying it? Leia found a comfortable spot on Cyril's shoulder and snuggled up to him, her smile a little wicked. Henry is a sweet guy. He proposed to me and even promised that he would raise my child together. It's hard to find such a sweet guy now. Cyril frowned. Then a sneer formed on his face. Sweet? He was greedy, stealing another man's wife and child. Was that considered nice? Cyril, you don't look so good. The way you sneer is not attractive at all. Why did the women in the wolf tribe fall for you? Cyril stole a glance at himself in the rearview mirror. He thought he was quite good-looking. When he was not smiling, he looked cool, and if he smiled, he always looked handsome, no matter what. Leia caught his flustered gaze. Someone is looking at the mirror, huh? Just admit that you're jealous. It's really not that embarrassing, she teased. It was a shame to be jealous. Leia wrapped her arms around Cyril's neck and kissed him on his cheek. Well, show me a good smile. Then I promise you that I won't see him again in the future. Cyril could not help but smile. His gaze was crystal clear. Even the sunshine could not compare to it. When Leia returned to the Lurin mansion, the servants, bodyguards, housekeeper Maine, and director Annie, everyone was relieved. After Wakashi Yamada was arrested, Ryan did not dare to take any further actions against Leia. Cyril's call once again pushed the royal family into the limelight. In times like this, Cyril was a valuable asset to Ryan, so there was no benefit in antagonizing him. In addition, Nafinan Lowell, In was quiet at night. Nafinan stopped coming to his room ever since Leia returned. That was 3 days ago. Ryan tossed and turned in his bed, unable to fall asleep. Cyril and Leia were making obscene noises downstairs, which only contributed to his trouble sleeping. Ryan tried to ignore them. He took a deep breath and another deep breath. Finally, he decided to take a cold shower to clear his head. Lying on his bed again, Ryan put a pillow over his head, but it failed to block out Leia's voice. It was like the soft and melodious chirping of a lovely bird, ethereal and intoxicating at the same time. He recalled his time with Nafinan. They made love on the bed, on the sofa, and in the study room. This whole place was filled with memories of her. Ryan thought that if he stopped thinking about it, he could seal the memories away and move on, but he was wrong. Ever since Ryan was forced to make love to Nafinan, they synced perfectly. During the day, they pretended to be strangers. When they met during meals, they would still get into arguments. At night, however, Nafinan would still show up at his bedroom and Ryan would welcome her. When they slept together, there was no sweet talk. Sometimes they got into arguments, and sometimes they kissed unscrupulously. After the intense entanglement, Ryan would hold her in his arms until they drifted off to sleep. After becoming accustomed to all the love and affection, it felt like being thrown into a cave of ice when he returned to being alone. The torment, the loneliness, and the suffering had made him feel very lost. Not only lost, but like everything had been snatched away from him. Ryan even began to miss the affection in Nafinan's eyes when she held his face. He missed the faint fragrance of her perfume, that mixture of lavender and roses. Although Nafinan was cold and arrogant, she was also looking for true love. Ryan always knew this, but she never shared with him the most intimate parts of her life. Nafinan had never exposed her weakness to him. It was like they had an unspoken agreement, no strings attached. Ryan's head hurt. He was so dizzy, the ceiling seemed to be shaking. Perhaps he should take a sleeping pill. At 2 a.m, when his headache was about to explode, Ryan finally jumped out of bed. When he came out of his room, he saw Nafinan in a red nightdress, a bottle of wine in her hand, walking to the guest room. What was wrong with this dumb woman? She would not even look him in the eye during the day, but now she was ignoring him at night too? She did a fine job separating love and sex. Ryan could not help but call to her, "Hey, Nafinan?" "What's wrong?" Nafanen turned around coldly, but she faced the door and not at him. Ryan was only wearing a pair of boxers which looked really obscene. She was also afraid that Ryan would suddenly come over because there was another man in her room now. My head hurts a little. Do you have any pills? Yes, she entered the room and found some pills at the side table. The man on the bed couldn't help but ask, Baby, can we start now? What are you looking for? When Ryan heard the voice, he rushed, boiling in anger. After turning on the lights, Ryan saw everything. The newly recruited security director, Pete, was lying on the bed. Under the thin quilt, Pete was obviously naked and his clothes were scattered messily on the bed. What's going on? Is the wine for him? Ryan turned to Nafanen, making no attempt to hide the rage in his tone. Are you cheating on me after all the time we spent together? Cheating? We only had a sexual relationship, not marriage. Pete was shocked. Nafanen was with His Highness? What was going on? They had never gotten along. Pete jumped out of bed awkwardly. Your Highness, I didn't know that. Please do not misunderstand. This is the first time I've done it, and we haven't started yet. Pete was picking up his clothes from the ground at a total loss when Ryan suddenly smacked him hard on his back. He held on to the wall to steady himself at the last second. Remember to hand in your resignation letter tomorrow. Ryan glared at him coldly. Nafinan, don't you think that you owe me an explanation? This woman had cheated on him. How dare you? Sleeping with me and another guy at the same time? So, do you think I only sleep with you? I'm a decent woman. I do whatever I want. Your Highness, mind your own business, please. You're my woman now. Although Ryan did not want to say it out loud, it was a fact indeed. Nafinan was stunned. What did he just say? Did he just say that she belonged to him? Did he expect her to be grateful? If she was really his woman and if he really loved her, she would pass out right now. I'm sorry, but I belong to no one. I'm single and pretty. Spending the night alone is a great loss for me. Also, I do not want my sister to know that I'm with the guy who threatened her life. Such nonsense. Ryan was speechless. Even if she wanted to hide their relationship from Leia, she didn't need to sleep with another guy. Ryan calmed down and said, I won't kill Leia. You don't have to do this. Gloomy, Nafinan noticed a flicker of affection in Ryan's eyes. Startled by the unfamiliar emotion, she shrugged and nodded with her lips pursed. Thank you, Your Highness. Silence suddenly overtook the room, but the awkwardness between them was slowly dissipating. Nafinan pretended to ignore Ryan and threw him a bottle of pills. Don't have too much it. One is enough. She lay down on the bed and got ready to sleep. Close the door when you leave. Thank you. This again? He was already here, and he had decided to spare Leia. Where was her affectionate gratitude? She had always craved his body, didn't she? Now that it was on full display, well, he did not mind taking the initiative for once. Closing the door, Ryan came over and lay down beside her. The bed sank from his weight. Nafanen rolled over and sat up awkwardly. Hey, what are you still doing here? She had decided to draw a clear line with Ryan. If Leia knew that she had something to do with Ryan, she would probably cut ties with her. Sleeping, what else can we do? Asked Ryan innocently. Nafinan pulled away the quilt from Ryan. This is my bed. My sister is very sensitive. If she smells something fishy, it will be the death of me. All the furniture in this house belongs to me. I can sleep wherever I like. Ryan hugged Nafinan forcefully. Leia's so kind-hearted. She won't kill anyone, let alone you. Even if Leia did, Ryan would protect her. What did Nafinan have to be afraid of? Ryan rolled over on Nafinan and kissed her on her lips. They say that good times don't last long. There were still a few hours before dawn. If Ryan held back now, it would be too late. However, Ryan suddenly went still. Hello? Hello? Ryan? Nafinan pushed him inquisitively, but he just tilted to one side. Ryan, don't pretend to be dead. Ryan, could it be that the curse had been triggered? Nafinan was at a loss. She really did not know whether to feel happy that he had fell in love with her or to pity him for having this damned curse. Ryan, you're making me worried. After all that had already happened between them, she did not want to become a widow. Nafinan quickly grabbed the phone and called Maine. Something's wrong. Ryan's condition got a relapse. Call the doctor. A few minutes later, Cyril, Leia, and 2 doctors from the wolf tribe gathered in Nafinan's room. Leah's gaze pierced Naphanan like a cold arrow, making her uneasy. The three of them sat down. Leah turned to Naphanan. You were angry at me for not marrying Walter Jones and becoming vampire queen, and yet someone was shamelessly sleeping with the enemy. Cyril spurted his coffee. Leah really was angry. She even used the word someone instead of sister. Naphanan would just have to take the heat for being shameless. Cyril could not help but say something. Leah, my brother, is actually not that bad. Have you forgotten? He once wanted to kill both of us. He threatened and framed me, even hunted me down. Leah could not forgive such a sinful man. Naphanan said guiltily. Leah really wanted to hit her on her head. Pfft. Cyril spurted another mouthful of coffee. Cyril suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Leah raised an eyebrow and regarded Cyril coldly. It was such a pity to have a brother like Cyril. In fact, Naphanan was in a worse situation than her sister. Ryan was destined to be the king of the wolf tribe and had a marriage agreement with Wakashi Yamada. Although Wakashi was imprisoned, that still did not mean that Naphanan could marry him. In a brief moment, Leah had already analyzed the situation thoroughly. Her sister was stubborn, strong, and harbored ambitions of becoming queen. If she could not get what she wanted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sister, it's been a long time since Ryan fell unconscious. It seems that you've slept with him quite a few times? Leah guessed that Ryan developed feelings for Naphanan due to their physical compatibility, which further confirmed that men were animals who used their lower parts more than their upper parts. Naphanan felt even more ashamed because Leah was right. When Leah called her sister, she was even more embarrassed with herself. Cyril laughed and said, Leah, when you ran away, your precious sister was secretly dating Ryan. They pretended to be deadly enemies during the day and secretly made love at night. Was it good? Secretly? Naphanan did not like how it sounded. Cyril, you spurted coffee on my table. Twice. If we were really dating secretly, how would you know? We're dating openly. Still not owning up? This sister of hers was really thick-skinned. Leah sneered. This is your so-called sisterly affection? You sent Wakashi Yamada to rescue me from the enemy, but you were sleeping with the enemy at the same time? Now he has fallen in love with you and is on the verge of death. I'm waiting to see how you'll clean up this mess. Leah slammed the door and left. She was too lazy to care about Ryan. It was better if Ryan remained unconscious. She would rather not meet someone who would make her go through pain and torture. Cyril took some tissues and wiped the coffee off the table. He then smiled at Naphanan and said, Take good care of my brother. I'll take care of Leah. That's more like it. Naphanan couldn't help but agree. Cyril, my sister is pregnant now. Don't make her angry. Although I hope that she can be the queen of the vampire tribe, I actually have more confidence in you. I believe that you are sincere about Leah. Also, I don't think Leah will enjoy sleeping in a coffin. Cyril's expression was complicated. Was his sincerity so obvious? I have never made any promises to Leah. He had always obeyed the rules of the wolf tribe. Early in the morning, Leah sent Cyril off at the door of the garage after fixing his tie. Leah used to think Cyril only looked good in black and blue suits, but to her astonishment, this white and navy blue striped shirts looked even better on him. Leah stared into his green eyes and felt the power seeping out of her body. Ryan had been unconscious for a month, and Cyril had to pick up the slack. Leah's belly grew bigger, but Cyril showed no signs of excitement. Instead, he grew even more sullen as the days passed. He even stopped making jokes. Be careful on the road. Don't tire yourself too much. Likewise, Cyril kissed her on the forehead and got into the car. If anyone comes to see you, ask Annie to get rid of them. Cyril, what's wrong? He didn't like the way she hesitated. Don't think too much. You seem to hate my growing belly. Leah couldn't help but touch her belly. Did I grow fatter and uglier recently? It was true that Leah was not as beautiful as she used to be, but she was growing more attractive to Cyril. She was always surrounded by something peaceful, something intoxicatingly sweet. Cyril was always aroused, but he was afraid that he would hurt their child. Holding back was a really painful thing to do. Cyril was worried that he would say something wrong, so he kept quiet about it. When he failed to respond, Leia took a step back and motioned for the driver to start the car. She watched the car drive out of the mansion. Leia could not stop the sadness in her heart from spreading. Leia had tried her best to be a beautiful mother. She learned to be calm and soft in all her actions. To keep the child healthy, she consumed all kinds of supplements. However, pregnancy eventually took its toll on her. Now, her hands and legs were always puffy and numb. Even her cheeks were quite puffy these days. Ikawa Yamada jumped down from the balcony and held her hand with concern. "Leia, you seem to be unhappy. I'll accompany you to the garden." "Ikawa, you're probably unhappy too. I heard from the maids that Wakashi has been sentenced to death." Leia wondered if it was Cyril's idea to have Wakashi killed. He was always cruel. He never spared any of his enemies. Wakashi deserved it, but if she died, Ikawa would have no one else. He was still so young for him to be imprisoned by Ryan. He still had a long life to live. Sitting on the bench in the garden, Leia wrapped her arms around Ikawa and patted his shoulder. "If you want to visit Wakashi in prison, I'll go with you. I know that you miss her." Ikawa really wanted to go to the prison, but housekeeper Maine had people keeping an eye on him all day long. However, if he had the company of Leia, he would have more freedom. "Leia, but she wants to kill you." "Don't worry, I have things to tell Wakashi, and I can save her." "Are you sure you can save her?" Leia took his little hands and pressed it on her belly. "Did you just forget that I have a little helper here? This little fellow will make Cyril soft." The corner of Ikawa's mouth twitched, and he did not disagree with her. "Cyril hates being threatened. Leia, it's too dangerous. He's been very busy recently, and his temper is quite bad. Many assistants have been complaining to the housekeeper. If he doesn't agree, I'll marry Walter Jones. I won't let you lose your loved one," said Leia half-jokingly. Moreover, only Wakashi could help Nafinan and Ryan now. She did not want Nafinan to become a widow, and she hated to see her sad as well. Even if there was an old feud between her and Ryan, she had to ignore it for Nafinan's sake. Moreover, Cyril was also stuck between them, so she could not dwell on her old feud too much. "Leia, how should I thank you?" "You can thank me after it's done. Don't forget that you also risked your life to save me." "What are you going to say to Wakashi?" "She loves Cyril. She wants to get between the brothers and to kill you. What could you possibly have to say to her?" The difference between human beings and werewolves is that humans don't solve problems through killing. It was unusually quiet in the Grand Palace. Echoes sounded with every step. The statues of werewolves carved into the huge pillars stood eerily, and the golden chairs on each side of the red carpet were lined up like soldiers, static and cold. Dressed in a blue gown, Teresa Lurin sat on the throne as queen. She fixed her gaze on Leia Lowell and Ikawa Yamada, cold but quiet. Lindsay Laura sat on the left of the throne as the high priest. Clenching his fists tightly, Lindsay cursed in his heart. "Damn! What is wrong with this pregnant woman? Why is she here instead of at the Lurin mansion?" "Leia Lowell, Cyril doesn't know that you came to see me, does he?" Teresa raised her eyebrows coldly. "Do you have a death wish?" Teresa wanted to tear Leia apart and swallow the little bitch in her belly. "For the queen of the wolf tribe? You're really bad at entertaining your guests. No wonder the officials of the wolf tribe are disappointed in you." Leia took Ikawa's hand and sat on the chair before the stairs. "I thought your majesty would respect Cyril for his status and influence, but it seems that he's not that important to you." Holding back her anger, Teresa tried her best to maintain her calm facade. However, she never realized both of Cyril and Leia could spark anger in her so easily. "Is Ryan getting better?" "My sister is taking care of him. He's fine." Leia cut straight to the point. "I don't want to put any blame on your majesty. However, as an aunt, I don't think you should stop your niece and nephew from seeing each other. After all, Ikawa is your brother's own flesh and blood. Since I helped him to recuperate, he's no different from any royal werewolves now." Teresa took a closer look at Ikawa and found that he was indeed quite different from before. "I underestimated you, Leia. You are indeed a great hero to the wolf tribe and a great benefactor to Ikawa." Teresa glanced at Lindsay thoughtfully. "I'll send someone to take you and Ikawa to the prison to see Wakashi." "Thank you, your majesty." Leia couldn't help adding a suggestion. In fact, your majesty is already a natural beauty. If your majesty styled your hair a little further down and slanted it, your majesty will definitely look gorgeous. Humph, it seems like I should not only hire you to be my personal physician, but also my personal stylist. If that's the case, I hope that we will have a good time working together, Leia smiled. She then led Ikawa and Lindsay out of the main hall. Ikawa followed her. He took Leia's hand. Leia, you're so cool. I've never seen anyone who dares to comment on the Queen's dress. The way you talked to Her Majesty just now is more like the Queen than the Queen herself. No, it should be the Queen's mother. I heard that there's a super cool Empress Dowager Cixi in the human world. Am I right? He gushed admiringly. You know about Empress Dowager Cixi? Ikawa smiled proudly and said, Ever since I met you, I've been studying about human history seriously. A child worth teaching. Let me test you. Bring it on. Which country is Alexander the Great from? Alexander the Great, failed on the first question. That was so embarrassing. Looking at his name, he's not from Korea, is he? Leia forced out a smile and said, Haha, it seems that you should continue to work hard. Ouch. Let's try another one. The two of them were talking and laughing as they were escorted into the jail of the palace by a guard. The prison was cold, and the cement floor was shining clean. The light in the prison was too dim to see properly. Suddenly, the clanking of chains sounded from the darkness of the prison cell. A long howl of a wolf was heard from the depths of the cell, and the cell door had been damaged. In the dim light, Wakashi Yamada's hair was disheveled, and the green eyes in her pale face were filled with hatred and greed. Leah Lowell, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. She then turned to Ikawa and screamed, You bastard, I gave you all my love, but you betrayed the Yamada family. You are a traitor. Her elegance was long gone. Wakashi was now just a trapped beast. Ikawa wanted to explain, but Leia put her hand on his shoulder. If you have a death wish, you can continue to curse at me. Cyril could still hear you. Once he notices your arrogance, he will definitely rush over and tear you into pieces. Wakashi calmed down immediately. Although she was already sentenced to death, she still wanted to cherish her remaining days. What do you want? Are you here to provoke me? To laugh at me? Neither. I'm here to make a deal with you. Leia turned to the guard and said, Handsome, are you going to make a pregnant woman stand and talk? Wakashi sneered coldly. So much nonsense. Just spit out whatever you have. Tsk. The wolf tribe only knows how to talk dirty. Leia sat down gracefully. If you break your engagement to Ryan and tell me the way to break the spell on him, I'll ask Cyril to let you go. Ha, nonsense. Wakashi slammed against the door. Do you think Cyril can do anything he wants? Why should I make a deal with you? Why should I believe you? Of course, you can take it as just nonsense. Don't forget Cyril's position. Leah was not only Cyril's lover, she had also done a lot of research in the days she was assisting Ryan with the voting. Cyril is the Duke of the Wolf Tribe. He's in charge of all of the regulations and the economy of the Wolf Tribe. Now that Ryan is out of commission, all his power and authority falls on Cyril. Teresa Lurin only has 1/3 of the full authority. If Cyril ordered the highest court of the Wolf Tribe to drop the death sentence, it's just a matter of time. Moreover, everyone knows Cyril very well, so no one will choose to disobey him, not even Teresa. Ikawa Yamada could not help but admire Leia Lowell's eloquence. If he was the one locked up in prison, he would have been persuaded already. However, Wakashi Yamada was still being stubborn. She hated Leia too much to agree to the deal. Woman, don't you even think about it. Even if I'm sentenced to death, I will make sure Ryan and Nafinan cannot be together. Neither of you have the right to be a Lurin. Humans are the lowest bloodline. Both of you will eventually be food for the Lurins. Both of you will die on the dining table of the Lurins. If that's the case, forget it, Leia said flippantly. Leia smiled apologetically at Ikawa. Ikawa, I'm sorry. I can't help you. God only saves those who save themselves. If Miss Wakashi wants to give up on her own life, no one can save her. She turned back to Wakashi. However, Wakashi, you don't have to worry too much about Ryan. After your death, Ryan will belong to my sister Nafinan. As for his curse, I believe Cyril will find a witch to break it. At that time, Ryan and my sister will still be a lovely couple. Everyone will be happy for them. Wakashi was startled. Why didn't she think of this? Even after she died, Ryan may still be unconscious, but he would still be alive. But for her, there would be no chance at all. No, she did not want to die. She did not want to die. Leia got up and turned to leave, but Ikawa stopped her in a hurry. He walked to the door of the prison and reached out his little hand to hold Wakashi's wrist. Wakashi, don't leave me alone. You're actually not like this, I know. You always take care of me. I beg you, don't let Aunt turn you into someone terrible. Ikawa, I'm sorry. There's no turning back now. I know there's another kind soul living in your body. If Father were still here, he would be very disappointed to see you like this. Let's live. We will stay together through thick and thin. We will stay together for the remainder of our lives. If I can't be with someone I love, it will only be a life of suffering. I love Cyril, and I don't want Ryan and Nafanen to be together as well. I'm that greedy. I want to be the future queen of the wolf tribe. I want to rule the wolf tribe. It was the first time that Ikawa heard Wakashi speak openly about her ambitions. Is this really what you want? The higher you stand, the more painful it is when you fall. You're already in prison, don't you understand? You are just a pawn for our aunt. She doesn't love you, nor will she let you be queen. Ikawa muttered. Wakashi laughed. How could she not know? However, since she was a member of the royal family, she had to give it a try. Ikawa, you have grown up. Leia is the one who taught me to let things go. We've lived for so long, but Leia has only lived for 20 years. Are we not as tolerant as someone younger? Ikawa stared at Wakashi with a look far more mature than his true age and gently brushed away the messy hair from her face with his small hand. Wakashi, you once promised me that after I recovered, you would take me to the top of the mountain to watch the snowfall, and you would take me to Maldives. You also wanted to watch me get married to a beautiful werewolf and form a family of my own. You once told me that when I grew up, I would be as strong as you. It's hot. You can't break your promise. Please live and watch me grow up. Please promise me. Ikawa, if I compromised with the humans, it will be a shame to the wolf tribe. How could it be a shame? You're not compromising, you're making a deal. Even if it's a deal, I can't. Wakashi would rather make a deal with a devil like Teresa Lurin than with Leia. When Wakashi saw Leia's bulging belly, she was so full of jealousy and hatred that she felt like destroying the whole world. Wakashi, can you feel that my arm is very powerful now? It's because of Leia. She's the one who helped me. I am no longer sick. Leia studied my blood, and she is doing her best every day to treat me and make me healthy. It was not until then that Wakashi got closer to have a look. Ikawa's arms, and she was surprised when she held them. Through the light in the corridor, Wakashi could see that Ikawa's little face was blushing, as lovely as an apple that was about to ripen. Ikawa had been suffering for hundreds of years, tortured by the pain. Wakashi looked at Leia incredulously, but she couldn't say thank you, nor could her hatred be dispelled. Despite how I treated you, you still took care of my brother? Leia was still sitting in the chair facing the cell. I am a doctor. I only save people. I don't harm them. You and Ikawa are two different people. He has never done anything bad. In fact, he is one of the nicest people in the wolf tribe. If I don't save such a person, I will regret it. I won't be grateful to you. Wakashi gripped the steel bars of the cell until her hand turned pale. Even if you heal Ikawa, I will still hurt you once I leave this cell. Wakashi could not believe that Leia was sincerely saving her. Even if it was a deal, it could be a loss as well. Leia was too lazy to care about whether Wakashi would hurt people or the ambitions and nature of the werewolves. Now, tell me how to save Ryan. If Ryan really fell unconscious because of Nafanen, give him 200 milliliters of her blood and carve Nafanen Lowell's name on his chest with a pure silver knife. The curse will then be removed within 24 hours. However, if Nafanen is not the one he loves but someone else, then only that person can remove the curse. Will there be any after effects after the curse is removed? Wakashi calmed down and leaned against the cell door with a mocking smile. Who knows? That curse has been following him for thousands of years, and his heart has been sealed. If a house had been sealed for a long time and it's suddenly exposed to the sunlight, there will be only two consequences. Either it will be full of dust or it will collapse. It's the same with Ryan. There are only two possibilities. Either he lives or he dies. Leah Lowell debated whether to tell Nafinan Lowell about this as she walked out of the prison hand in hand with Ikawa Yamada. Leah, do you believe Wakashi about breaking the curse? What if she lied to us, and what if Ryan dies? So, I'll let her stay in prison first. As for Ryan's curse, it will be up to Cyril and my sister to decide. Although I am Wakashi's younger brother, I don't trust her. Leah sighed and stroked his head. Werewolves were full of schemes, manipulations, and betrayals. They did not even trust their own family members. The saddest thing was that they did not even realize how pitiful they were. Teresa had made up her mind to make Leah stay. Lindsay, I'll leave her to you. Put her in the guest room for the time being, and make Akawa stay as well. Your Majesty, I don't think that's a good idea. The last time you wanted to make Leah stay, it just took a few words from Cyril. Why was Her Majesty still wasting their time? Are you disobeying my order? Teresa put her hands on his shoulder. Leah will be of great use to us, so I must keep her. Apart from using her against Cyril, she also wanted Leah to help her with another thing. Cyril's sports car slid through the gate of the palace, followed by his bodyguards in 3 black cars. The sight of the black cars brought a sense of coldness into the palace. A bodyguard opened Cyril's car door. Cyril stepped out and clubbed him on the head. As he fell on the ground, Cyril kicked him a few times. Akawa's face grew pale with fear. Please spare my life, Your Highness. I won't do it again. Please spare my life, Your Highness. Leah screamed for him to stop. Stop, Cyril. You'll kill him. Leah had never seen Cyril so furious before. Cyril was always smiling, even when he was angry. Now he was kicking the bodyguard as if he was sending him to death. Cyril's leather shoes were covered with stains of blood, and the bodyguard was severely wounded. Cyril, I was wrong, Leah stammered in fear. How could you be wrong? You're selfishly stubborn. Cyril cursed as he turned around and sat back in the car, kicking open the door on the other side. What are you still doing? Get in the car. Leah turned to Ikawa, who was standing next to the car. Ikawa, come here. Let's go together. No, I think I'll go with the bodyguards. After all, it was he who brought Leah into the palace. If Cyril was furious on the road, wouldn't he tear him to pieces? He was still so young, and he still had a long life ahead of him. He would not want to bring any trouble to himself. Leah forced herself into the car and explained, Cyril, I'm here for Ryan. Shut up! Cyril did not want to hear any excuses. Cyril was not planning on waking Ryan up. He was much more tolerable unconscious. Lindsay went a little late on purpose. He watched the troop of cars leave before returning to the palace to report the situation. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, he received a call from Walter Jones. What's the matter? I heard Leah Lowell went to the Imperial Wolf Palace. Cyril just took her away. Heh, there are always people she has to care about. Was it about Nafinan Lowell and Ryan? Walter, you'd better not dwell on Leah anymore. She doesn't belong to you. I don't think so. She may not belong to you, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't belong to me. Walter sneered. I'll pay a visit to the Luran tribe one day, and I'll invite you to come with me. I have a big gift for all of you. Lindsay laughed eerily. Walter, if one day you end up getting killed by Cyril, I won't be too surprised. Haha, it's hard to say who will be the dead one. The atmosphere at the dining table was tense. Even the maids had fled. Sensing that the situation was not quite right, Nafinan Lowell went upstairs with her dinner. However, before leaving, she whispered in Leah Lowell's ear, Sister, to be fair, you really did mess up today. Did she? Sister, I'm doing this for you. Thank you. However, I don't believe in Wakashi Yamada. To prevent you from doing anything else stupid, let me make this clear to you. Ryan's curse can only be broke by Edward Abbott, Lindsay Laura's grandfather. As for Wakashi, you should let her rot in hell. Bang, the door to the dining hall slammed shut. Leah slowly twirled the pasta on her plate. She could not help but watch Cyril, who was having his meal gracefully. The changes around him did not affect his mood for dinner. Leah finally asked, Cyril, are you still angry? No. I'm sorry about today. Cyril took a sip of soup and replied casually. All right. About Wakashi. Don't say what you shouldn't, and don't do what you shouldn't. Leia mustered her courage and made things clear to him. I made a deal with Wakashi to save her life, but it seems like the deal has failed now. The werewolves were so cunning, Leia was at a loss. Since you asked, I'll spare her life. Cyril raised his eyebrows and gracefully wiped the corner of his mouth with the napkin. However, you have to stay in this house for the rest of the 7 months. Cyril wanted her to have a taste of the torture. Apart from staying in the house, can I go to the garden? No. Cyril's tone was ice cold. The affection from before was long gone. Leia, don't make me regret being nice to you. From today onward, you're staying in the guest room on the first floor. Without my permission, you're not allowed to go upstairs, to my study room, or to Ryan's room. The corner of Leia's mouth fell in a scowl. It seemed like Cyril had really began to hate her. Cyril shrugged, ending the conversation. Maine pushed the door open and came in. Your Highness, there's a lady calling. She's inviting you over for a party. She said that you promised to help her throw a birthday party 3 days ago. A birthday party? Leia bit her fork. Cyril did not even care about her birthday. How could he throw a birthday party for another woman? No matter what, she was still the mother of his child. Even if she messed up this time, did Cyril dare to cheat on her right in front of her? Cyril frowned and pressed his temples. Oh, I remember. It's her. Cyril stole a glance at Leia. She ignored him, her eyes focused on the ground. The evil smile on Cyril's face curved further. Hey, babe, your party? Of course I remember. Babe? Leia's hands were shaking, but she tried to hide it. She still had some pasta left, but it was difficult to swallow them. Okay, I'll be right there. Remember to wear something nice. Well, I prefer a red shoulder-strap dress. Don't let me down. Cyril said to the other side of the call. He handed the phone back to Maine and walked straight out of the restaurant. He did not go upstairs, but stood in the living room and called Annie loudly, Get me a black suit. A moment later, Cyril left with a group of bodyguards. The house fell silent immediately. The maids let out heavy sighs of relief. They had been pretending to be busy cleaning the living room while whispering among themselves. Poor Leia. This time, His Highness really went too far. Maine was still standing at the dining table awkwardly. In times like this, Leia would need someone around to accompany her. She looked like she was going to burst into tears. Her eyes were red, which made her look even more attractive. Maine poured a glass of hot milk for Leia. His Highness is just going to entertain a guest. He will come back soon. Maine, am I ugly? People always say that after a woman gets pregnant, men would start to cheat on them. It was true. Cyril rarely got intimate with her recently, and he did not even bother to look at her. Now Cyril was so angry with her that he almost kicked the bodyguard to death. Leia knew clearly that it could have been her. Take it easy, Leia. Even if the child is born, it's impossible for you and His Highness to be together. Why should you care about it? I don't want to care. I know it's impossible for me to be with him. I've swallowed my own pride and chose to stay with him. He is the one who hates me now. The more Leia ranted, the more aggrieved she felt. I went to the Imperial Palace to find Wakashi Yamada for a way to break Ryan's spell. Even if I'm wrong, he shouldn't. She choked back her tears. Maine had never encountered such a situation. He could not understand Leia. She went from a sobbing mess to being perfectly sensible at the drop of a hat. Leia headed out, so Maine ran to catch up with her. Leia, why don't you go to the garden for a walk or listen to some prenatal music? Maine, give me your phone. My phone? That was such a huge switch in topic. Maine thought that Leia was going to call Cyril, so he quickly handed his phone over. The last thing he expected was for Leia to drive away with his phone. Maine had chased her to the entrance when he decided to give up. He then hurriedly gathered all the bodyguards of the Luran tribe to chase after her. Maine called Cyril again, but the line was currently occupied. Obviously, it was Leia. In fact, Leia had nothing to say to Cyril. She just wanted to track his position through the GPS locator in Maine's phone. Imprisoning her in the house and cheating on her? Humph, she would teach him a lesson he would never forget. Cyril parked his car at a high-end club. When he got down, he was already dressed in a black suit. The ushers at the entrance pushed the glass door open to receive him. Leia parked her car opposite a jewelry shop. The first thing she said when she entered the shop was, "Do you have a decorative silver sword?" "Yes." The guide brought Leia to the innermost decoration area. "What size would you prefer? Have you heard of King Arthur's Excalibur before? I want a sword just like that." The guide frowned. If Leia had not been pregnant, the guide would have thought she was making things difficult for him on purpose. He reluctantly searched his notebook on the counter. After a while, he replied, "Of course we have it." After she paid, the guide placed the sword in a wooden box. "Thank you, madam." "I'm not some madam. I'm the invincible Great Mum. I must make that dumb man pay the price." Leia furiously carried the wooden box through traffic and went straight into the club opposite the jewelry shop. The guide walked her to the door. He was quite worried about the so-called damned man. However, the man did deserve it when he left such a beautiful woman pregnant but unmarried. The guide hesitated for a moment with his phone in his hand. He decided not to lodge a report in the end. The usher at the door stopped Leia. "Hey, are you Miss Leia Lowell? I've seen you in the magazines. Can you sign this for me?" "Of course, but you have to take me to His Highness Cyril." "Certainly." After signing, they entered the elevator. When the doors opened, Leia opened the wooden box and took out the long, shining sword. She then stalked into the birthday party. Under the dim yellow light, Cyril was sitting on a high-legged chair on the bar counter. He was chatting with a woman in a red strapped dress. The woman leaned forward. If not for the distance between the two chairs, she would have leaned straight into his arms. When the werewolves saw Leia, they were all shocked but did not dare to offend her. Some of them even saw her stomping towards Cyril. This woman was really something. They avoided her silver sword and hurriedly made way for her. Cyril finally realized that something was wrong. Why could he hear Leia's footsteps and heartbeat? Was he imagining things? When Cyril looked over, the silver sword was already pointed at him. "Leia?" Cyril turned pale with fright and hurriedly ducked sideways. The silver sword missed his shoulder and broke the counter beside him. "What a miss!" Cyril was furious. What on earth was Leia doing? Was she trying to murder her husband? Why couldn't she take his words seriously? Didn't he just tell her to stay at home? Why was she here now? Damn it, where did she get such a sword? That was really the fright of his life. Leia had already lost control. She cursed, "You ungrateful man. I gave up on my future and risked my life to stay with you, but you still openly cheat on me. Do you think I'm dead? Do you still want your child?" Leia slashed horizontally, but Cyril dodged. The sword knocked down the high-legged chair. The sound of the collision was extremely harsh. The werewolf beauty in the red dress tried to save Cyril, but she became a target as well. "Dummed woman, you're a third wheel. Shame on you. How could you bully a pregnant woman? How could you?" The woman in the red dress felt guilty, so she stepped back from the scene. However, Leia refused to let her go. The woman screamed with fright as Leia charged at her. Her black eyes turned green out of fear. "Leia, don't make a fuss. It has nothing to do with her," Cyril pleaded. Leia turned to face Cyril. "You have nothing to do with her, and you call her babe?" Leia stabbed at Cyril again, but he retreated. Then she slashed her sword. Cyril dodged by jumping on the other side of the sofa. She stabbed again. All the werewolves screamed and scrambled their way out of the club. Someone knocked down the birthday cake. The birthday party went into complete chaos. Everyone, including the birthday girl, fled from the scene immediately. Leia sat on the sofa and panted furiously. One hand was holding the sword and the other one was grasping her belly. Being pregnant was so difficult. Maine arrived at the scene with bodyguards, but he dared not interfere. Looking at the current situation, there was no need for them to interfere anymore, so they stood at the corridor, waiting for further orders. Cyril picked up a chair from the ground and sat on it gracefully. A laugh escaped from his lips while he poured some wine into a glass. He sipped on the wine slowly while looking at the panting woman. "Tired, aren't you? Do you want something to drink before you continue?" Cyril was worried about her body. Drops of sweat formed on her face, and her hair was plastered to her face. Leia pretended to not hear him. "Tomorrow, there will be a new discussion during the tribe congress." "The jealous, furious pregnant woman," Cyril joked. "No, they won't spend time talking about me," Leia replied. Ever since your pregnancy was made known to the public, 80% of the people were spending 80% of their time talking about you. Obviously, the news of a human bearing a wolf child is much more interesting to them than tribe affairs. Those old men are always asking me to bring you to the dinners and functions on their wives' behalf. If I didn't stop them, do you think you would have the time to be jealous now? You're saying that I'm a burden to you now? Leia growled. Do you think that I wanted to be pregnant? If it weren't for you, even the birth control pills are useless. Now I'm an ugly pregnant woman, and I can't even get rid of this child. Always feeling like vomiting and my legs always numb. Do you know how hard is it for me? Woo. She burst into tears as she gave in to the exhaustion. Cyril tried to get closer to Leia to get the sword away from her. He decided to change the topic. The pills in the vitamin bottle you've been taking were birth control pills? I thought you were doing this to cater to the aphrodisiac ones I took, so I changed it. You. Leia suddenly stopped crying. Her eyes were still teary, but her gaze was murderous. You changed my pills? If I had known that it was birth control pills, I wouldn't have changed it. It was because Cyril lacked experience. He did not know human women had those special pills. Seeing that Cyril was getting closer, Leia lifted her long sword and pointed it at him. This time, Cyril did not dodge. Ah! Leia was shocked. Cyril bent and pressed his abdomen as blood gushed out of his mouth. Cyril frowned in disbelief. Leia, do you really hate me so much? Do you really want me to die? Leia had not even used her strength. How could he be injured? God, there was really blood on his black suit. Leia hurriedly dropped the sword and hugged him. Cyril, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't want you to die. I'm just pissed off. Who asked you to flirt with another woman in front of me? Are you jealous? Yes, I'm jealous. Jealousy was not a vice. Leia pressed on his wound. I won't let you die. I'll take you home immediately. Cyril groaned in pain. It hurts so much. I really can't move. My body is so hot now I might turn into a wolf. Leia, can you kiss me? What if I really die? Have you ever kissed that woman? Cyril was speechless. Even in the face of death, she was still jealous? Of course I didn't. It's always the women who initiate the kiss. He would never kiss a woman. Cyril was always lazy, too lazy to move. He would need to move his facial muscles when kissing, so he never initiated any kiss. Leia, I really feel like I'm dying. I'm dying. He shut his eyes and stopped moving. Leia had moved to his lips and put her hand on his abdomen when she felt something was wrong. His abdominal muscles were usually strong. Why were they soft now? She quietly pulled away his shirt. Ha, you big liar. How could you put a blood bag under your clothes? Such trickery. While she was crying, he had secretly taken an edible blood bag used for the cocktails from the bar counter. Cyril opened his eyes. At least there's really blood in my mouth. In order to make it real, he had even bitten his tongue. Although werewolves usually healed fast, he still felt a little pain. Leia waved her fist at him angrily and said, You scared me to death just now. Cyril let Leia vent all of her anger on him. Her punches felt like light feathers. After she had enough, Cyril held her hands and pulled her into a warm hug. He circled his arms around her and affectionately said to her, You can do it, but I can't. I'm just using that woman to make you jealous. Nothing happened between us. If Cyril was more ruthless, he would have taken the woman to a room and not just party with her. Leia would have hated him completely and then left him. She could then also get away from the trouble in the wolf tribe. However, Cyril still could not bear to see Leia sad. Leia held him in her arms with a bitter smile, tears still running down her cheeks. Yes, only I can do it. You can't. Cyril pressed his forehead against Leia's and his lips against her. Now I'm doing it to you, can I? Boom. Leia's face was already blushing and her cheeks were as red as a ripe tomato. She muttered in a low voice, Are you going to do it here? It's like a murder scene. Let's go home. I can't wait any longer. Cyril kissed Leia's neck and their hearts beat faster. He sat on the sofa with her in his arms and let her sit comfortably on his lap. I don't think this posture will hurt the baby. Leia was shocked when his hand slid under her skirt. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist and said, Someone will see us. The entrance was so big and there was no door, only a crystal bead curtain, so it was not too safe. Don't worry, there are people outside. Leah was surprised. She should have expected Cyril to have someone looking out. Even His Highness was capable of taking advantage of others. He was really having a good time. Who is it? Who would carry out such an order? Maine. Ha! No one else would help him with such things other than the old housekeeper. There must be a lot of bodyguards as well if it was Maine. Don't. They can hear us. Cyril couldn't help but laugh. Werewolves could hear everything within 100 miles. They would have to leave London to make out? Let's go to the bathroom. Leah was so embarrassed. Did he really have to do it here? She was going to die in embarrassment. Seeing that she was timidly silent in his arms, Cyril grew even more eager. He picked her up with a smile and went straight to the bathroom, his lips never leaving her sweet skin. Leah, if your breasts become bigger, your clothes will break. You don't like it? I like it. Of course I like it. He liked it so much. Outside, Maine was patrolling the corridor with a serious expression. He shot deathly stares at the bodyguards and growled, "No peeping." 2 hours later, a pregnant woman and a pervert were making out somewhere in the bathroom of an unknown high-end club. However, they did not leave the bathroom until early in the morning. Of course, Leah didn't forget the pure silver sword, which was very useful in educating her husband. The next day, they slept until 1 in the afternoon before Leah finally had her meal. Cyril had gone to Congress to settle the government affairs. He also wanted to prove to the elders that even if he was stabbed by a pregnant woman, he was still fine and strong. Not only that, he was also feeling great. Your Highness, was the child affected when Miss Leah chased after you? I heard that she attempted to abort the child for 6 times, but the child is still healthy. It's really different from any ordinary human being. Has Your Highness looked into Miss Leah's true identity? If Miss Leah is not a normal human being, but of another mysterious tribe, we should carefully reconsider the relationship between Your Highness and her. Cyril knocked on the table with displeasure and said, "Everyone, the gossip magazines of the Wolf tribe do not need any old reporters. However, if you want to submit your resignation, I will not object. The Wolf tribe cannot afford scumbags who do nothing other than gossip." Everyone in the Congress Hall fell silent at Cyril's reprimanding. Your Highness, regarding Miss Wakashi's trial. I want her dead. Cyril raised his eyebrows. If you mention such nonsense again, I will reshuffle this Congress. While Cyril was busy dealing with government affairs, Leah was sitting in front of the huge glass window, slowly cleaning her pure silver sword. Annie ordered 2 maids to bring in the new sword rack. They obeyed and retreated in a hurry. That sword was really scary. When Ikawa Yamada came in, he stopped dead in his tracks. His scalp tingled and he said to Leah from a distance, "Leah, regarding saving Wakashi." Leah was swinging the sword around casually. Weird, it was hard for her to even hold the sword yesterday. She felt she had a better grasp of the sword today, and it was not as heavy as yesterday. She was growing fonder of the reflection from the sword. Wakashi lied. She broke the deal. Yes, Wakashi might lie, but didn't you say that it might be true as well? If we don't try, how can we know if it's true? Nafinen asked around. Only Lindsay Laura's grandfather, Edward Abbott, can break the curse. But Edward Abbott has been missing for so many years. How can we find him? What if we really find Edward and his way of breaking the curse is consistent to the one Wakashi told us? By that time, Wakashi will already be sentenced to death. Leah was resolute. Ikawa, I'm sorry. Cyril won't let me get involved in this matter again. Leah, I'm so disappointed in you. Ikawa was angry. You said that you could persuade Cyril. Did he change your mind with a kiss? He roared and grabbed the vase on the table to throw it. Leah expertly swung the long sword and stopped a few inches under Ikawa's chin. Ikawa gasped and held the vase high in his hand, too scared to move. Ikawa, I gave you your strength. Don't mess with me. I promise you that I'll save Wakashi. I won't break my promise. Now be a good boy and put the vase down. Ikawa was not an obedient child. He had been born sick, and at 800 years old, he was long past the age where he would obey instructions. However, he was unable to resist Leah's gentle yet strict instruction. Ikawa took a deep breath, and the corner of his lips twitched. He put on a fake smile and said, Leah, you're becoming more and more like Cyril. Yes, I love him, so I'm like him. I can't embarrass him after all. Leia had also sworn to herself that she would never wield her sword against Cyril in public again and make him lose his prestige. I want to be a woman worthy of him. Akawa took a few steps back to get away from the tip of the sword. He then put the vase down and raised his little hands above his head as a sign of surrender. However, he still asked worriedly, "Do you really have any plans in mind?" "You don't need to know so much." It was very similar to what Cyril had said. "Why? Wakashi is my sister." In a sense, Ikawa was involved in this as well. "Because I cured you and you still dared throw a vase at me. All werewolves were equally despicable. Get out." Ikawa didn't want Leia to despise him. "Leia, I was wrong. Get out." Ikawa suddenly burst into tears. "I know I'm wrong, Leia. You look so scary now. Don't be like Cyril. I don't like you in this way. It's possible that after I save your sister, she would probably do something worse than throwing vases at me. So I'd need her to remember my kindness, to remember that I'm the one who got her out." "Leia, what are you going to do?" Akawa frowned. Why did Leia make him feel that saving Wakashi was no longer a good idea? "I learned a lot from Cyril. There are matters that should only be done perfectly. They would no longer be of any value if you drag it out." Ikawa did not understand, just like his first encounter with Leia. He could not figure out the real Leia. She was like an angel one moment and a devil the next. The way she swung her sword was indeed like the devil. The wolf tribe never delayed any executions. Once decided, it would be done immediately. As soon as the verdict was verified by the highest court of the wolf tribe, Wakashi was brought to the execution center in the Imperial Wolf Palace. It was made just for the royals. The execution center was silent, even though it was brimming with spectators. It had been more than 20 centuries since the last grand execution, and everyone was thrilled. Teresa sat on the throne with Cyril to her left and Lindsay to her right. The other ministers sat around her, and the audience was sitting behind them. All eyes were fixed on Wakashi, who was being dragged on to the execution site. "Aunt, save me, save me." Wakashi was in a mess. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like a ghost from Hull. Teresa said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my dear, I have to do this." "Aunt, after all that I've done for you, is this how you repay me? I loved whoever you wanted me to love, and I hated whoever you wanted me to hate. I never showed mercy to the people you wanted me to kill. I've sacrificed everything for you." Wakashi screamed as she was forced onto the guillotine. "Karma will come for you after I die." With a look of disgust on her face, Teresa said, "Wakashi, you're gonna die. Stop embarrassing me. Have some dignity." "Tsk, you old witch, you damned woman. You're just a butch of the Lurin tribe. Your soul has been blinded by power, and you'll go to hell." Wakashi then turned to Cyril. "Cyril, I love you. Are you going to kill a person who loves you?" Cyril smiled. Yes, apart from Leia, Cyril would do anything to anyone, including killing those who tried to hurt Leia. Just as the execution was about to start, Ikawa rushed into the garden where Leia was treating the elders of the wolf tribe. Leia shook her head and laughed when she saw Ikawa. This young man was asking for punishment again. "Ikawa, if you dare to make any more trouble, Wakashi will definitely meet her demise." Ikawa handed the phone over to Leia and shouted, "You said that you'd save her. Why is she still being executed now?" "No one can stop the execution. The regulations of the wolf tribe are so strict, and even Cyril and Teresa could not disobey them. Thus, the execution must go on." Leia raised her eyebrows and continued scribbling on her medication sheet. Ikawa pushed the table over and grabbed Leia's shoulders. "You promised me. How could you break your promise? Let's go to the Imperial Palace now. Make Cyril let Wakashi go." The elderly patient stepped forward and comforted Ikawa. "Master Ikawa, Miss Leia is pregnant. Don't go overboard. Miss Wakashi deserves this after all she has done." "Shut up." Ikawa pulled the Leia to the garage and said, "I don't believe that Cyril doesn't care about you. If you think that you can still make it, you can bring me with you." A burst of cheers came from the phone in Ikawa's pocket. Ikawa shook his head. "Tsk, tsk. It seems that Wakashi is really despised by all. Her execution garnered such cheers from the crowd." Leia then took the phone out of Ikawa's pocket and looked at it. "I bet werewolves always liked such bloody scenes." I can't believe there's even a close-up view of it." Ikawa hated Leia to death. If not for Leia's promise, he would never have been for hopeful Wakashi to be saved and wouldn't be in such torment now. "Leia Lowell, I hate you!" Ikawa cried and ran into his room, locking himself in it. Leia shook her head and laughed. 800 years old? Your EQ's really too weak for an 800-year-old. Leia stroked her big round belly and said, "My baby, don't be a fool in the future." Leia felt a few kicks from her stomach, and she laughed in surprise. "The child is kicking me. He actually heard me talking to him?" The elderly werewolves shared her joy. They gathered around Leia, smiling in delight. They were all monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years, so they were happily looking forward to the birth of this new life. His Highness Cyril's child must be the most beautiful and intelligent child in the tribe. Leia said with a proud smile, "Of course, I'm the baby's mother. We're all eagerly awaiting the birth of this royal child." "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to call him a royal child. He's not qualified to be a royal member of the wolf tribe." When Leia led them back to the garden, the maids had already cleaned up the mess from the earlier chaos with Ikawa. "Come on, let's continue with the consultation." The elders sensed her swift change in mood. An elderly werewolf stretched out his wrist for her to examine. "Girl, don't worry. I can see luck and prosperity in your face. The people will definitely recognize your child as one of the royalty." It was common for an elder to give ambiguous words of comforting advice, so Leia could not help but scrutinize him. His gray hair was braided with a navy blue strap. He had a wide forehead and a defined chin. He was slightly plump, but he looked good and healthy. His eyebrows were nicely trimmed, and he also had a sharp nose. His eyes were crystal clear, and his pupils were a dark green hue. When Leia looked into his pupils, she saw wisdom, as if the man could see through things and people. He was fairly attractive for an elderly man. After the consultation, Leia filled in the medical record for him. "Your name?" "L." "L?" The names of ancient people are always so strange. It sounds like the letter L. "Huh, your name is also very uncommon." This was not the first time someone had made a comment about her name. The last person who made such a remark was Elon, the assistant of the queen, but he was already killed by Cyril. Leia frowned and continued to ask, "Your age?" 12,000 years. "L, for a 12,000-year-old, your symptoms are not that severe. Don't worry too much." After Leia explained the details of his illness and the matters to be taken into consideration, she gave him a list of medications before asking him again. "You said that my face displays luck and prosperity, so you must be a fortune teller." "I never thought that doctors believed in this too," Elle said cheerfully. "Huh, as a doctor, I can even accept the existence of werewolves. What makes you think I won't believe in fortune telling?" "What do you want to know?" "About Alina," Leia said and wrote down 2 words on a piece of paper before passing it to him. "I want to find her. I hope that you could give me some clues." Looking at the gentle yet firm letters, Elle could not help but sigh in his heart. Only a woman with a kind heart could write so beautifully. "Your writing is firm and elegant, with the corners soft and gentle. You are very close to her, and through your handwriting I can see that you love her very much. If I am not mistaken, Alina should be your mother." "Yes." Every time Leia wrote Alina's name, it was always with unspoken fondness. Each and every stroke brought out her memories of her mother. "Don't worry, you have a strong bond with her, and she can feel that you miss her very much. She will appear soon." Really? Leia couldn't believe it. She had missed her mother every single day for the past few years. "She's not dead? Will she come to me?" "You can believe my words. I can see vitality in your writing, and you are a kind child. God will return your kindness." After he finished speaking, Elle got up with his medicine list and medical records. "She is doing well now, and she is also a kind woman." "Can you tell me why she left?" After a moment of hesitation, Elle replied, "To fulfill someone's wish." To fulfill someone's wish? Leia was puzzled. Was Alina trying to fulfill Leia's father and Joan's wish of being together? Alina was too naive. She faked her own death, but it did not earn gratitude from anyone else. Instead, both of her daughters were deeply hurt by her death. As for the man Alina loved so much, he was busy with Joan when Alina was on her sickbed. She gave up on both her daughters just to fulfill the wishes of the two people who did not deserve her kindness. I don't know whether she's cruel or stubborn. Elle, thank you. Leia smiled gratefully at him. I'll make it free for you. Remember to come next week for further treatment. Sure. Elle patted Leia on her shoulder affectionately. Take it easy, Leia. Hatred and anger will blind you, then you won't be able to see the truth. I will take it easy and wait. If my mother really appears, I won't blame her. She would not blame anyone, but there was someone else who would. Nafinan could never let things go. In order to celebrate the execution of Wakashi, Nafinan held a grand party in the Lurin mansion, as if it were her own home. She invited all of her werewolves' friends, some of whom Cyril did not even know. According to the regulations of the wolf tribe, certain people were not allowed to enter the Lurin mansion. However, after an unreasonable argument with Nafinan, Cyril had to agree to let all of them in, and the whole mansion was filled with revelry. Cyril had been sitting quietly on his duke's seat, looking down at the people in order to prevent any unwanted accidents. All the bodyguards were also armed. Werewolves who had just turned into their human form were usually wilder and prone to cause trouble. The whole dining hall was filled with wild music. If Ryan was conscious now, he would definitely be furious. He might even throw Nafinan out of the mansion. After an hour of revelry, Nafinan came out of the dance floor. She excitedly trampled on a table filled with food and clinked her wine glass loudly. After the music stopped and the crowd was quiet, she said, slightly drunk, "The sinner has been sent to hell thanks to our hero. Who is he?" The crowd cheered, "Your Highness Cyril." Nafinan Lowell proposed a toast to Cyril, who was sitting on the throne, and the crowd followed. "To your Highness Cyril. Your Highness Cyril, you're a wise and blessed man. May you kill all demons and get rid of all devils. Long live, long live." Everyone burst into laughter. Such compliments put a bitter smile on Cyril's lips. Long live? Was she blessing him to live a longer age? "Nafinan, you're drunk." "I haven't finished yet." Nafinan pointed at the crowd and warned them, "Listen up. His Highness Cyril is my future brother-in-law. He loves my sister very much, and my sister loves him too. All you women here are not allowed to seduce him. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Everyone was shocked and stole a worried glance at Cyril's cold, handsome face. His Highness did not seem to love Leia as much as Nafinan had said. Nafinan burped. She stumbled and almost fell off the table. "Cyril, listen carefully. Being pregnant is hard. My sister is not allowed to go out from this mansion, or climb over the wall, or... Fortunately, Nafinan did not throw up. She smiled wickedly and said, "I won't get drunk so easily. I won't throw up. I have to stay elegant. I cannot embarrass Ryan." Oh, Nafinan had lost her elegance a long time ago. The straps from her red dress slipped off her thin shoulders and teetered. Her high heels were also missing. Her hair hung a little loose from the dance just now. No one had called her a slut out of sheer politeness. Cyril went over in time to help Nafinan down from the table. "Nafinan, you're drunk. Take a rest first." "I'm not drunk. How can I be drunk? I'm having a good time. If Ryan wakes up, I will drink with him for the whole night." People who denied they were drunk were usually already on the verge of passing out. Cyril signaled Annie to bring Nafinan upstairs. Leia was nowhere to be found. Usually she would always be there to clean up her sister's mess, but right now there was not a peep of her in the whole mansion. When Cyril finally sensed Leia, he urgently signaled for Maine to send the crowd away. The rowdy crowd was suddenly ushered out of the mansion. This was normal for His Highness Cyril. The crowd was used to it. At the same time, Leia held Ikawa's hand as they stepped out of a car in a remote area in London. They walked into a building and pressed the button for the elevator. Ikawa struggled out her hands and asked angrily, "What did you bring me here for?" "You'll know when you get in." Leia took out a key and opened the door. She pushed Ikawa in and said, "Remember, don't go back to the Lurin mansion." Ikawa did not understand and had no intentions to obey her. He walked through the door and carefully looked around. The interior design of the house was simple, like an ordinary family home. There was a Van Gogh painting hanging on the wall, and the light from the lamp in the corner was soft. When he walked to the living room, he saw a woman in orange clothes standing in front of the window glass, looking out at the night view of London. Her figure was graceful, and her face reflected so clearly on the window glass. Wakashi? Ikawa could not believe it. Wakashi, is it really you? Wakashi turned around and opened her arms to welcome him. It's me, Ikawa. I'm still alive. But you were executed. Ikawa went to see the corpse to confirm it with his own eyes. It was indeed her. It's all thanks to Leia. She took my hair and made a clone from it. Lindsay Laura used some curse for the clone to speak those words on the execution center so that everyone will be deceived. So, I really misunderstood Leia? Ikawa regretted how he had treated Leia. She is smart, but she's definitely not as kind as you think. She wanted me to die in public so that I can never show my face outside ever again. It's impossible for me to see Cyril and Ryan now. Do you still hate her? Asked Ikawa tentatively. Yes, I hate her. I hate her so much. Cough. She suddenly coughed blood. She pressed her hands on her lungs and stopped talking. Wakashi, are you sick? My life is now in the hands of Leia. As long as I want to kill her or Cyril or anyone who has anything to do with her, I will die. She just realized that she had never been in control of her own fate. As long as you don't hurt others, you will live well. Leia will get you out of your past life. It's a good thing, actually. We can go to Maldives first and then Africa. With my strength now, I can definitely beat an African leopard. Ikawa already had a plan in mind. Wakashi, the method that you told Leia about, the one to break Ryan's curse, was it true? It's fake. Then, have you told Leia about the real way to break the curse? That despicable woman. Cough, cough. Wakshi coughed again. She threatened me with your life. Oh. Ikawa leaned in and wrapped his arms around her. Wakashi, I love you. We will live a happy life. Because of Leia, Wakashi was never happy. She was in constant agony, always pressing her lungs against the pain. Driving back, Leia could not help but smile as she listened to the conversation between Ikawa and Wakashi. She held the steering wheel with one hand and sent a quick text message to Lindsay Laura with her other hand. Hi, thank you for your help. The reply was a simple, you're welcome. Bang! In front of the glaring car, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Leia stepped on the brake in panic. Cyril? Your driving skills are quite good for a pregnant woman. She braked right on time. Damn, this man was angry again. Leia peeked her head out of the car window and explained, It's too noisy at the mansion. I'm just out for a ride. A pregnant woman needs to speed for a ride? What a good excuse. Cyril did not ask about Ikawa. Remember to bring some bodyguards with you in the future. Yes, Your Highness. Leia was extremely respectful. Cyril opened the door and she scooted over to the passenger's seat. He took the driver's seat and held the wheel. Still on for a ride? No. Leia pursed her lips and hesitated before she suggested, How about car sex? It was rare for her to take the initiative, but this suggestion was not enough to dispel his anger. Was that an invitation? A midnight snack. What a big appetite. I refuse. What a pity. Can you help me with the seatbelt? Was she trying to test his patience? Cyril leaned over and her kiss fell right on his cheek. Leia then smiled and said, Let's go on a date. How about having some milkshake? Let's go home now. Cyril, are you ancient people also boring? I'm not that ancient. You've lived for thousands of years. How are you not ancient? Are you ridiculing my age? I am indeed much younger than you. If you don't even dare to go on a date, you are simply an old fogey. Leia still remembered the fun they had from their last date. However, Cyril remembered the date differently. All he remembered was being chased by the vampires. Leia, it's already 10 in the evening. As a pregnant woman, you should go home and rest. She put her arms around his neck and cooed. Come on, we don't usually get to go out. You're so busy lately, and you're always keeping a straight face. Cyril opened his mouth and almost nodded, but he forced himself to refuse. A date should be with someone you really love. Leia froze for a moment, then pushed him away. No matter how, I still want a milkshake. She pushed the door of the car open and waved for a cab. Leia, come back. Before she could open the door of the cab, he brought her back to the car. Well, how many milkshakes do you want? 10. It's not good for you to drink too many milkshakes, plus we make better ones at home. I prefer having it here. Cyril had learned an important lesson today. Never talk reasonably to an unreasonable woman. They missed the car sex, but they did not miss making out in their bedroom. The dawn light penetrated through the white gauze curtain and shone on the wide bed. The white bed sheets were covered with a ray of the warm sunshine and made the sleeping beauty look even more beautiful and attractive. The beautiful man next to her, however, woke up to his biological clock, right on the dot. After planting a kiss on her forehead, he sat up and adjusted the bed cover over her before leaving for the bathroom. She had the habit of waking up late, and he always adored her little habits. Therefore, when Annie knocked on the door too hard, Cyril gave her a cold look. "Your Highness, this is the third call from Walter Jones. He says that he will give you a big gift." Cyril did not pick the call. In fact, Walter had already called Congress more than 10 times. He wanted to bring Leia back to the vampire tribe. Cyril wiped his wet brown hair and responded impatiently, "Ask him to go to hell." "Your Highness, the vampires are already dead." "He will definitely call again. Then you can have a chat with him." Cyril patted Annie on the shoulder. "Annie, show Walter the eloquence and charm of the girls of the wolf tribe. I've paid you a lot. Don't come to me for all these petty things." Was he asking her to seduce vampires? Annie was gloomy at the thought. "Is there anything else?" "Your Highness, don't tell me you're handing over this whole thing to me. If you can't even deal with a vampire, it's time for you to submit your resignation. He's not an ordinary vampire. Consumes blood, is afraid of the sunlight, is afraid of silver, sleeps in a coffin. Please tell me, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms?" Cyril gestured towards Leia. "Wake Leia up at 8:30. I have to go now." Annie had no choice but to leave. When Leia was awakened by a phone call from Annie, the whole mansion was silent. The expected date of delivery was around the corner. Annie and the maids were out grocery shopping, while Nafinan was busy in the study room. Since Leia's belly was growing bigger, Maine had been refusing all guests. Bodyguards stood in the corridor, motionless as statues. Since Ikawa left, Leia realized that she really had no one to chat with. Even if there were people who talked to her, they were not as innocent as Ikawa. For example, Madame Joan, who had spent 2 hours with her in the tea room. "I have never begged you for anything, just this time." Madame Joan pleaded to Leia. "It's true that you've never begged me for any help, but you did take advantage of me." Leia flipped through a magazine. "Since I've joined the Luran tribe, you've benefited a lot through Cyril. Not only have you been promoted, Henry, Charlie and Baxter also got a place in politics." "Leia, I only need 400 milliliters. Your Highness is strong and healthy. He won't be hurt by that little loss of blood." "I don't know your real intentions. Who knows whether you'll use Cyril's blood for some dirty deals?" "Leia, I could be your aunt." "I don't think so. If my aunt takes my mother's husband away and uses all kinds of dirty tricks for her own benefits, don't you think my aunt is really awful?" "Leia Lowell, you've gone too far. I love Cyril very much. If someone tries to steal his blood, I can do things you never imagined." Leia's smile was still soft and beautiful, but her gaze was as cold as ice. "I think that's all for today. I need to rest." Leia raised her voice. "Maine, please send her off." Joan Quinn was relentless. "What if your father comes to you for help?" she cried as she stood up. "Father? How dare she mention her father? Women of the wolf tribe are all shameless. I don't want to see him again for the rest of my life. If he comes to me for you, I don't mind killing him," Leia sneered. Joan's face twitched, her face pale despite the heavy rouge. Joan knew that there was no more room for discussion, so she picked up her handbag and walked out of the room as gracefully as she could. "Leia, look at the crib I've bought," Annie said excitedly. When she came in with the crib in her arms, she saw Leia burning with anger. A prenatal magazine lay shredded, a victim of her rage. "Pa!" Leia smashed the glass of juice she was holding. "It's beautiful, thank you, Annie," Leia said when she realized that her hands were stained with blood. "This glass is too fragile." Annie was shocked, but she tried her best to hold her smile in front of Leia. Annie put the crib aside and pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood off Leia's hands, but she found no wound. After a while, Leia went to the garden for a stroll. Annie immediately called Cyril. "Your Highness, have you noticed that Leia is too strong for a pregnant woman, especially since she's only a human?" To ensure her safety, all the glasses that I bought are made of the most durable material. Even women from our tribe could not break them easily. Leia smashed one just by gripping it. Why was she gripping a glass out of nowhere? Maybe Madame Jones said something that she shouldn't have. Maine said that he had heard them discussing something about Your Highness' blood. It seemed that Leia did not agree with Joan. Cyril couldn't help but ask, "How many people know about this?" "I'm the only one." "Just ignore it then." "Your Highness? This is too strange. Even if she is bearing a werewolf child, her wound should take at least 10 minutes. What about Leia's wound? She recovered in less than 5 seconds. Cyril thought of a reasonable explanation. It may be due to the vampire blood in her body. When Walter Jones was trying to change her, he made her drink a lot of vampire blood. "Your Highness, what are you thinking? The blood of the vampires could kill the child in Leia's belly. Leia not only remained human, but she's also growing stronger day by day. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. Leia Lowell is not a human." Cyril did not know how stubborn this servant of his could get. He was out of excuses. "You just have to take good care of Leia. Don't ask things that you're not supposed to," he ordered. "Yes." However, even without Annie, the news spread among the wolf tribe in less than 10 minutes. It was not Annie who spread it. She had always been a quiet servant. It was actually Aileen. She was wiping the paintings on the corridor when she heard the conversation between Annie and Cyril. When Aileen shared it with the other maids, the bodyguards overheard them. The number of people who knew the news doubled and tripled. When the news had reached Cyril again, it was from the elders when they met at Congress the next morning. The grand hall of the Congress was divided into 3 rows. The important officials of the wolf tribe sat on the front row, with Cyril sitting on the highest seat. He looked like the king of the wolf tribe with his aura. "Your Highness, we have come to a decision on Miss Leia's recent condition. Thus, we have decided to request to move her to the Imperial Study temporarily." "Yes, Your Highness. If Miss Leia is indeed from an unknown species, it is very dangerous for her to be by Your Highness' side. Miss Leia is not afraid of the blood of the werewolves, the blood of the vampires, or the sun. She does not have to sleep in a coffin, nor does she fear silver. She is almost perfect. Her strength and healing abilities are getting stronger every day. She could be a serious threat to the wolf tribe. Maybe her older sister, Naphanan Lowell, and her father, Nicholas Lowell, are of the same species. Maybe there's still a group of mysterious species like her." Bang! Cyril furiously slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Fortunately, his strength was only moderate and there was no damage. He regarded the crowd coldly, his gaze sharp and murderous. How could he not know that they were talking nonsense here on the orders of Teresa Lurin? Anyone has anything else to say? Could they really say it out? The elderly looked at each other. Some of them tried, but nobody dared to make a sound in the end. Cyril's hand was slowly turning into a wolf claw, and an eerily glowing sphere was formed in the middle of his palm. Anyone who dared to make another sound will definitely get to taste the force from the glowing sphere. Since there's nothing else. He took a deep breath to restrain his anger and turned his wolf claws back to his human form. He pressed the keyboard in front of him. A column of data appeared on the big screen behind him, the lines on the column reflecting a drop in the data. "See this? This is your performance after Leia joined the wolf tribe. Leia did nothing, but each of you wanted a say in all her issues. That's all for the meeting today. Ask your family when you go back later, does Leia deserve to die, and would her death be met with public outrage? I will bring her here myself so each of you may know the answer." With a swish of cold wind, Cyril appeared at the door of the hall. "Of course, this Congress is now dissolved. You may continue the gossip with your family now." Someone stood up and protested. "Your Highness, the Queen will not agree with this proposal. If His Highness Ryan were here." Cyril interrupted in a low voice. "That's my order. If you don't agree with this proposal, you can continue to stay here. Anyway, there are many meeting rooms here. I don't mind converting this place into a prison cell." Cyril definitely had enough evidence and authority to change all the members of Congress. As Cyril got busy selecting the new members for Congress, Leah found herself overwhelmed by a crowd of guests at the Lurin mansion. All of them were women, and most of them were the wives of the Congress members, if she recognized them correctly. Each of them came with thick courtesy and were all dressed nobly and beautifully. However, the flattering smiles on their faces were ugly in Leah's eyes. Jewelries, hair accessories, clothes, cosmetics, tonics. Leah was showered with gifts, but she was still confused as to what was going on. Was it because she was promoted to the mother of a young duke that made them so enthusiastic? Even Mrs. Henry, the wife of the Vice President of Congress, was among them. However, these women were usually very arrogant, acting like peacocks that were spoiling for a fight all the time. It was rare for them to have such a tacit understanding as to gather together. Leah did not ask for the reason they were here. She just held a feast in the garden to entertain the women. Nefanon hated the chattering women, but she was worried that Leah would be bullied by them. Therefore, she moved to the balcony of the study room with a laptop in her arms. While dealing with her business, she would steal glances at the women to see if they had any bad intentions. After a few rounds of drinking, the women showed their true colors. However, they did not grimace fiercely. Instead, all of them were shedding tears. Their makeup ran, which made them look like ferocious ghosts. It was a horrible scene. If there was a group fight, Leah could just ask for the bodyguards, but a group of crying women, she could only pass around a box of tissues like candies to children while comforting them. "Hi, ladies, what's going on here? Can someone tell me what's going on?" No one responded. In the end, she sat down beside Mrs. Henry. "Did something happen to your family? Or is there something wrong with your health? Is there a serious infectious disease threatening the lives of the wolf tribe? Or is it because I'm going to die, so you all came to hold a funeral in advance for me?" "It's His Highness Cyril. He wants to get rid of most of the members of the Congress. In the future, the woman choked with sobs. Leah wrapped her arms around Mrs. Henry's shoulders and asked, "Is Mr. Henry involved as well? Isn't he the Vice President of Congress?" Mrs. Henry had to tell her the truth. His Highness Cyril reshuffled the members of the Congress, and even the Vice President has to obey his orders. If that's the case, maybe there is still hope for everyone. As long as your achievements are prominent, I believe Cyril will be reasonable in his reshuffling plans. Cyril was a fair person. Although sometimes he was unreasonable and overbearing, he was actually better than Ryan. After Mrs. Henry dried her tears, the tissue in her hand had been dyed a rainbow of colors. "No, there's no hope at all because of you." "Me?" Leah pointed at herself. "How can I, a little human, threaten the fate of the members of the Congress of the Wolf Tribe?" she asked incredulously. "It's because of your pregnancy, because you smashed a glass just by gripping it, because your abortions always failed. The Congress members wanted to send you to the Imperial Wolf Palace for further investigation. It can't be because of me." Leah knew that she couldn't be that important to Cyril. His decision couldn't have been due to a few comments from the members of the Congress about her. There must be something more than that. Mrs. Henry held her hands and said, "In any case, Leah, please persuade His Highness Cyril to reconsider his decision. He doesn't listen to me at all. He only commands me." "Leah, don't fool us. Someone saw the two of you acting lovey-dovey on the street, and His Highness Cyril even took you for a milkshake after that. How did they know about this? Did you send someone to keep an eye on me? Of course not. We are all civilized. That old news has long been published in the magazines. It was from the paparazzi. However, to be honest, they've always favored you. Even though you're pregnant, they're still taking beautiful photos of you." This time, Leah was speechless. She could only smile. I will try my best to persuade Cyril. Everyone, if you don't mind, how about watching an old movie? My favorite is Roman Holiday. I would like some popcorn and juice. I want to sit in the front row." "Okay, everyone, please wipe your tears and let's go watch the movie." Leah shook her head helplessly and sighed. All these women were being so difficult. Like a tour guide, she led the group of women through the garden and into the house. Before they reached the multimedia lounge, she felt a spasm-like pain in her stomach. It hurt so much. Mrs. Henry, who was standing nearest to Leia, quickly held her and asked, "What's wrong, Leia?" All of them gathered around her. "It seems like she's going to deliver her baby. Call the doctor, call the doctor." "Hey, what have you done to my sister?" Nafinan rushed over and held Leia in his arms. "Did you bite her? Why is she hurting so much?" Mrs. Watt Henry had no choice but to explain herself. "They were all dressed up. Did they look like beasts?" "Nafinan, your sister is going to deliver her baby. Call Cyril. If he dares to not show up, I'll kill him and then kill his unconscious brother." As soon as Nafinan finished roaring, a cold wind rushed in. The next moment, Cyril held Leia in his arms. His hair was messy and unruly, his face thick with concern. His shirt was also wet with sweat. "I'm here. Nafinan, you may leave now." Nafinan looked at his exhausted face and asked, "You rushed back from the palace?" He was as fast as lightning. Cyril did not respond. He rushed to the infirmary with Leia in his arms. The doctors were already waiting for him. Indeed, when he felt the sharp pain from Leia, he did not even bother to start his car and just ran back to the mansion as fast as he could. Cyril. Leia lay on the bed in the operating theater, held down by the nurse. She held Cyril's hand in panic, afraid that he would leave her. Was it an illusion? Why did he feel more pain when she was the one giving birth? He could feel every reaction of her body clearly, including the position of the fetus. "I'm here. I'll stay here. Now take a deep breath and don't talk anymore. He's ready." "Cyril, Mrs. Henry and the others love their husbands very much, just like how I love you. Promise me, please be kind to them and be a good example for our son." She really was an incredible woman. At a time like this, she could still beg for their forgiveness. "Leia, no one in the Wolf tribe's political circle is kind and innocent. If you leave my sight, they will kill you at the drop of a hat. Cyril, I'm not a fool. Don't do anything that you shouldn't just for the sake of protecting me. I know what you're up to. Of course, I will always stand by your side. Whether you want to be the Duke or the King of the Wolf tribe, I'll support you. But please do not sacrifice these innocent people just for your throne." Leia gritted her teeth through the pain as cold sweat dripped down her forehead. "If you don't promise me, I won't give birth to the baby." "All right, I promise, I promise." He kissed her on the forehead. "Take a deep breath and just do your best." "I love you." Cyril did not respond. Instead, he turned around and forcefully withdrew his hand from hers. Although Leia had expected this reaction from him, her heart was still in pain when he left. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Enduring the pain in silence, she pulled on the sheets and turned to the doctor. "Please help me store some blood from the umbilical cord, as much as possible. Thank you." The doctor collected the blood according to her request, and the delivery went surprisingly smooth. The baby cried profusely, announcing his birth to the world. Although his face was still red, his eyes a little swollen, and his hair was only a small fluff of brown, it could be seen that he was a beautiful child. The doctor walked out of the door with the child snuggling in her arms. "Your Highness, it's..." The doctor was about to say that it was a little prince, but when she saw the expression on Cyril's face, she immediately changed her words. "It's a boy." While the nurses were comforting Leia and cleaning up her body, one of the assistants secretly injected some liquid into Leia's arm without anyone noticing. After a while, one of the nurses noticed that Leia's face was unusually pale, so she hurriedly examined her. The assistant screamed. She lost a lot of blood. When Cyril heard the scream, he immediately rushed into the operation theater, followed closely by Nafinan. The smell of blood was heavy in the operation theater, and the doctors were desperately trying to stop the blood loss. The newborn cried louder and louder as if he could sense that his mother was in danger. The doctor's orders, the nurse's doubtful reactions, and Cyril's anxiety all contributed to the tension in the operation theater. By then, Leia was on the verge of death. "Leia, don't you ever give up. That is an order." Cyril passed the child to Nafinan and held Leia's hand tightly. "The child needs you. You can't leave him like this." The blood which was transfusing into Leia could not make up for the blood that was rapidly flowing out from her body. The doctor helplessly said, "Your Highness, we've tried our best. Please continue, please." Annie pushed the door open and rushed in. "Your Highness," a mysterious woman appeared. "You'll never guess who. No matter who she is, get out! Cyril roared furiously, and he leaned over Leia's shoulder. Leia, you can heal yourself. Be stronger. I know you can do it. You're not an ordinary human being, he begged. Leia could feel the warmth slipping out of her limbs. She could only breathe. Cyril, I feel like I really can't do it anymore. Take good care of the child with Nafinen. Nafinen burst into tears. Leia, if you die, I will strangle the little wolf brat who killed you. Leia smiled at Nafinen weakly. She knew that her sister didn't mean that. She would never do that to her own nephew. Leia held out her hands and stroked her newborn. Give him my family name, Lowell. As for his first name, think of something simple. Leia's words made Cyril regret his own cruelty. He did not know what to say at the moment, but it was clear that if he lost her, he would die on the inside. Why did this happen? If he had known, he would not have gotten close to her. He would have slipped away the morning after she saved his life. Leia sighed. She had nothing else to say to Cyril. She looked away from him, so that she would not be in too much pain when she closed her eyes. I see, Mother. She must have come to take me away. Leia, it's me. Alina looked like she was just in her 30s, calm and elegant, fairly beautiful in a casual green dress. Her long hair was tied, revealing a face that was quite similar to Leia's. She did not have any makeup on, but her smile was so lovely and gentle. Her crystal-clear eyes reflected wisdom, as if she could not be unnerved by anything in the world. She walked to the operating table, as Cyril and Nafinen stared at her in disbelief. Cyril, I really don't like your way of treating your guests. Madam Alina, are you the mysterious woman Annie mentioned just now? Cyril gasped. Nafinen did not acknowledge her mother. Instead, she smiled mockingly and said, You appeared just at the right time. Leia and I have been looking for you for the past few years, and you're finally here when she's breathing her last. Why didn't you die in that car accident? Nafinen, you should work on your temper. Otherwise, even if Ryan is alive, he will not fall in love with you. You, don't tell anyone else that you are my mother. Alina ignored Nafinen and took Leia's hand from Cyril. She grasped it tightly and transfused her power to Leia, who had already fallen unconscious. In less than 10 minutes, Leia woke up and her condition improved. Her pulse and heart rate were all back to normal. Just as the assistant was about to exit silently, Alina said, Cyril, today is not the expected date of delivery for the child. It's a premature birth. As for sudden loss of blood, Alina pointed at the assistant, who was already gripping the door handle tightly. It was him who injected the drug into Leia. The assistant turned and looked at Alina in disbelief. Who exactly was this woman? How did she know that he had injected the drug into Leia? Except for him and the person who hired him, this plan was supposed to be a secret. Someone wanted to celebrate the young Duke's birthday with fresh blood. Before Cyril could make a move, Nafinen passed the child back to him and stabbed the man with the sharpest part of her heels. The sound of clothes and skin being pierced was too eerie even to the ears of the werewolves. The man groaned in pain. Nafinen forgot that he was a werewolf. She grabbed his shoulders and questioned him. Who ordered you to kill her? Tell me, who wanted to kill my sister? How dare you kill a woman who had just given birth? Did your mother not teach you to respect women? Or were you like me, born without a mother to teach you? Everyone looked at Alina awkwardly. It was obvious Nafinen's words were directed at her. Fortunately, the assistant did not fight back due to his fear for Cyril's wrath. If not, Nafinen could have been bitten to death by the werewolf. Soon, the assistant was taken to the underground prison, and Leia was transferred from the operating theater, which smelled heavily of blood. She requested to stay in the guest room, which was next to the baby's room. According to Leia, it would make it easier for Alina, Nafinen, and the maids to take care of her. It was an excuse, actually, for Leia to avoid going back to Cyril's bedroom. Of course, only the people involved could understand the subtlety of it. Cyril sat under the dim light, his golden high-backed chair exuding a sense of decadent beauty that in stark contrast with the cold prison cell. Cyril, who was dressed in a gray shirt, looked even more majestic and cold under the dim light. His very presence was enough to subdue anyone into submission. He did not interrogate the assistant, who was hung on the detention rack with a pure silver chain. Instead, he just sat quietly and watched him. The assistant was shaking vigorously all the time. Cyril's gaze brought more terror to him than death itself. The anticipation was just as effective as the torture could be. Cyril knew who the real murderer was, the one behind all this, so he did not feel a need to question the assistant. The reason he was watching the werewolf quietly was because he was thinking of a way to kill the werewolf in the most painful manner possible. However, as he thought about it, Cyril had an epiphany. Suddenly, all he could think of was Leia struggling on the verge of death. Her coldness tortured him the most. He knew that her coldness was because she had lost hope in the future and in him. Madame Alina looked like 100-year-old Leia. However, she was always cold and calm in front of everyone. Only when she was talking to her loved ones would a smile form on her face. Cyril did not want Leia to turn out like that. He hoped that she would always be happy and free to express all of her emotions. He would spoil her with all the things she wanted. Well, except for giving the child her surname, of course. Cyril didn't think Lowell suited that little boy at all. From her discussion with the maids, Leia had thought of a few names for her baby, each one funnier than the one before. They were not strong at all. That child of his could shake the whole mansion with his wailing. He should be a Lurin. Nafinan rushed into the prison cell with a group of maids. Cyril, you've been dawdling here for the past half an hour. You're not punishing or questioning him, and you're not doing anything else. Don't you think that it's a pure waste of time? Why did you bring so many people here? Annie said that the maids wanted to have a taste of this disgusting werewolf's meat. Cyril broke into a laugh. Being torn apart alive was probably the most painful way to die. Well, he's all yours now. Cyril was too lazy to deal with someone like him anyway. The moment the door was closed, Nafinan screamed and followed Cyril out. Don't you want to see the werewolves tear him apart? Cyril chided Nafinan. Although I like horror movies, that doesn't mean I like watching werewolves tearing each other apart. I'd better go to see your little wolf cub. Nafinan had already vowed to be a gentle aunt. However, when Nafinan entered the nicely decorated baby's room, she saw Leia changing the baby's diaper. At that moment, she changed her mind completely and went back to the study room. She might as well continue to be a businesswoman. Cyril came over and took a diaper from Leia's hand. He changed the diaper for his son. His moves were so gentle and calm that even Leia was impressed. The little fellow was happily lying on his back and trying to stuff his small feet into his own mouth. His green pupils reflected the beautiful faces of his parents. Leia was surprised. How do you know how to do that? There are instructions from the videos we've been watching. It's not that difficult to learn. In fact, Cyril had secretly hired a tutor and practiced with a doll for a month. He had even broken a few dolls due to his strength at the beginning. The tutor had no choice but to persuade him to concentrate on government affairs. As a duke, there was no need for him to do this kind of work. However, Cyril believed that Leia would take care of their son personally and feed him with her breast milk. He did not want her to stay alone in the baby's room. Even if he may not be great at handling the intricacies, he should at least do his best to help. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of Leia. However, it was different now. The baby was his son, his soft spot. He could never hurt his own child. All of his steps were practiced to perfection. You are a good father, Leia praised sincerely. But he interrupted her softly. I said, don't say what you shouldn't. I think we should make things clear. With Cyril's help, Leia placed the little child on the soft white mattress and bundled him with the cloth. Mrs. Henry called. She was grateful to you for reconsidering her husband. A few other madams called and said the same thing as well. Cyril was silent. He had actually bribed those women to call Leia. As for reshuffling the Congress, he would not tolerate any other changes. If you become the king of the wolf tribe one day, or if you have someone you wish to marry, I will leave with the child. I will not stop you. Cyril, you will marry someone better than me, someone who's qualified to be the queen of the wolf tribe. What do you want me to say? Should I be grateful to a silly woman? Cyril smiled deviously and hooked her chin. A light kiss fell on Leia's lips like a feather. She stepped back. Our son is watching. He reached out and wrapped her in his arms. He's still young. He won't understand. Leia had been hiding from him recently, and he could no longer suppress his desire. However, things were not going as he had wished. A sudden pain stabbed at his lungs and vanished as quickly as it came. Leia sensed the change in Cyril and hurriedly helped him sit on the sofa next to the crib. "What's wrong? Are you injured? Are you exhausted?" "I'm fine." Cyril looked thoughtfully at the beautiful crib. Was it an illusion? Did the child really sneer at him just like he always did? However, he was sure that the stab of pain a moment ago came from the crib. "Cyril, I'll help you back to your room. You should get some rest. There's something I haven't tell you yet. Let's talk about it after you have a good rest. Try to stay in the mansion. Don't even go to the garden. I'm not imprisoning you." Cyril was firm with his words. "Another thing, the child will be a Lurin. His name will be Jason Lurin." "Jason?" Leia frowned. "I don't like this name. I don't like the names you came up for him either. Do you want the officials to bow to someone with a funny name? Don't you think that it's weird?" "I think the name that I came up with is cute," Leia smiled proudly. "The name I came up with is quite similar to my name. Looking at our names, everyone will know that I'm his mother." Cyril clenched his teeth in anger and said, "I said no. This child has only one name, which is Jason Lurin." "Why Jason? You should at least tell me the meaning behind this name." Without any further explanation, Cyril slammed the door and left. Jason, in ancient Greek language, meant healer. Leia cured his wounds and warmed his cold heart. This child was named in honor of her. However, Leia still did not like the name Jason. She felt that the name was less powerful and meaningful than the one she came up with. She also felt that her child would definitely prefer the name she came up with. Leia leaned on the side of the crib and teased, "Baby, do you like your father's idea or mine?" The little fellow raised his little hand and stretched out of one of his little fingers. Obviously, he wanted to choose the first one. Although his father was a little annoying, the name he came up with was better than his mother's idea. Leia stared at his little finger suspiciously. Did this little fellow really understand her? She gave birth to a genius. "All right, show me 3 fingers and I'll name you Jason." The little fellow extended 3 fingers in one hand and grabbed Leia's long black hair with his other hand. "Wow." Leia was surprised and picked him up happily. "You really are a genius." Leia dashed out of the room with the baby in her arms. "Hey, Mother, Naffinan, Annie, Maine, I gave birth to a genius. I gave birth to a genius," she shouted with joy. The news that Cyril and Miss Leia bore a genius child spread throughout the wolf tribe. The baby does not have any weaknesses that a normal hybrid would have. Instead, he's extremely intelligent. He can communicate with His Highness Cyril and Miss Leia with simple telepathy and is familiar with simple letters and numbers. Other than that, he has the characteristics of a pure blood of the wolf tribe. The tips of his fingers and his eyes are able to shoot lasers at people that he does not like. Lindsay Laura finished reading the news and glanced at Queen Teresa Lurin, who was eating her meal. Then he turned back to look at the picture on the news. It was a picture of Leia, dressed beautifully in a pink dress, holding the cute little fellow. "What's that bastard's name?" Teresa asked. "Jason," Lindsay replied. "Jason Lowell? It's Jason Lurin. Get the car ready. I'll see this bastard myself." Lindsay couldn't help but to ask, "Are you going with a gift?" "No, that's not necessary. Leia Lowell and her bastard child are not welcomed in the wolf tribe after all." Your Majesty, there are more than 200,000 comments from the people, wishing the newborn blessings and joy, and the rate of the comments are increasing rapidly, about 100,000 every hour. They're very popular. They were even more popular than the queen of the wolf tribe. Dumb, this mother and son. People were not happy to see Teresa Lurin in the mansion. Other than Maine, who came to welcome her personally, no one else showed up. Cyril was busy with his affairs at Congress, while Leia was busy diagnosing the elderly in the garden with Jason in her arms. As soon as Teresa stepped into the entrance of the Lurin mansion, she was immediately unnerved when she ran into her old acquaintance, Elena. They looked at each other from a distance. One of them was dressed in a fiery red dress and the other plainly in white. They stood in the living room, sizing each other up in silence. The tension in the room was growing. Their glares were like blades, cold and murderous. Ilna, it's been a long time. Teresa Lurin, you ended up as a widow eventually. Teresa Lurin forced a cold smile. I don't think being a widow is a bad thing. At least, it's still better than being the third wheel in a relationship or having your husband snatched away from you, she said, and sat down without being invited. The maid hurried over and served her coffee. Alina ignored her comments. She sat at the opposite side of the table and said, "Yes, a widow has more freedom." She looked at Lindsay Laura, who was standing next to Teresa. Edward Abbott's grandson has grown up so much. You're Lindsay Laura, aren't you? Yes, Madame Alina. He had heard from his grandfather that it was Alina who assisted in his rather rocky delivery. You young people should talk more. Go to Leah. She's in the garden. I have something to say to Her Majesty. Lindsay nodded. Mayne and Annie also retreated from the room with the other maids. The living room was enveloped in silence again. Teresa took a sip of coffee and said, Elena, that car accident should have killed you, but what a feat it is for you to have survived. However, I have to remind you, if you're still going to pursue that incident from years ago, I don't mind joining powers with Walter Jones and Joan Quinn again to send you to hell for the second time. Ha ha, are you getting nervous now? Elena smiled. Haven't you noticed that I am already prepared for this for a long time? Teresa was startled. She stared at her and asked, What do you mean? Elena slowly took out 2 photos and put them on the table. Her voice was ice cold. It means you tried to kill my daughter during her delivery, so I should kill you to repay your favor. Not only that, I should make sure you lose the throne. That's a price you have to pay for pissing me off. It's not up to you to decide on the throne of the wolf tribe. Believe me, Basil's soul has long gone mad out of anger in heaven. He would do anything to pull you down from the throne of the wolf tribe. With a cold shiver, Teresa snatched the photos from Elena. It showed 2 men. One of them was gentle-looking, and the other one was cold and solemn. The 2 of them looked quite similar, and at a closer look, both of them resembled Teresa. Teresa fought to control her rage and shock. Why are you showing me photos of Charlie and Baxter? Nothing. I just wanted to show you these 2 beautiful men. Do you want them to be your male pet in the palace? Are you satisfied with them? Teresa was about to burst into anger, but she managed to keep a calm smile. Elena, I know you've always hated Joan Quinn because she took Nicholas Lowell away from you, but sending her adopted sons into the palace as male pets is too much, don't you think? Is it too much? Joan is always taking advantage of my daughter. I don't think it's too much for me to use her adopted sons now, Elena said and leaned against the sofa. Baxter and Charlie are quite good-looking, and they are quite flirty, so they must have some skills in bed. I think you'll be satisfied with them as your male pets. As Teresa's patience dissipated, she picked up her cup of coffee and splashed it onto Elena. Elena moved so fast that she became a white blur, swiftly landing a punch on Teresa's face. With her hands turned into a pair of claws, Teresa growled and pounced on Elena. The 2 women got into a fierce fight. However, it was a different scene in the garden. The beautifully decorated pavilion was shaded with blue curtains all around. The living things in the garden were all nicely trimmed and carefully taken care of. Jason was sleeping soundly in the stroller beside Leia. After Leia checked Elle's pulse, she said, You're recovering well, and your health is in a good condition now. Elle, I think it won't even be a problem for you to live 50,000 years longer. 50,000 years? Elle smiled kindly. Leia, you're in a good mood. It seems like your wish has been fulfilled. Yes, my wish is simple. I want my child to be healthy. I have my mother back with me, and I want Nafinon and Cyril to be happy. That's all that I hope for. Leia passed the medical records to Elle and said, Elle, my mother is staying here for some time. You should really meet her. When Elle was about to agree to the invitation, he saw Lindsay approaching from a distance. He stood up and said, I have plans for today. I'll see you another day. All right. Leia sincerely asked Elle, I'm going to hold a small full moon party for Jason. It will only be for some old friends of mine. You must come. Of course. Watching Elle run off in small steps, Leia couldn't help but chuckle. Leah, what are you laughing at? Lindsay asked. You look good. Leah pointed at Elle. Look, Elle is already so old, and yet he can still run. He's also very good at fortune-telling. Elle? Lindsay looked at the old man. The man was wearing a blue shirt and black pants. His gray hair was tied neatly with a navy blue ribbon. He looked so familiar. His name is L? Lindsay asked curiously. Leah responded quickly, yes, it sounds like the letter L, doesn't it? Could it be him? I'll be back in a minute. Lindsay chased after the old man. When Lindsay reached the entrance of the Lurin mansion, L was long gone. L? Lindsay shouted his name a few times. I know why you're hiding. As an elder of the wolf tribe, you can abandon your responsibilities, but you can never abandon your own grandson. I'm your only family now. L still did not show his face. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the living room, which captured Lindsay's attention. A bright red figure was thrown through the huge glass window, shattering it into pieces. All the bodyguards rushed over, but they hesitated because they did not know which side to assist. Lindsay hurriedly Teresa her up. Your Highness, what's wrong? Teresa pushed his hands away and brushed off her dress. Nothing. I got into an argument with a damned woman. You're the damned woman. Alina was furious. Even after the fight, she still remained graceful, her hair still tidily plaited. Her red high heels stepped through the broken pieces of glass window, and her hands were stained with Teresa's blood. You poor werewolf. Even after all these years, there's still no improvement from you. Haha, you must have spent all your time in bed, didn't you? You have the nerve to talk about me? You're the one who's always chasing after men. Teresa spat back. Let's fight again. Of course, let's continue the fight. I'm going to tear your wolf fur off and make a fur coat from it. Alina continued taunting Teresa. Then I'll fry you, Alina. Teresa responded quickly. Seeing that both of them were resuming their fight, Lindsay hurried to stop them. Calm down. You both have lived long lives. You don't have to make things worse between the both of you. Things would only get worse between them. Nafinen said while standing at the balcony of the study room, Lindsay, go away. Let them fight. Now I know where I get my bad temper from. It's from my mother. It's how unfair. I always get the worst genes. Haha, Alina, did you see that? Even your daughter hates you. No wonder Nicholas fell in love with Joan. Teresa's laugh did not last for long. Alina aimed a punch at her again. Her fists were stronger and faster now, probably from the provocation. Teresa was also furious from the fight. In an instant, the yard of the mansion was engulfed in clashing green and white lights. The bodyguards were too scared to even go near the scene. Nafanan enjoyed the fight. Well, that's a good punch. Lindsay had no choice but to return to the garden to get Leah. Unfortunately, the little wolf cub Jason had just woken up, and Leah was feeding him. You mean my mother is fighting with Teresa? Leah was not anxious at all. She did not want to bring her son to a fight. What's the situation now? Wasn't Leah always enthusiastic? Why did she not interfere when it was her own mother getting into a fight? 2 wins out of 3 rounds? Lindsay forced himself to look away from the breastfeeding mother. Leah felt a little worried. Is Teresa leading? No, Madame Alina. My mother has quite the skills. I have to learn some martial arts as well. Leah, if you don't stop them, things will get worse. I'm Jason's mother now, so taking care of him is my first priority. If something happened to him, Cyril will kill me. Leah was confident that even when things got worse, Teresa would be on the losing end. A female werewolf like her would lose her mind when provoked. She was confident her mother could win. Call Cyril back to stop them. What? Lindsay was in a panic. Leah, how could you just sit by and watch them fight? I was wrong about you. Have you considered that if your mother killed Her Majesty, she would be a criminal to the wolf tribe? Perhaps everyone is still looking forward to Teresa's death. If that's the case, my mother would be a hero to the people of the wolf tribe. It will be awkward for me to interfere. If I stop them and my mother wants me to kill Teresa with her, what should I do? If I do not do as she instructs me to do, then I'm afraid she'll be angry with me. Teresa has always wanted me dead. What if she caught me and used me to threaten my mother? Can you save me then? Moreover, if I leave my son unattended, what if Teresa's bodyguards come for him? What should I do then? Lindsay was left speechless. He had no choice but to call Cyril. Cyril was busy with his work at the moment, so he hung up after a simple response. Let them be. In the end, Cyril got back from work, practiced boxing for an hour, and had his dinner before spending another 2 hours with Leia in the baby's room. When he was getting ready for bed, the fight was still going on. The whole yard had been destroyed. Even the beautiful pavilion in the garden was not spared. Leia, take our son to our bedroom. Cyril was afraid that the fighting would spread to the mansion, so he changed his mind. No, I think it's safer for us to stay the night at a hotel. Are you sure that staying at the hotel is safe? What if Walter Jones comes with the vampires? The security system here has been destroyed. It's more dangerous here than at the hotel, Cyril said. He came out with bags filled with baby necessities and shielded Leia and Jason as they left the mansion. Hey, Cyril, how selfish of you. Nafinan ordered 2 bodyguards to move Ryan from his room. You're only thinking of your wife. What about your brother? He was not selfish. He was being generous. I'll let you have him. The entire Lurin family took refuge at a nearby hotel. Not long after Cyril left, the news media of the Wolf tribe came to the mansion to cover the fight. A battle between women was rare. Some people even made a bet out of the fight. However, Teresa would never know that everyone was betting against her. Nafinan could not sleep in the hotel room. She constantly worried that something would happen to Alina. She wanted to talk to Leia, but she was also worried that she would disturb her. After thinking, Nafinan finally dialed Nicholas's number. Dad, it's me, Nafinan. Although Nicholas was busy with his business, he was not surprised to receive a call from his daughter. I saw your email. Jason looks cute and Leia is growing more similar to your mother. Yes, they're living a happy life now. Nafinan hesitated. Father, do you know that Mother's still alive? I think you should book the next flight and come here to stop her from fighting. Did your mother get into a fight again? He asked. Again? Nafinan was dumbfounded. You're not surprised at all. Was Mother always getting into fights? Leia and I really did not know you guys very well. When Nafinan and Nicholas were talking on the phone, Leia sneaked out after Cyril was sound asleep. When Leia left Lurin Mansion, she forgot to bring 3 very important things: the pure silver sword, the set of pure silver jewelry her mother had left her, and the amulet pendant Cyril had given her. Without all these 3 things, Leia felt uneasy. The car reached Lurin Mansion and entered via the side door of the garage. Leia was shocked to see the reporters in the yard. Fortunately, she was wearing a nightdress with a knitted shirt and her hair hung loose. She looked like a normal housewife, and no one would be interested in her. Because everyone was so immersed in the fight, no one noticed Leia in the crowd. However, when Leia was squeezing through the crowd, she heard a harsh discussion. Didn't Madame Alina die years ago? Why is she still here? Nicholas Lowell kicked Alina out. Rumor has it that he fell in love with Madame Joan. There's also a rumor that Henry is Madame Jones and Nicholas's son. Wow, that's really interesting news. It turns out that before Leia and Nafinan Lowell were born, their father had already cheated on their mother with Madame Joan. Even after that, Madame Alina still gave birth to 2 daughters for Nicholas. Henry is nearly 1,000 years old. How could he be Nicholas' son? If Nicholas is of an unknown species and not human, the 1,000-year-old Henry would be like a child, just like Master Ikawa. The more Leia heard, the angrier she became. She sneaked into the mansion, still boiling in anger. After putting on all her silver jewelry and the amulet pendant, Leia carried her silver sword and shouted to the crowd, "Put all of your cameras on the ground and freeze!" Everyone was, however, unimpressed. Miss Leia was well known for her good temper and had always answered all of their questions patiently. Miss Leia, we're your friends. One by one, the cameras were pointed at Leia like guns. Is young Master Henry your half-brother? What tribe does your family belong to? Does His Highness Cyril know that you're from a different tribe? What does he think of this? Do you know witchcraft? Will you turn into an animal? Or are you a goblin or an elf? Is your newborn closer to your tribe or the werewolf tribe? Did Her Majesty get into this fight with Madame Alina because she knew your secret? Are you staying with His Highness Cyril for the interest of your tribe, or do you have other purposes? You call yourselves my friends? All this nonsense from you is destroying my life. I don't have such friends. If you call yourselves my friends, put your cameras on the ground now, or I will smash you into dust. Leah threatened. The crowd looked at each another. The tension in the atmosphere was obvious. No one believed that this gentle and kind doctor would dare to kill anyone. Suddenly, a cold command was heard. Didn't you hear what she said? Why are you not putting them down? Everyone turned and saw Cyril, his broad figure wrapped in a sleeping robe. He appeared like a grim reaper, cold and domineering. It's His Highness Cyril! It's His Highness Cyril! The reporters threw away all of their cameras and equipment and fled at once as though they had seen death himself. Cyril shouted a warning after them. If there's a single word about today in the newspapers tomorrow, I'll assume that you all have a death wish. The fight in the yard was still going on. Cyril ordered the bodyguard to destroy all the cameras and the other equipment. Then he walked to Leah's side and asked, "Are you going to spend the rest of your life holding that sword?" In a hurry, Leah put the silver sword back into the wooden box behind her. I came back to get the amulet you gave me." "You never bothered to wear the amulet, and you're not even wearing it now. Why do you have to find such a bad excuse? Since Alina appeared, you've been distracted all day long." Leah was even hiding from Cyril. "I didn't. I've been spending my time taking care of Jason and treating my patients." Cyril lost his patience. "If you run away again without telling me, I won't come and save you anymore." Listening to his scolding, Leah felt aggrieved, but she could not refute him. "I'm always a burden to you, aren't I?" "Yes, you're a burden." "Okay, if that's the case, I won't be your burden anymore." Leah turned around and ran to the garden. "Leah, come back." Cyril realized that his words were too harsh, but it was too late. When Cyril arrived at the garden, he saw that Leah was running into the middle of the fight between Aline and Teresa. "Leah, it's dangerous there." Cyril ran after her anxiously, but was blasted back by the force from the light. Cyril managed to look through the penetrating light and saw Leah stabbing her sword at Teresa. Leah wanted to end her own life, but she had things to take care of and people to kill before that. She needed to make sure that Teresa would not get her hands on her child after she was dead. Teresa was shocked, but she dodged the attack and held Leah by her wrist. Unfortunately, Teresa gripped the silver bracelet Leah was wearing, and her hands were burnt from the contact. Alina tried to pull Leah away with the other hand, but failed. The white force on her hand and the green force on Teresa's suddenly rushed into Leah's body at the same time. Ah! The pain spread through her body, as if all of her bones had been broken and restructured. Her long hair flew upwards due to the force, and her clothes was trembling violently. Let go of me." Alina could not let go, while Teresa gripped tighter on purpose. Teresa was afraid that once she let go, Leah would come at her with the silver sword. Leah could not bear the pain anymore. She growled and focused, and a light of force suddenly broke out. The ground shook vigorously, and both Alina and Teresa were thrown back onto the ground from the strong force. Leah knelt on the ground, her hands still holding the silver sword to support herself. Surrounded by a white light, Leah's body was shaking as if she was possessed. Her pupils were an abnormal shade of blue, and her skin was too fair to be real. She looked like a demon. "Leah, what's wrong?" Cyril ran over, but was thrown back again by the force of light bursting from Leah's body. After more than 10 minutes, the shaking gradually stopped, and her hair turned a shade of blue, with a magical touch to the color. The light covering her hair also made it look like the reflection of the stars on the surface of a sea. Her head drooped as if she had lost consciousness. She remained as still as a statue. Cyril did not understand the situation. He approached Leah again and called her name a few times, but there was no response. Cyril stretched his fingers out to test her breath. She was breathing a little faster, and her pulse was also at a considerably normal rate. Werewolves would turn into their true form when they were severely injured. Was it the same thing with Leah now? Was this her true form? "Leah, can you hear me?" Leah raised her head suddenly, her pupils now two clear blue crystals. Her stare was coldly dominating. Cyril was startled to see this gaze of hers. Why did it look so unfamiliar? "Leah, I'm Cyril." I know I hurt your feelings just now. I was worried about you when you ran out without telling me." He sighed and touched her face gently, but there was still something unfamiliar in her gaze. It was as if Leah did not know him. "Leah, you know I'm scared that I might lose you and never see you again." Alina, who was a distance away, gradually woke up. "Cyril, it's dangerous. Don't touch her." She struggled to get up from the ground and hobbled to Leah. Alina held Leah's arms and said anxiously, "Leah, I'm your mother. Don't be afraid. Let's get out of here first." Leah stood up obediently and followed Alina in her arms. Cyril did not enjoy the fact that things which were out of his control this time, and he had a bad feeling that he might really lose Leah this time. "Alina, what's wrong with her?" "She's exhausted after absorbing too much power. She'll be fine after a few days." After that, Ilna said, "I'll let you deal with Teresa." "All right." Cyril still wanted to ask about Leah's condition, but Alina disappeared into thin air, taking Leah with her. "Hey, Alina, remember to bring Leah back to me." Unfortunately, there was no more response. The next day, Maine was supervising the construction work of the mansion when Teresa Luren stalked in fiercely with a group of bodyguards. The fiery red dress she was wearing elongated from the main door to the living room like a burning flame. "Maine, where's that dumb woman, Alina? Also, you'd better get Leah here right now." Before Maine could say anything, Teresa ordered her bodyguards to search the mansion for the two of them. "Leah? Leah?" Teresa even went upstairs. "You dummed woman, come out." Annie followed closely behind Teresa. "Your Majesty, Miss Leah has disappeared. No one knows where she is, not even His Highness Cyril." "What about Naphanon and Alina?" Annie replied according to Cyril's orders. "They disappeared as well. Naphanon was taking care of Jason, so they had to hide her whereabouts from Teresa." "Dumb Leah, all the women in that family should die." With a roar, Teresa stomped out of the mansion, but not before giving Maine instructions. "If Cyril comes back, tell him to come and see me immediately." "Why don't your Majesty call His Highness?" She had thought of it as well, but Cyril never picked up her calls, not since phones were invented. "Maine, you better know this. I'm the queen of the wolf tribe. If Leah appears, you'd better kill her for me." It was impossible for Maine to agree, so he lowered his head and gave no response. Together with her group of bodyguards, Teresa left angrily. Teresa got in the car and slapped the seat furiously. "Tum Leah, she dares to flee after stealing my powers? I'll make her regret it." Teresa turned to Lindsay, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "I want you to make an announcement. Leah Lowell is wanted. Anyone who sees her shall kill her immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Teresa was really furious this time, and Lindsay could not do anything to comfort her. Although she lost some of her powers, she was still left with at least half of it, certainly enough for her to kill him. Lindsay could only pray that Leah stayed hidden for the rest of her life. The most anxious party involved was not Teresa or Cyril, who was busy looking for Leah. It was, in fact, Naphanon Lowell. In the United States, on the 32nd floor of a building in New York, lay Ryan, who was still unconscious. He had been transferred here a moment ago. Naphanon was busy taking care of Jason, who was crying profusely. She had been lingering around with him in her arms for the past 3 hours. Whenever Naphanon sat down or put him back in the stroller, he would start wailing. After a few rounds of changing positions, Jason would now even cry when she walked around with him. "Stop crying, stop crying. My dear, stop crying. I won't sit down again. You're the boss, all right?" 5 minutes later, the little child was still wailing. Naphanon was always short-tempered. When all her tricks could not work on the little child, she helplessly put the child on the sofa. "Jason, what do you want? If you little bastard want to torture me to death, well, I admit defeat. I surrender. You win." "Ah?" The little fellow was fond of seeing her angry, but he only stopped for a second before he started to wail again. "Wah." "Now you're happy?" Nana knew that she had went overboard, so she took a deep breath and held her temper. She put her hands together like she was praying and said, "I know you miss your parents. Let me tell you the truth. They have abandoned you. I'm taking care of you now for them, and I still have work to do. Please pity me and be a good boy, can you?" He stopped wailing. His eyes and nose were red from the crying, and he even hiccuped. Nafinan had no choice but to pick him up, only to realize that the little fellow was wet. "I see, you peed. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jason was extremely restless. He pouted constantly, and his face was dirty from all his tears and mucus. He had been trying to tell his aunt that he had wet his diapers, but she was too dumb to understand him. How could she be a woman? She was always so careless, unlike his sweet and gentle mother. When would his mother come back? All right, dear. Now don't you cry." Nafinan placed him on the bed in the baby's room and changed his diapers. "It's not safe to bring a nanny with me. I think Cyril is just making things harder for me. No matter what, I'm his future sister-in-law. Now I have to take care of his unconscious older brother and babysit his child?" Nafinan was mumbling to herself while putting on a glove to change her nephew's diapers when she realized that there was something yellowish on his buttocks. "Little wolf brat, you're really going to treat your aunt this way? Luckily, I'm well prepared, or else my new manicure will go to waste." "Heh." Jason laughed. His huge eyes shone brightly. The purity in him dissipated all of Nafinan's anger. She could only let out a helpless sigh as she threw the used diapers into the rubbish bin. "Are you happy now? Heh, you little brat. You must be a troublemaker when you grow up. I warn you, if you dare to pee again, I won't spare you." Naked, the little baby waved his limbs around happily. Ah. Nafinan was bored. "You're doing good, at least better than your father." Nafinan put the baby on the soft cloth, but she could never hug the baby with the cloth in the same way other people did. Giving up, she dressed him up in baby cloth and lay him in his crib. Alina took Leia to a building in the countryside of London. It was Elle's residence. The building had been covered with spells to prevent the wolf tribe and the vampire tribe from tracking them here. After 2 days of treatment, there was still no sign of improvement in Leia's body. Her long blue hair was a mess, and she refused to take a bath, talk, lie down, sit, eat, or even drink. She was always cautious except when Alina was around. Other than her, Leia refused contact with anyone else. Alina had no choice but to settle her down in the guest room. "Elle, please think of another way. The spell that I cast on her 1,000 years ago had been broken. Now that she has absorbed 1,000 years of force from Teresa Lurin, it will be harder for me to cast another spell on her. Moreover, Leia has Cyril's blood in her as a form of protection. Elle heaved a sigh. "Alina, if you want her to return to her human form, it's not that hard, actually." Alina knew there was a faster and easier way. "You want me to beg Nicholas?" "No, I don't want to see that man anymore." "No, in fact, you don't have to. I'll call him. You may leave for the moment." "Are you sure that when Leia returns to her human form, she'll be able to control the demon in her?" Annie hesitantly asked Elle. "I dare not make any guarantees." Elle's face was laced with worry. Just the day before yesterday, he had met Leia for a diagnosis. Her smile was so beautiful and carefree, even the flowers in the garden could not compare to her. Things were really unpredictable. Her central system was severely damaged. I'm afraid it will take around 2 years for her to completely recover. If you ask me, returning her to Cyril now is not a good idea. She's just like a child now. When she returns to her human form, I'll take her away. After paying another visit to Leia, Alina was getting ready to leave for a few days when Elle gave Nicholas Lowell a call. When Alina opened the door, she saw Nicholas standing right outside. The suit he was wearing showed off his good figure, and his hair was slicked back neatly. Nicholas had always had a strong presence, dominant and hard to resist. At a glance, Nicholas had scrutinized Alina from head to toe. His gaze remained as calm as still water, and his voice was gentle. "I heard Leia was hurt." No greeting, just a simple statement. "She's inside. You may see her." Alina walked out of the door and turned sideways. Her brows furrowed with emotion, though she didn't know what emotion it was. After so many years, she thought that the wound in her heart had healed with time, but it only took a single glance at him for the pain to return, attacking her with memories from the past. "How long are you going to wander outside?" Nicholas asked. "Leia has always hated me for making you leave. I don't think she will want to see me. It's you who should stay with her. If she doesn't recognize me and tries to fight me, you have to be there to stop her." Nicholas stopped, but it was already enough for Alina to change her mind. When she turned around, Nicholas was already entering Elle's room. Nicholas was very polite to him. "Elle, it's been a long time. How are you?" "According to Leia, I can live another 50,000 years." Elle gave him a hug. "Let me bring you to the guest room. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. You've been a great help to us. If you're going to say such nonsense again, I will be unhappy. Alina is my goddaughter, so Leia can be considered my godgranddaughter. It's part of my responsibilities." The three of them entered the guest room. The moment Leia saw Nicholas, she sat up and grabbed the silver sword lying at side of her bed. She thrusted the sword directly at Nicholas' chest. Alina's face turned pale from shock. As Alina reached forward to stop Leia, Nicholas raised his hand to stop her. He did not dodge Leia's attack. He just caught the blade between two of his fingers. Leia's blue eyes were burning as she pushed harder. It was less than 2 centimeters from Nicholas's chest, but the sword just would not move any further. "Leia, I'm your father." "Good girl, I'll take you home," Nicholas said and patted her messy blue hair. A cold look flickered in Leia's eyes. She slowly loosened her grip on the sword and pounced on Nicholas, punching him hard on his chest, throwing him through the glass. "Leia, come back!" Alina gritted her teeth in pain. "What did you do to her to make her hate you so much?" Nicholas could not tell her the truth, but the memory flashed through his mind extremely clearly. When she was 11 years old, Leia was a thin and small girl. Standing in the dim light of the corridor, her eyes reflected venomous hatred. With her hair styled cutely and dressed in a school uniform, Leia looked like a demon with her venomous gaze. That day, Alina was sent to the hospital after a serious accident. Nafinan and Leia waited outside the operation theater for more than 4 hours. Nafinan was too tired to stay awake while Leia was anxious. She was so worried about her mother that she went to Nicholas's office to ask him about her mother's condition. Just as Leia was getting out of the elevator, she ran into her beloved father, who always claimed to love her mother, tangled in an embrace with Joan Quinn, her clothes loosely hanging off her shoulder. Leia required no explanation. Even if she was still a little girl at that time, she knew what was going on. Her mother was in serious pain, and yet her father was already enjoying his time with his new lover. It was even possible that they had planned the car accident so that they could be together after Alina's death. Leia said nothing and left. After the doctor who performed the operation announced Alina's death, Leia just disappeared into thin air. Leia's mind had returned to when she was just a little girl. She never hid her emotions and was wild in all of her actions. The more they wanted to control her, the more she would fight back. "Nicholas, if anything happens to my daughter, I will make you pay," Alina threatened before chasing after Leia. "I'll go with you," Nicholas offered. "You'd better not show up in front of Leia again." Leia, having escaped into the streets, anxiously stood under the lights of the city. She stumbled here and there, and when she activated the radar in her head, the only things she saw were walking red skeletons. The noises she heard were also torturing her. It was like the unstable channels on a radio. She heard everything: the sound of a car, the sound of a brake, the sound of a glass door sliding open, and even the heartbeats and footsteps of the people around her. She could even hear the sound of a child crying far away. A child's cry? A child? Leia remembered she had a child. She was startled by this realization. She ignored everything else and tried to focus on this fact. Only then did she realize the walking red skeletons were actually humans, and the noise bothering her a moment ago was not that difficult to bear with. A young man put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Hey, your hair is so cool. Are you an actor? Or are you going to a theme party?" Leia pushed him away in disgust. She did not put in much force, but the man was sent flying and landed among the heavy traffic. He was then run over by the speeding cars. Leia could clearly hear the sound of his bones being crushed and penetrating his muscles and organs. "Ah! Ah!" she began screaming in horror. In the corner of the street where she was standing, the glass windows of the shops shattered as though they were smashed by an invisible force. Leia once again tried to activate the radar in her head. She found the sound of a child crying in the midst of the heavy traffic. Then she heard another voice. "Walter, How are you going to explain this to your people? Are you going to tell them that the future king lost his own wife? Images flashed through Leia's mind, but only for a split second. They all became a blur to her. Are saying that Walter Jones is the king? The child in my belly. The woman laughed devilishly. Look, Walter. Walter, you're so close to him already? Now that he had made you pregnant, you're still denying it? A hoarse voice said with slight concern. It's a form of protection. Riley Rolls was very good at it. You're pregnant now, so don't worry about all these. The voice sounded again. Your Majesty, this is Leia Lowell, my lover. The woman also cut in. Your Majesty, His Highness Walter has been living with Leia Lowell for a long time, and she is already bearing His Highness's child. A middle-aged man in red said, Remember, after you are done with your work, take Leia back to the palace. I will issue an order for you to take over the administration. But you have to remember that since Leia is already pregnant, you have to marry her. Don't make the same mistake as I did. Yes, sir? Leia then heard her own voice. No, I won't marry Walter. I don't want to be married to a vampire, this child. Leia looked at the building not far away. It was in a greenish-gray in color, like a huge blade standing between the heavens and the earth, solemn and indifferent. The building looked so familiar. Maybe she had been there before this. The angry rebuke in her head a moment ago came from the building. Since Walter was there, maybe she would find the child there too. Cyril had been waiting for news in the monitor room. All the staff had been monitoring the situation all day long, but there was still no news of Leia. Your Highness, there was a car accident and a massive explosion on a street in the Eastern District. The blue-haired woman in the monitor video looked very similar to Miss Leia. The staff switched the monitor screen onto the huge screen for Cyril. Leia was walking towards the building where Walter Jones's Vampires Club was located. Cyril did not understand. Why couldn't he sense Leia even when she was no longer with Alina? What was actually going on? Why was she walking towards that building? Why was she still holding on to that dumb silver sword? Cyril came out of the monitor room and called the elites of the wolf tribe to gather. They were going to break into the Vampires Club. When Cyril arrived at the building, Leia was already heading to the top floor in the elevator. She was heading towards a spacious office. Walter was kneeling on one knee with his back straight. His long golden hair was as beautiful as silk. Leia was familiar with all this. The vampire in red with a crown on his head. She remembered him from the images, but she had no idea who he was. Walter and Austin turned to look at her. She looked so similar to Leia Lowell, yet so different as well. Her face did not look like Leia's, and her aura was very different to Leia's sweet and gentle aura. The person they were looking at now was cold and venomous. Leia, is that you? I'm looking for my child. Leia got straight to the point. I remember being pregnant. You said we were getting married. The child is ours, right? Yes, it's our child. Walter, who had been scolded by Austin, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Walter nodded apologetically to Austin and said, Father, I'll take Leia to the child. Austin waved dismissively. Don't let me down again. You may not know, but this might be Leia's true form. Walter, treat her well. After all, she's the mother of the child. Yes. Walter approached Leia, carefully avoiding the long sword in her hand. He wrapped his hand around her waist. Let's go see the child. The child's cry really existed, and it was even louder in the corridor. Hearing it, Leia was in a good mood. He seems to be calling after me. Yes, he misses you every day. Walter held her wrist. Leia, can you leave the sword in the corridor? You'll scare the child. Then he took her to a room. Let's change your clothes first and have a thorough clean-up. Then you'll leave a good impression on the child. All right, I really want to see him. He's crying so badly. He will be very happy to see you later. Only then did Leia realize that she was being very close to Walter. She held her hands out and touched his silky, smooth hair. How did you grow your hair? Why is it so long now? Don't you cut and trim your hair? You don't like it? No, I like it very much, like it's beautiful. He brought her to a room where she sat down in front of the dressing table. Everything here was familiar, but it felt new to her as well. The maids quickly gathered around to help Leia with her hair, clothes, and makeup. A few minutes later, a stunning blue-haired beauty appeared in the mirror. This is me? She was puzzled. Why did she look so unfamiliar? She stroked the surface of the mirror. Her long blue hair was silky smooth, and her pair of blue eyes. Why were her eyes blue? Walter held her in his arms and entered the baby's room. The small and brightly colored room radiated warmth. There was a lovely baby in the crib. His skin was as fair as snow, and there were tears in his dark blue eyes. He looked at Leah curiously. Leah could feel that she was connected to this child, but was it really their child? Why don't I remember his name? He has a pet name, Bobby, but his real name is Robert Lowell. Bobby? How familiar, I think I made it up. Robert Lowell? That's a great name, too. Did you come up with it? It seemed like he really was her husband. Yes. Walter tried to look as gentle as he could. You haven't held him for a long time. Do you want to hold him? Leah picked the little fellow up and cradled him in her arms. He's so small, so light. She couldn't help but kiss the baby's cheek when images flashed through her mind. Walter, I remember his eyes were green. Why does he have blue eyes? Walter sighed, turned around, walked to the window, and looked out. His tone was a little meek. You used to have black eyes, and now they're blue. How can you explain that? We got into an argument about the child's lineage. You ran out in a fuss, got into a fight, and now we're here. I shouldn't have gotten into an argument with you. It must be hard for you to take care of the child alone. Walter turned to her and hugged her and the child. I love you. I love you and little Robert, our Bobby. Well, I love you too. The smile on Leah's face gradually became gentle. She leaned in Walter's arms and patted Bobby gently. Honey, be a good boy. I will never leave you again. Walter felt lost for a moment. Did Leah just say that she loved him? How could she say that to him? Was it because she felt guilty? He had been waiting for this moment a long time. However, he remembered that he needed to do this. He wanted Alina to pay the price for all that she had done. Since Alina was in hiding, her precious daughter would have to do. Riley Rolls came in and was shocked to see Leah. Your Highness, Cyril is here. Cyril? Leah was suddenly alert. Why does this name sound so familiar? Am I close to him? Walter calmed her down. Leah, you abandoned our family when you fell in love with Cyril, the Duke of the Wolf tribe, but he did not love you back. He was using you to control me. He never showed you love and even hurt you deeply. This man also took away your sister to prevent you from coming back to me. Leah searched through the meager fragments of memories she was left with. It's true. I think I really loved him, but he never loved me back. Why? Why am I that silly? I've hurt Naphanon. Where is Naphanon now? Don't worry. Naphanon is doing fine. She's in a very safe place, Walter said softly. Let's go and meet Cyril together. Don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Walter, I should apologize. After everything that I have done, you still... Walter placed his finger on her lips and said, You're my wife. Regardless of what you did, I will always love you and our son Bobby. Remember that, always. When Cyril entered the room, he saw a happy family of 3. Leah was dressed in a maroon dress, which matched perfectly with her long blue hair. She looked coquettish, elegant, and cold. She was sitting on the sofa with a vampire baby in her arms. Walter had his arms around them. They looked like a perfect match, a happy family. Cyril scrutinized Leah, and she did the same at him. Disbelief shone in his eyes, and doubly so for hers. This guy looked so familiar. A plethora of obscene images featuring him flashed through her mind. They were naked, hugging and kissing each other. The images were sinful. When did this sinful relationship start? Leah did not remember. She only had a memory of a bathroom with an obscene scene in the mirror. It was them. She was leaving marks on Cyril's back while they made out. They were not the best soulmates, but their bodies matched each other perfectly, which was why they became lovers in the first place. In contrast, Walter had the demeanor of a real husband. He took good care of his family and tolerated all her mistakes and past sins. Leah knew that she had not been a good wife or mother. To be honest, she deserved all this, loving someone who could never possibly love her back, and even immersing herself further into the unrequited love. Leah really wanted to remove this sinful past from her life. Leah, come home with me. I'm at my own home now. Your home is this club? Walter, you're really well prepared. Walter shrugged. Everything came naturally. There's no need to prepare. Cyril guessed Walter was taking advantage of Leia's loss of memory by showing her some random child and making up stories for her. Only vampires could come up with such dirty tricks. Cyril was not anxious. He took a sip of coffee and forced himself to think of a way. Austin was at the top floor, and he could not afford to provoke a dispute between the two tribes. Leia found herself still fond of Cyril. His cold and overbearing face, his movements, his faint smile, and his sharp gaze, all of him made her feel warm and familiar. Cyril, I have a child with Walter. I love him, and he loves me too. Don't break our family apart again. Cyril shook his head and laughed. Leia's words confirmed his guess. Leia, Walter's love is worthless, and did he say that's your child? You still remember that you have a child, so you should remember Jason. Jason is our son. Jason? Leia was shocked. She looked at the baby in her arms. The connection she felt to this baby made her confident that he was her real child. Robert is my child. I even have a pet name for him, Bobby. Walter agreed to this pet name. All of this is true. Cyril was furious. Dumb, the pet name. Was it the pet name that made Leia so confident that the little vampire was hers? Cyril smiled and nodded his head. All right, I agree that Robert Lowell is a beautiful name, but it does not suit Jason. I don't want our child to be a Lowell. He's the future Duke, a royal member of the Wolf tribe. How could he be a Lowell? Leia looked at Walter in confusion. Walter, Jason is so familiar to me. I think Cyril is telling the truth. Jason was another name we considered for our baby. When you told Cyril that you were pregnant, he refused to take care of your child and kicked you out, because it was my child you were bearing. Walter flashed an evil smile at Cyril. You said you loved him when you were so close to death, but he didn't respond to you. After that, you wanted to name the child Robert Lowell, but he changed the name to Jason Lurin. Look, he's always treating you badly. Whenever he senses a little betrayal, he'll push you away. All the werewolves are heartless. He looks like a nice guy. How could it be? I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Why am I so silly? Why did I fall in love with someone like him? Leia shook her head in disbelief. She must have been out of her mind when she said that she loved him. Walter, let's not waste our time here anymore. I'm hungry. Can we get something to eat? I think the baby is also hungry. Dear, whatever you want. I will never imprison you, control you, or take away your freedom and reason. Walter touched her chin affectionately and gave her a passionate French kiss in front of Cyril. Leia accepted the kiss, but her mind was full of memories of Cyril kissing her. She had betrayed her husband so much that she could not even focus on kissing him. She forced herself to kiss him back and vowed to be a good wife to him from this moment on. Cyril rushed over and gave Walter a hard punch. He then grabbed Leia's wrist and said, Leia, wake up. Don't be fooled by him. The child in Leia's arms wailed in fright at the commotion. Leia fell into a rage. She twisted his hand and broke free from Cyril's grip. The next moment, Leia's fist landed strongly on Cyril's face. Cyril never expects such force from Leia. Leia, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember me? Walter is not lying to me. You never said that you loved me. You're only here because you're embarrassed that I left you. Only when your heart was broken did you even think of coming for me. I warn you, don't you dare lay a finger on my husband. As the queen of the vampire tribe, I order you to leave right now. Duke Cyril, the vampire tribe does not welcome you. Husband? Queen? Did she really believe in all these? Leia, I didn't tell you I loved you because I don't want you to be disappointed. Cyril was afraid that he might not be able to protect Leia. Leia did not want to hear from him anymore. She held Bobby in her arms and went to Walter, who was propped up by the door after getting punched by Cyril. She smoothed his hair and asked, Walter, is there pain anywhere? A good wife should always be concerned for her husband. My arms and back hurt so much. Cyril snorted disdainfully. Such a cheap trick. Cyril hit him on his shoulder. How could his back hurt? Walter still pretended that he was in great pain. He put his hands on Leia, but his gaze hid a sense of victory when he looked at Cyril. Then he kissed Leia once again on her forehead. Dear, maybe you can rub on it when we get back to our bedroom later. Promise me, don't leave me again. I've missed you so much. Cyril caught the innuendo in his words. However, Leia did not, so she just agreed. The three of them left the room. Just as Cyril was about to go after them, Riley Rolls stepped in to remind him. Your Highness Cyril? Her Highness had said that you're not welcomed at the vampire tribe. Please leave. His Highness Austin is just on the top floor of this building. I don't think your Highness would want to make him angry. Cyril clenched his fist. He had a strong urge to tear Walter to pieces, but he still had some doubts. Looking at Leia now, she must had some demon in her. She must be feeling some connection to the child to confirm her relationship with it. What did Walter give her to make her feel that connection? Riley, what's wrong with the child? That's Her Highness newborn. Cyril did not believe her. In a flash, Cyril had gripped Riley's throat in his hand and held her up on the wall. Although the vampire's healing ability is strong, it won't feel too good if your neck is broken. You'd better tell me the truth. Riley gritted her teeth in fear and her eyes shone red. Her sharp nails dug into Cyril's arm, but his grip remained strong. That's the Queen's child. If you don't believe me, you can check their DNA for yourself. She's definitely the mother of the child. If that's the case, who is the father of the child? It's His Highness Walter Jones. Impossible. How did he come up with the child? Since a few days ago, His Highness Walter has been calling you because he wanted to talk to you about this child. He thought of bringing it to Leia, but you never let him meet her. It's you who came up with a fake child to fool Leia. Did he? Who was the real child? Jason or Bobby? Cyril let go of her. Good, Walter really is a master at lying now. Even I have started to believe that Bobby is really their child now. That's indeed their child. If you dare to lay a finger on our prince, you're earning yourself an invitation to war. His Highness loves his grandson to death. Riley did not want to stay with this crazy werewolf any longer, so she fled the first chance she got. Cyril searched every inch of the club and found nothing suspicious. It was even harder for Cyril to dig out secrets from the vampires. The vampires here were quite wild, but they were all silent when it came to the secrets of their tribe, especially when Austin was around. Cyril had no choice but to leave for the time being to come up with another plan. When Cyril got to his car, several bodyguards hurried to greet him. One of them pointed at Alina, who was walking towards them from afar. Your Highness, it's Madame Alina. Although Cyril felt guilty, he still braced himself to meet her. Madam, what's wrong with Leia? Why did she become Walter Jones' wife? Why was she so sure that the baby vampire was her own flesh and blood? Alina was confused by Cyril's questions. What did you just say? She became Walter Jones' wife. Even if Leia isn't in the clearest state of mind, she would never stand on his side. Before Alina could figure out the situation, Nicholas got out from a car at the side of the road and held her back. Alina, you can't go in. Austin is inside as well. I won't give up on my daughter even if there's danger inside. Alina was in a dilemma. If she hadn't gotten into that fight with Teresa Lurin in the first place, Leia wouldn't be in this situation. She doesn't even know what she's doing. You shouldn't blame her. Cyril, why didn't you hold her back? Cyril bowed apologetically. I was quarreling with her that time. Both of them looked at each other and turned back to Cyril with cold looks. In other words, Leia has become like this. It's all my fault, Cyril said sincerely. Please forgive me. I promise that I will bring her back safely. Alina could not blame Cyril since it was mainly her fault. Cyril, please take care of Jason with Nafanin. Leia is a kind-hearted girl. She would not abandon her own child. Have faith that one day she will return to you. I don't want Leia to return to him. Nicholas regarded Cyril with his eyebrows raised. You have hurt Leia so deeply. You are not getting back with her. Before Cyril could interrupt, Alina scolded him. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me. I am her father. If you hadn't orchestrated all of this, how could Leia have fallen in love with Cyril? How could Walter Jones have used her as a tool to retaliate against you? Cyril frowned. Who exactly orchestrated all this? Did Madame Joan purposely introduce Leia to the Lurin mansion under Alina's orders? If Madame Joan did it for Ryan's blood, what was Alina up to? If it was for her own revenge, was she willing to use her own daughter? If it weren't for you and Joan, I wouldn't have had to suffer. What were you doing when I was injured in the accident? Where were you? Have you asked yourself all these questions? In the years Leia went missing, have you protected her? Nafinan is always throwing tantrums. Did you teach her properly? You're unworthy of your daughters." Listening to Alina scolding Nicholas, Cyril could not hide his laugh. It was just a normal family dispute. An affair, a messy job, a rebellious daughter, a useless father, and a helpless mother. But it made him jealous as he had lost both his parents when he was still very young. Nicholas then pulled Alina into his arms. How could he not feel guilty all these years? But even if he were to cut his own heart out, it would not make any difference. All these years he had tried to make it up to both his daughters, but they never accepted any of his help. "I'm sorry, Alina. I know that even 1,000 apologies could never make up for the hurt that I've caused you and our daughters. Please come back to me." However, the only feelings Alina had towards him now was hatred. She punched him and struggled. Nicholas refused to let go. The two of them were acting like a stubborn couple, quarreling and getting tangled up in a mess. Cyril was left on the sidelines. Cyril coughed a few times, and both of them finally let go of each other. "Madam, if you don't want to meet Austin in person, you'd better not go into that building. Let's go back to Lurin Mansion and come up with another plan. Leia should be safe for now, and no one will be able to hurt her. If you rush into the building now, Walter might feel threatened and hurt Leah." Nicholas raised his eyebrows and looked at Cyril. Appreciation shone in his eyes. "You're quite something, kid." Cyril saw that Alina was hesitant, so he opened the door to Nicholas's car. Cyril sensed Nicholas's hatred towards the werewolves and took this as an opportunity to curry favor with his father-in-law. "Madam, please go with Mr. Lowell. I believe you have unfinished business. Both of you may talk about it over during the ride. That way we can save more time for discussion later." The assistant stood in front of Walter's desk. "Your Highness, we found the whereabouts of Nafinan Lowell, Ryan, and Jason," he said. "There are more than 200 bodyguards there, but no other security system was found around the house." "Well, let's do it. I don't care about Nafinan Lowell and Ryan. As long as the little buster Jason is dead, all of you will be rewarded." "Yes." At the same time, Leia was playing with Bobby in the baby's room, but her sensory radar was still active. Leia watched the conversation between Nicholas and Alina on the streets a minute ago, as well as Cyril's apology. Sure enough, she also caught the conversation between Walter and his assistant in the study room. If Jason really existed then, she should have 2 sons. The images in her mind became clearer as time passed, and she felt Jason's whereabouts. After Walter finished, he went to the baby's room but could not find Leia. Even Bobby had went missing. Dominant, this crazy woman would always bring them trouble. "Riley?" "Riley Rolls." Riley rushed into the room, knelt down on one knee, and asked, "Yes, Your Highness? Where's Leia and the little prince?" "This." Riley looked at the window. The windows were wide open, and the curtains fluttered in the night wind. Obviously, Leia must have jumped out of the window. "This is the 96th floor. How could Leia?" He rushed to the window. Through his telepathic connection with Bobby, he was sure that Leia had indeed escaped from the window, and she was flying. Someone knocked on the door. Walter sensed the identity of the person and hurriedly closed the window. He tried to clear his mind before opening the door. "Father, it's almost dawn. It's time for you to rest. You know, I would like to hug Bobby before going to bed. I'm afraid it's not convenient now. Leia is with him in the bathroom." "Well, of course, the child should be closest to his mother. He hasn't been in touch with his mother since birth. He deserves more love from his mother now." Austin could not hide his disappointment. As long as Bobby is happy. After Austin left, Walter let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly closed the door. "Take care of this situation. Never let His Majesty know that Bobby went missing," he ordered Riley. "Yes." It was a busy day for Nafinan. After she finished her business matters, she had to bathe Ryan and change Jason's diaper before she could finally steal some time to rest. However, she had only slept for a few minutes when she heard some weird sounds from the baby's room. For the past few days, she had been worried that the vampires and Teresa's people would break in. Although there were a lot of bodyguards around the house, she still had to stay alert herself. She wrapped herself in a nightgown and turned on the lamp in the baby's room. She was shocked by what she saw. A furry brown puppy was gnawing on a corpse on the ground. Judging from the pale face, the corpse was a vampire. What was going on? Where did the corpse come from? How did the vampires break in? The crib was empty and messy, but without any bloodstains. The only difference was that the chair next to the crib lay sideways on the floor. Nafinan looked at the puppy with green eyes suspiciously. Was it Jason, or had Jason been eaten by it? Nafinan backed into the corridor in horror. She closed the door to hide from the bloodshed. Slowly, she recovered from the terror, and then she screamed. Ah! Help! The furry puppy slipped through the hole beneath the door, into the corridor, and barked a few times. With a flash of green light, the furry puppy turned into a cute baby boy, only with some bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. His glistening eyes looked straight at Nafinan. His aunt always made a fuss out of everything. He was used to it. Nafinan had the shock of her life from this little fellow. She dared not pick him up again. That little crying baby had turned into a little wolf cub and killed a vampire 10 times bigger than him. A group of bodyguards of the wolf tribe rushed in. Miss Nafinan, what's the matter? The little fellow was crawling on the ground naked. The bodyguards were curious when Nafinan did not stop him or pick him up from the ground. After all, the baby might catch a cold easily. A bodyguard, who was the first to rush over, picked up Jason and wrapped him in a blanket. He then placed the baby in Nafinan's arms. Miss Nafinan, please go back to your bedroom and rest. Just leave this to us. Nafinan looked at the little fellow in her arms in horror. She wanted to throw the little monster away, but she was not that cruel, after all. Nafinan forced herself to bring him back to her bedroom. When she pushed open the door, she heard shots being fired. A group of vampires had fired at them, but the silver nitrate bullets were blocked by the green light from Jason's eyes. Nafinan screamed and retreated with Jason. A group of bodyguards hurriedly escorted her to Ryan's room. The vampires followed them closely. The corridor was riddled with bullet holes, and the debris from the paintings on the wall were flying around like dust. A few bodyguards were shot on the way to Ryan's room. Nafinan had never experienced such a battle. Holding Jason tightly, she cried hysterically. They were outmatched, and the bodyguards outside might not make it in time. They were doomed. Something smashed through the window of Ryan's room. The bodyguards split into 2 teams. One stayed at the door to fight the vampires, and the other aimed their guns at the blue-haired woman who had just broken in. It's me. The bodyguards were shocked. Why did Miss Leia look so different? Yeah. Jason was thrilled to see his mother. His little body was trembling, and he stretched out his little arms to hold her. His mother was finally here. Nafinan hurried over to Leah. Sister, why are you dressed like this? You're wearing a tight suit? Do you think you're Catwoman or something? Wait, what was on her back? Cyril had called and told her earlier that Leia was not in her best condition. Did she just rob an orphanage? Sister, who is this blue-eyed fellow? You can't just snatch someone else's son just because you miss your son. He's my son, Bobby. Leia examined Nafinan. She heaved a sigh of relief after she was sure that Nafinan was not hurt anywhere. Leia then picked Jason up from Nafinan's arms and stuffed the little fellow into the strap on her chest. Sister, it's very dangerous for you to take 2 children with you. The corridor is full of vampires. Nafinan was curious. Jason is your son. When did you have another son? It's only been a few days since you left. Who's the father? Leia was tired of Nafinan bombarding her with questions. It was definitely not the right time for gossip. I don't know how many sons I have, and I don't know who their fathers are. Leia ordered the bodyguards to take care of Ryan and Nafinan before rushing out to the corridor with both of her sons. All the vampires stopped shooting. They hesitated. Why was Her Highness here with the little prince? What was going on? Why did you stop? Leia sneered and continued forward. Both Jason and Bobby were obedient and quiet. The vampires retreated quickly when they saw her holding a pure silver sword in one hand and forming a blue light in her other. An attack from her would be deadly. Seeing them rushing for the door, Leia was furious. You're thinking of escaping after you tried to murder my son? No way. Leia aimed her light at the vampires. It was not deadly enough to kill them, but it made them shut their eyes in fright. The deadly attack was from the heavy slashing of her pure silver sword. A moment later, all the vampire lay vanquished. The room was stained with blood, and it was filled with deadly silence. Nafinan came out of the bedroom trembling. She rushed to Leia, who was standing on a pile of corpses. Leia's flat boots were covered with blood, but her body was still clean. Jason and Bobby were not tainted with even half a drop of blood. "Sister, are you all right?" Leia turned to Nafinan. Why did she look like the Leia from 10 years ago? "I'm fine. Take Ryan and come with me. Walter Jones is coming over." "Leia, why are your eyes and your hair blue?" "We are the Blue Demon people, and this is our true form. We used to look like humans in the past because we wanted to hide among the human race to keep our tribe protected." L, mostly known as the Great Edward Abbott, also Lindsay Laura's grandfather, cast a spell to hide our powers. "L, that 10,000-year-old man, how do you know he's Edward Abbott?" Leia went into the baby's room and packed some necessities and supplies. "I just found out, and I'm sure that he's Edward Abbott, just like I'm sure that Nicholas Lowell betrayed our mother. I can see through their real souls." Nafanan helped her pack up. She felt Bobby's eyes on her. "Where have you been recently? What's with Bobby? Have you talked things over with Cyril?" "I can't tell you anything, even I'm not sure of it myself." As the sisters were talking, Jason was lying comfortably on Leia's shoulder, looking at Bobby with bubbling anger. What had happened? Where did this brother come from? Why was this fellow sharing his mother? Bobby sensed anger in Jason's gaze, so he stared back at Jason with wide eyes. He stretched out his little hands as a warning to Jason. His mother belonged to him and his father. No one can take his mother away from him. He would kill anyone who dared to challenge him. Jason Lauren waved back at him arrogantly, his small hands turning into sharp, ferocious wolf claws. Bobby's blue pupils turned into a shining blood red. His eyes were like red diamonds in the dim light, reflecting the cruelty and coldness in him. When he opened his mouth, 2 fangs sprouted from his gums. Jason growled angrily, and his eyes turned green. 4 fangs sprouted from his mouth, challenging Bobby. Just as the 2 little guys were about to start a fight, Nafin and Lowell noticed the thickening tension between them in the nick of time. "Leia, this is going to be so difficult. Jason is a werewolf while Bobby is a vampire. They're natural enemies. They will kill each other the first chance they get." It was not until then that Leia Lowell, who was busy packing up, realized the tension between her sons. "You 2 bustards, you'd better behave. Whoever's making things difficult, I'll throw him out to the wild dogs," she ordered harshly. Okay. The 2 little guys glared at each other provocatively, but they obediently withdrew their claws and fangs. However, the warning in their eyes was still obvious. This would not be the end of it. A few minutes later, the 2 sisters moved out with Ryan and a group of bodyguards. Leia had already prepared a car in the garage. When Walter Jones arrived, the only things he saw were corpses. At the same time, Cyril, together with Nicholas Lowell and Alina, were hastily tracking Jason through Cyril's senses. At a hotel, Leia and her children ran into Cyril and his bodyguards at the lobby. Nafanan was shocked to see Nicholas with them. What was going on? Even their parents had come together. That hasn't happened for the past few decades. Leia didn't even look at Cyril. She walked past him and stabbed her sword at Nicholas. Although she was carrying 2 children with her, her moves were clean and quick. Nicholas stepped backwards, avoiding the stab. Nafanan watched with coldness in her eyes. Nicholas deserved it. He could not blame either of them. It was too late for Alina to stop Leia. All the bodyguards in the hotel were alarmed by the scene, while the werewolf bodyguards were still wondering which side they should assist. Cyril quickly stood in front of Nicholas and took the stab through his ribs. When the tip of the sword reached Nicholas's shoulder, Leia suddenly stopped. However, the next moment, Leia growled and pushed harder. The sword pierced through Nicholas's shoulder. She was aiming at his heart. It was only because of Cyril that she missed. Cyril was confident that Leia would never stab him, but he was wrong. She even pushed through. Did she really hate him that much? "Leia, don't you remember what had happened between us?" "I don't remember anything except for your ruthlessness, coldness, and betrayal. You made me fall in love with you, but you abandoned me in the end. If you were not ready for love, you shouldn't have made me stay in the first place. You've destroyed me." Jason suddenly broke down. He burst into tears, wild and loud. His wails echoed through the hotel lobby. All the bodyguards could not stand his wails and covered their ears. Even Bobby was shocked by his wails and did the same thing. Jason's wails tore Leah's and Cyril's heart apart. Leah suddenly lost her grip on the sword. She looked into Jason's eyes. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart, and even her legs were wobbling. Great. Now this little guy was using kinetic force against her? He was actually on Cyril's side? Since Jason had chosen to side with his father, Leah grabbed him out of her baby straps and angrily pushed him into Cyril's arms. "Since you like your father more, follow him then. Don't you ever call me your mother again." The more aggrieved Jason felt, the louder he cried. Was he wrong? His father was only stopping her from killing his grandfather. He was only using the kinetic force to help them. Cyril hugged Jason with pain in his heart. "Leah, you chose the vampire bastard over your own child?" Leah walked to the entrance of the hotel, with Bobby on her back, without even looking back. Nicholas used all his strength to pull the sword from his body. The sword dropped on the ground with a thud. Cyril was left with a gaping hole in his chest. Alina rushed over to stop Cyril from falling while Nafinan took the child from his arms. The bodyguards blocked Leah from leaving. "Get out of my way!" Leah clenched her fists. "Don't make me do this." Nicholas moved to Leah's side in a swift second and hit her hard on the side of her neck. He quickly grabbed Bobby from Leah's back before she fell on the ground. "You hit her too hard," Alina scolded. "She won't remember it," Nicholas said while teasing the child he held in his arms. Bobby lay quietly, sipping on the bloodstains on his suit. "Alina, this is our grandchild. Look at his beautiful eyes. It's so similar to Leah's when she was younger." He inherited some of Walter Jones's features too. Cyril gnashed his teeth. "That's impossible. He's not Leah's child." Nicholas patted Bobby on the buttocks, not minding the little guy sipping the blood from his wound. "My sixth sense is always right. Bobby does belong to Leah. Alina, I believe you can feel it too, right?" Nefinan frowned. "How is this possible? Leah loves Cyril so much she will never be with Walter Jones." Alina heaved a sigh. It was all her fault. If Austin had not fallen in love with her, if Walter's mother had not committed suicide. "Nafinan, Cyril, you have to accept the fact. Bobby is indeed Leah's child." "No, I won't believe it. Leah never left. How could she have had Walter's child?" "Are you so sure that Leah never left you?" Nicholas took Jason from Nafinan and held him in his other arm. Looking at the two strikingly similar children, he said, "Walter only needed a single strand of Leah's hair to make a clone of her. As long as he had her body, making a child from it is not difficult." Sure enough, that was how Bobby was born. To their disbelief, Bobby was younger than Jason, only by half a month. When Nicholas Lowell saw Cyril rushing towards the little child in his arms, he stopped him. "Cyril, Bobby is just a child. Don't forget that Leah is related to him. The greatest pain for a mother is losing her child. Leah will definitely hate you if you killed Bobby." Cyril stopped, his hands frozen in the air, pointing at Bobby's chest. Although Cyril did not make a move against Bobby, Jason Lurin, who was in Nicholas' arms, waved his claws at Bobby and left a few scratch marks on his white, chubby face. While the adults were talking, the two children were already preparing for a tit-for-tat fight. "Good son, you should break his throat," Cyril praised. "That's the best way for a wolf to kill his enemies." Bobby was furious. They dared to bully him while his mother was passed out? He was not that weak. Glaring with his bloody red eyes, Bobby fought back, leaving scratch marks on Jason's face. He even tried to sink his fangs into his brother's plump hands. Jason, on the other hand, followed his father's instructions and clawed at Bobby's throat. It was like a war had erupted in Nicholas's arms. Nicholas was too occupied to stop them, so he had to ask for help. "Alina? Bad boys, both of you had better behave yourself." Alina rushed over and picked Jason from Nicholas. Jason was still struggling and waving his tiny hands to get at Bobby, while Bobby was screaming in Nicholas' arms to provoke his brother. It seems that they are not only stronger than ordinary babies, but also more cruel and fierce. Nafinan Lowell came to a harsh conclusion. "I think it's better to kill them now while they're still young. When they grow up, No one can stand in their way. Two pairs of bright eyes swept over to Nafinan, one red and another green. Both stares burnt holes into Nafinan's skirt. Nafinan's short skirt became even more revealing, attracting the attention of the werewolves. She quickly bent over to make sure she was covered properly. "Hey, I'm still your aunt. You're messing with the wrong person." Jason giggled while he mumbled something that no one could decipher. Bobby grinned, showing off his fangs while clapping gleefully. "Bad boys, how dare you still laugh at me?" Nafinan pretended to hit them, sending them hiding in their grandparents' arms. Although the tension in the air had rescinded, Cyril remained resolute. He would not let Bobby live. Never. Such a cute child, and so pitiful too. Bobby would definitely take most of Leia's love and attention in the future. Walter would definitely try to use Bobby to control Leia, and Cyril would never let that happen. Furthermore, looking at the situation just now, Bobby was just as strong as Jason. Bobby was a threat to them. A baby's cry in Leia's mind forced her to open her eyes. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious, but her eyelids were heavy and her limbs were numb. She could see strands of light and even hear some conversation around her. "Madam Alina, this is the best way to treat a blue demon, and it does not have any side effects." It was a voice she had not heard before. It might be another blue demon, judging from his tone. "This method was introduced to me by Mr. Lowell. It had been tested a few times already. After her memory is restored, the demon in Leia might become weaker." Alina's voice was thick with sadness. "I've brought so much pain to Leia. The operation is about to begin. Madam, you might want to leave for a moment. Leave this to me." "Okay, Quinn, I'll leave it to you then." Before Alina could turn around, Leia grabbed her wrist from the operation table, her eyes wide open. Even with the oxygen mask, Leia was still thinking clearly. "Where's my children? Mother, where's my children? They're safe?" "You're lying. I can sense that Bobby is in danger now. Give him back to me. Give him back to me." Leia held Alina's hands tightly and struggled. The operation table was shaking. Quinn held Leia's shoulder. "Leia, calm down. I'm going to start the operation now." "Who are you? I don't know you." Looking at the scalpel above her head, Leia resisted even more vehemently. She glared at Alina and said, "Mother, you're on Nicholas' side now? You're letting these people operate on me? You think I'm crazy? How dare you do this to me?" "Leia, I'm doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Leia glared at the young man in the white coat. "You're going to cut open my skull and take my strength, aren't you?" "Leia, calm down. Give back my child. Someone wants to kill Bobby. Bobby is with Nafinan. He's safe. Nafinan's power is sealed. She can't even protect herself." Leia growled and forced the anesthetic out of her body. Alina had to hold Leia down. "Leia, calm down. Bobby is safe for now." When Quinn came over with another anesthetic, Leia struggled out of her chains and kicked the two nurses near her. She then got up and ran into the corridor barefooted. Cyril was in the graveyard of the Imperial Wolf Palace. He was holding a small crystal coffin while walking to the last row of the grave. The coffin was crystal clear, and Bobby, who was wearing baby blue clothes, was trying desperately to break out. Although Bobby was crying inside, there was still no sound heard in the graveyard. The coffin was sealed, the material unique and soundproof. It could also block Walter's connection to Bobby. Cyril pressed the last switch of the sarcophagus, and the lid of the sarcophagus opened. He held up the crystal coffin and said coldly, "Bobby, don't blame me. You shouldn't have been born. I will never let you compete for your mother's love with Jason, and I'll make sure Walter doesn't succeed with his plan. This way, Leia cannot sense you. When Quinn finishes the operation, she'll only have memories of Jason." Cyril gently placed the crystal coffin into the sarcophagus. He twisted the switch and the lid slid into place, covering Bobby's hateful eyes, his small body, his helpless struggle, and Cyril's sense of guilt. He quietly stopped beside his parents' coffins, as if he could feel their angry eyes on his back. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't let his parents die in grievance and regret. Okay, if this is your opinion, I accept it," he roared helplessly. He knew he was talking to himself, but his parents' voices were so clear, Carrie and Isabella could have been standing right next to him. "Are you sure you want to keep this bustard?" Cyril cursed in a low voice and went back to the stone coffin. He opened the lid and pulled Bobby out. Bobby was puzzled. Didn't he want to kill him? What was going on? He stopped crying and settled down in Cyril's broad and warm arms, wondering what was going on. Cyril stood in front of the two giant stone sculptures and roared angrily. "See? The little guy is safe now. But I have to say this first. This is your opinion, not mine. I won't allow him to occupy Leia's heart." Bobby looked at the two beautiful stone sculptures curiously. Were they the ones who saved him? The tombstones under the stone sculptures were marked as Carrie and Isabella. Were they Cyril's parents? Why did the souls of these two dead people save him? A vampire? Leah rushed in like a gust of wind, grabbing the tombstones to ease her momentum. Her anger formed a layer of blue light. Her long hair fluttered and her white face was cold and strange. The large surgical gown covered her slim body, giving her an ethereal appearance, like a ghost burning in the flames of anger that could pounce at any time. Seeing Cyril holding Bobby, she frowned tightly. Her eyes turned cold and alert. When she saw that Bobby was safe, she was finally relieved. "Leia, how did you get here?" Cyril asked. It seemed that Quinn's operation was unsuccessful. "Don't you know Teresa is sending someone to hunt you down?" "Teresa?" Leia didn't remember that name. "You want to kill Bobby?" she reprimanded. "I am the Duke of the Wolf family. Can't I even hold a baby?" Cyril smiled and looked at the two stone sculptures. They almost looked alive. Fortunately, his parents stopped him in time, or else he would have been forced to fight Leia. "I really like this kid, so I brought him to meet his grandparents," he said. "Your father, Carrie, would never accept a vampire as his descendant," Leia said. "Do you still remember? You once said that they were kind and tolerant people, and they just told me that Madame Alina is a benefactor of the wolf tribe and that they are grateful to her. They will not only accept you, but also Bobby. Bobby is a part of you which can never be severed." He fought back the turmoil in his heart. "Leia, I have always been generous and forgiving. You know that." Was he forgiving? Was he generous? Leia was stunned. Was she wrong about his intentions? Why did she remember him being so stingy, so easily jealous, so prone to fighting with her? Why did she feel Bobby's hysterical despair just now? Now he wanted to be Bobby's adopted father? She couldn't decide what kind of person he was. It didn't make sense. This was completely out of character for Cyril. She stepped forward and held the gasping Bobby in her arms, calming him gently. "Bobby doesn't like it here. The wolf tribe's tombs are making him uneasy." That was all she could say. "So, you ruined the surgery I had prepared for you and ran out wearing a hospital gown because of that?" She was a crazy woman. He stretched out his hand to gather her long blue hair and kissed her forehead. Looking down at her white feet, he smiled. "You didn't even wear shoes?" Before she could explain, he had carried her in his arms. "Cyril, it's so weird," Leia said shyly. His breath was hot and intense, filling her mind with memories of his kisses. She couldn't think normally now. Moreover, he held her with Bobby in her arms, which made her feel even more strange. Werewolf, blue demon, vampire, all were monsters. Weren't they quite the strange family of three? "Is it weird that a werewolf is the adopted father of a vampire, or that I am holding you in my arms?" Cyril asked tentatively. "Leia, have you really forgotten everything between us? We have been together for so long, and we have given birth to Jason." It was true that Jason's existence could explain the problem very well. She could not deny that. "I still remember a little." "What do you remember?" Cyril asked. She pursed her lip. "It's not too much." "What on earth do you remember?" He was very curious about what had left such a deep impression on her. "Why don't you say? Is it hard to talk about it?" he asked again. Could it be that she remembered the most horrible side of him? On the morning they first met, he did something he shouldn't have done, the worst thing he had ever done. His first time with Leia should have been very sweet. Also, he roared at her in the dressing room, smashed the phone, and said she was not worthy of his favor. That was terrible. Until now, he still remembered her pitiful expression of fear. Also, Ryan ordered someone to handcuff her to the cell chair. She had been waiting for him to visit her, but he didn't show up. He should have gone, but he didn't want to care too much about her. In addition, after she became pregnant, she went to the holiday villa to find him, but she saw his most unruly side. He also mocked her, drove her away, and left her to be the vampire princess. And they had a lot of bad memories. Any one of them was enough to make her hate him for more than half of her life. When they were out of the passage connecting the Imperial Wolf Palace and the underground grave, Leia said, "In fact, it's not hard to tell." She lowered her eyes in embarrassment in his arms. It's, she muttered like a mosquito. Her hesitation made him nervous. "What it is?" Leia hesitated. She didn't know whether Bobby would understand this kind of thing. She thought for a moment and put it in a simple word. "It's when we made love." Seeing Bobby still lying quietly in her arms, she adjusted her mood. However, there was a deep and clear burst of laughter coming from over her. The laughter also shook her chest. Although it sounded pleasant, she couldn't help frowning. Was it funny? Ha ha ha. He really didn't expect this kind of thing to leave such an impression on her. "You mean how we did it?" he asked. There were a lot of ways, sometimes in the bathroom, sometimes in bed, sometimes in the car, sometimes on the sofa, and sometimes on the stairs, and sometimes in the kitchen. In all fairness, he was highly skilled. Every time they did it, she was shaken to her core. He perfectly complimented her with his fitness. They were a perfect pair. Sometimes they would stick together for a whole day, but they would never get bored of each other. They kissed most of the time. Sometimes he let her rest on his arms, but they rarely talked. He never asked her about the future, nor did he tell her anything about himself. It was the basic rule that lovers strictly abide by. That kind of sweetness was calm and steady, like a beam of sunshine bringing warmth and comfort. "Do you want to give it a try? It might bring back memories," Cyril suggested. No, I'm still Walter's wife. I don't want to have an affair with you anymore. It's not honorable, and you're a prominent figure. You should find a woman suitable for you and your tribe." Leia tried her best to let him down gently. For a cold-hearted girl like her, it was already stretching it to talk to him for so long. It was a mistake to give birth to Jason. Walter will never accept him, and I know that you had no choice but to accept Bobby, Leia said. Humph. You've recovered your eloquence, but not your IQ, Cyril said. "Cyril, I must correct myself," Leia replied. Cyril explained, "Jason's birth was not a mistake, and Bobby should not have existed. You and Walter were not married. He once proposed to you, but you didn't accept his proposal. You loved me, and you had my child at that time. The reason why Walter proposed to you was to take revenge on your mother, Alina. We are the real couple." "Why did he want to take revenge on my mother?" she asked. "Austin loved Madame Alina, and Walter's mother committed suicide because of that. Walter blamed Madame Alina for it. However, he couldn't touch her, not with her power, so he redirected his hatred at you." Leia's mind was in a mess, rescuing, hurting, killing, quarreling, sucking blood. Walter had also said that he loved her and Bobby, and she had to remember that no matter what happened. "Leia, why aren't you saying anything?" Cyril asked worriedly. "I'll find out the truth by myself," Leia replied. "Well, I won't force you." Cyril suddenly stopped at the corridor of the vampire tribe. In front of them stood Walter Jones and Teresa Lurin, deep in conversation. "Leia, I finally found you and Bobby," Walter exclaimed. Seeing Walter, Leia struggled to get out of Cyril's arms. She avoided Cyril's pull and went up to greet him with Bobby in her arms. "Walter, why are you here?" "Father sensed that Bobby was in danger, so he asked me to come and have a look." Walter feigned distress as he held them both. He put his arm around her shoulders and led her to Teresa. "Leia, you must remember Queen Teresa Lurin, right? She's our best friend." Cyril shook his head and sneered. The vampire was really good at acting. Best friend? What was to come next? Satan as Jesus? God as hell's messenger? If he thought Leia was an idiot, he was so wrong. Leia eyed Teresa suspiciously. She looked cold and beautiful in her golden dress and thick makeup. Although she had a smile on her face, it was noticeably strained, and her very presence sent shivers down Leia's spine. Her intuition and fragments of memories told her that Teresa was not a good person. It stood to reason that Walter was lying. "Walter, since you reintroduced me to Teresa, I shall reintroduce Cyril to you as well," Leia said. She said nothing to Teresa and returned to Cyril's side with Bobby in her arms. "Cyril, Duke of the Wolves, Bobby's adopted father, my favorite lover, my future husband, my parents' favorite son-in-law, my sister Nafanan's favorite brother-in-law, and my son Jason's father. Cyril reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. His smart, wise, gentle, Leia had come through. She was a little evil, but still very kind. "Walter, your one-man show has come to the end," Cyril said. Bobby was obviously confused about the situation. How could Mommy go with the werewolf? He struggled to get over Leia's shoulder and looked at Walter, who was getting further and further away. Why didn't his father come after him? Why did his father laugh so horribly? Why wasn't he the father who loved him before? He stretched out his little hand and wailed. Walter suppressed his anger and sneered. Then he pretended to chase after her anxiously. "Leia, are you sure that Cyril is your husband? Have you forgotten that we are married? What about Bobby? What do you want him to do with the werewolves? It's unfair to him." Leia had to stop. It was indeed unfair to Bobby, and to Jason as well, getting a brother out of nowhere. Cyril was afraid that she would waver again. "Leia, don't let Bobby affect your judgment. We can raise Bobby together," he said. "Cyril, you owe me, so please let me deal with this matter myself," Leia said. Cyril was certainly confident in her abilities, but the crystal coffin could only block the connection between Bobby and Walter. Austin was another matter entirely. The Vampire King could appear at any moment. "Leia, we should leave as soon as possible," Cyril said. "Just a moment." Leia calmly turned around and put Bobby on the ground between her and Walter. The little fellow was so anxious that he grabbed her fingers and refused to let go. She pulled his fingers away and retreated to a moderate position. "Walter, there are two options now. First, we can split Bobby, half for you and the other half for me. Second option, tell me the truth and give Bobby a clear future," Leia said. "Wah." Bobby was frightened by Leia's words. Perhaps his father would really split him into two halves. He looked at Walter with tears in his eyes, but there was no expression on Walter's white face. He was evil, cold, and silent. If he climbed to his mommy's side, his father would definitely chop him immediately. But if he climbed to his father, he could never come back to his mommy. He could only cry. As a small baby, what else could he do except cry? They were at stalemate. Cyril could only watch with his arms crossed. No matter what, Walter Jones was the one who created Bobby. Teresa Lurin stepped forward. "Leia, you and Walter are a very loving couple." "Shut up, this is none of your business," Leia shouted coldly. Walter also raised his hand to stop her. "Teresa, don't forget that Leia is on my side." Walter smirked coldly. He took a few steps forward, picked up Bobby, wiped away his tears, and comforted him. When Bobby quieted down, he said, "Leia, I love you and Bobby. He's a piece of my flesh and the future of the vampire tribe. I can't cut him into two just to satisfy you, and I won't help a mother who has failed to fulfill her duties. It seems that you have decided to go back to Cyril. Since you don't want to be princess of the vampire tribe, I take it that you're giving up Bobby forever. You don't deserve to see him anymore." Leia raised her eyebrows. She had expected him to put to blame on her. "If this is what you call love, I have already seen it," she said. She stared coldly at the baby in his arms and said, "Bobby, Walter is a despicable villain. Believe me, when he becomes the king of the vampire tribe, he will never let you become the crown prince. He will, like Cyril, find a woman with pure blood and give birth to children with him. At that time, you and Jason will be sent to hell by their other children." Cyril really didn't think she remembered this matter. "Leia, I won't leave you and Jason behind," Cyril said. This time, Leia turned to Teresa. "Your Highness, do you think Cyril will leave me and Jason behind?" "According to the rules of the wolf tribe, Cyril is a prince of the wolf tribe. He should be with a woman of pure blood from the tribe. Otherwise, he will be removed from the royal family," Teresa explained. "Of course, the vampire tribe is the same, especially the crown prince of the vampire tribe. As soon as Leia left Cyril and Walter, she would be able to deal with her." Cyril was shocked. When she said she could deal with this on her own, she meant she was going to settle things with him and Walter at the same time. She said she might marry him, but she was just stalling this whole time. She had all the ruthlessness, decisiveness, cunning, insidiousness, and cruelty of a blue demon in her. "Leia, if this is your way of dealing with things, I don't dare to agree with it." Cyril said. Agree with what? I once wanted to leave you, but you didn't agree with me. I said I loved you, but you didn't agree either. I wanted to stay by your side, but you still didn't agree. You don't even know what you want. What on earth can you agree to? Leia shouted. Cyril was speechless. Walter also remained silent. Although Bobby didn't know how to speak, he could hear everything. He leaned against Walter's neck, a little scared. He couldn't trust his father, but he couldn't believe that Mommy could protect him either. However, it was not up to him. In a flash, Leia snatched him away from Walter's arms and disappeared. The only thing Walter and Cyril could see was a burst of blue light. Teresa was mad with rage. This damn butch, how can she escape under my watch? I'm going to regain my strength. In less than 5 minutes, Nafanan called and said, Cyril, what happened between you and my mother? She claimed that she had recalled everything and took Jason away. She hurt Dr. Quinn. Hello? 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 Lindsay Laura had been looking for Leia by pretending to help Teresa. However, he could not find anything. When he got home, he tiredly closed the door and smoked a cigarette in the yard. When he opened the door, he found a pure silver long sword pointed at him. He smelled Leia's breath and dodged her. He didn't fight back, but he was afraid that the sword would hurt him. Leia? What's wrong with you? It's me, Lindsay Laura, Lindsay called nervously. He quickly flipped the switch, and the bright light hit Leia's scattered blue hair. The equipment she had on were impressive. There was a gun on her waist and a long sword in her hand. Bobby and Jason were asleep on the belt on her chest and back. Leia, why are you... Okay, I won't ask anything. Have you eaten yet? He was sure that she would not attack him again, so he walked to the kitchen carefully. Teresa has gathered everyone to kill you, and the vampires are looking for you too. Since you came all the way here, it seems that you wanted to get me involved in this matter as well, Lindsay concluded. The kitchen was grand, and the light green rural color was as soothing as Lindsay himself. Leia sat on the dressing table and watched him rummage through the refrigerator for something. I want to eat Italian cuisine. She hooked the bag on the ground with her sword. There's milk powder, 2 bottles, and 10 milliliters of Group O blood in it. How can you be sure that I have blood here? Lindsay questioned. Don't pretend, you're a werewolf. Of course, you have to drink blood as well. Leia answered. Lindsay Laura smiled awkwardly. She didn't think he was a good man, and indeed she was right, but at least he was better than Cyril and Walter. In any case, I'm still glad that you came to me when you were in a desperate situation, he said. She did not like the sound of that. I'm not desperate, I just don't like to go on anymore, she said. Lindsay could get along in both the wolf and the vampire tribe. Besides, as Teresa Lurin's assistant, he was in a prominent position. No one would dare cross him. He was the perfect protector for her. Lindsay knew exactly what she was thinking, but he didn't want to point it out. Looks like it's not just your appearance that has changed. You seem to have more self-confidence, he said. Half an hour later, 2 sets of carbonara pasta and a bowl of minestrone, together with 2 milk bottles, were prepared. This was today's dinner. Leia woke up the 2 little guys, put a cushion on the wide table, and let them sit comfortably on it. The 2 brothers each held their bottles and began to drink. Lindsay was amused by this scene. What lovely children, so strong and smart. Although they didn't even look at each other, the 2 brothers had a tacit understanding. Moreover, they had big, watery, upturned eyes, very similar to Leia's almond-shaped eyes. Unfortunately, they were not his children. He couldn't help but reach out and touch their little faces. What should he do? Even if they weren't his children, he couldn't help but like them. They looked so delicate and innocent, drinking from their bottles with such relish. Looks like they both like Group O blood very much. You guys can rest easy here. Uncle Lindsay will love the 2 of you very much, Lindsay said fondly. Bobby let go of the bottle and muttered something. He held his finger and shook it to express his gratitude. God was finally kind to his mommy, letting her meet such a nice man. Although there were no nannies, maids, and bodyguards here, it was better than staying with Cyril or his father. He didn't like the unpredictable Cyril, and he didn't like his cold and strict father either. Jason was as cool as his father, the Duke. He wrinkled his little nose to thank Lindsay. He still felt that no one could compare to his father in this world. Lindsay was obviously not innocent. He was always flirting with his mommy. He didn't like him very much. Lindsay continued to play with them, only to realize that Leia had already finished her pasta and was moving on to his. He hurriedly grabbed the plate. "Hey, I've been busy for the whole day. At least leave some for me. There are still some in the pot. Go get it yourself." Why did the three of them eat like refugees? How long had it been since they last ate? Leia reluctantly let go of the plate and saw her two sons staring at her. The two of them thought she was being too much. They were guests here. If she treated Lindsay a little better, they could stay here for a little longer. They didn't have many options for food and lodging. Leia was annoyed. "The two of you are so crafty. All he did was make you milk." The two brothers looked at each other, turned back in tacit understanding, and continued with their milk. They looked so delightfully clumsy and cute. Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. "Leia, they're so obedient. How did you discipline them? How can they be so obedient?" "It's military management. My education system is very strict," she answered. "Ha ha ha. Interesting." Lindsay leisurely ate his pasta. "You came to me for more than just free meals and lodging, right?" Leia glanced at his two sons. "There's something really important. Let's talk about it in the study room later. You should choose between Walter and Cyril. The two children are so cute, they should be loved by a father. Otherwise, you can choose me as well. That way, neither of them get their biological father," Lindsay advised. Leia nodded indifferently. "That's a good idea. I'll think about it." However, Jason didn't like this suggestion. With a dazzling flash of light, he turned into a furry wolf cub, jumped on the table beside Lindsay's bowl, and stared at Lindsay with his malicious bright green eyes. Although he couldn't be taller than Lindsay's shoulder when standing on the table, he was not afraid at all. He gnashed his white teeth and emitted a low growl as a warning to Lindsay. The dark brown wolf fur covering him stood on edge. His mommy belonged to him and his daddy. No one could take her away. He already tolerated Bobby's existence. Jason would never allow anyone to rob him of his mommy again. Bobby patted his bottle, urging Lindsay to fight, to turn into a big wolf and swallow Jason whole. That guy was always fighting against him over his mommy. Leia ignored them and continued eating. Lindsay, however, raised his hands as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He didn't want to hurt the little guy. It was definitely not wise to provoke Cyril. "You really have your father's temperament." Their temperament was like the tip of a needle. Jason was stunned. He had his father's temperament? What was his father's temperament? Lindsay tentatively reached out and touched Jason's furry little head. He was so adorable as a little wolf cub. Tsk. Cyril was really blessed to have such a son. Lindsay was so jealous. "Good Jason, I'm just kidding. Leia and I are just very good friends. Haha," he said. Only then did Jason calm down and turn back into a cute baby. Lindsay sighed. "Leia, has Jason's temper always been like this? He was afraid that Bobby had the same temper. He inherited it. There's nothing to be surprised about," Leia answered. Lindsay couldn't help but wonder, what happens when they fight? Werewolves and vampires are natural enemies. Neither Leia nor the two brothers bothered to entertain him. A man with too much curiosity was as annoying as a nosy woman. After dinner, Leia read half a fairy tale to them, and the two little guys soon fell asleep. She sat down in Lindsay's study room, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote down the real reason she came to him according to their usual way of communication. It was an important event that would affect Jason and Bobby's futures. The gravity of the situation seemed to turn the room dark and cold. Lindsay Laura read the few lines of words but did not respond. If Cyril or Walter Jones knew about this, he would be in big trouble. But he could not refuse Leia either. Leia Lowell was a little anxious while waiting for his reply. "Lindsay, you're the only one who can help me." "I can help you in this matter. In fact, it's not difficult, but..." The smile on his face disappeared. Time to show his cards. "You have to tell me where Elle is." "Deal?" Leia wrote down Elle's address on another piece of paper. Lindsay picked up the lighter and burned the two pieces of paper, leaving no trace. If Cyril and Walter really came after him in the future, he would not admit it, no matter what. The two little guys lying on the guest room's bed didn't fall asleep. Instead, they pricked up their ears to listen to what was happening in the study room. But they couldn't hear anything. It was quiet. They knew that the quieter the room was, the more problems there would be. Furthermore, it might be an extremely important problem. That night, the two little guys quietly slept back to back, both missing their fathers. Early in the morning, Lindsay headed off to the Imperial Wolf Palace. But when he opened the door, he ran into Cyril. He stood there like a sculpture, blocking the sun. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Cyril spoke first. "I'm looking for Leia, Jason, and Bobby. I'm glad you didn't come with Walter. I'm going to the palace. Lock the door for me when I leave," Lindsay reminded him. "Don't quarrel. Don't fight. This is my home. I'll ask for 10 times the compensation for each piece of furniture I lose." "Thank you for taking care of them," Cyril said politely. "Your Highness has always been rude to me. Being polite now makes me uncomfortable," Lindsay said. "Would your gratitude include Bobby?" he asked. Of course. Bobby belonged to Leia. So indirectly, Bobby was also a part of his responsibility. He had pondered over it for the whole of last night. He decided to follow his parents' instructions from the tomb and accept everything of Leia's. Of course, it was difficult, even more difficult than accepting the fact that Ryan had wanted to kill him. Bobby was a vampire, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not betray the wolf tribe when he grew up. Educating children would be a huge endeavor, and that included winning their hearts over as well. Cyril was confident he could do it with Bobby. He believed that Bobby was kind and that such kindness could translate into family affection. "We haven't seen each other for a few days. You've become more generous. Both Jason and Bobby are very cute. They'll be good brothers." Lindsay smiled meaningfully and opened the door to leave. Cyril entered the room and went straight upstairs. He pushed the door to the guest room and saw Leia dressing Jason, with Bobby lying next to him waiting for his turn. Cyril came over to help. He picked up the goose yellow baby's clothing and put it on Bobby's chubby body. He was as skillful as Leia. His gentle actions not only shocked Leia, but also Bobby and Jason. Bobby's huge blue eyes flickered, and he looked at Cyril's handsome and sharp face. His faint smile was still elusive, but no longer terrible. Bobby turned to look at Leia. Cyril stuffed his chubby little arms through the cotton sleeves and moved on to putting on his tiny pair of pants. Everyone just sat silently, taking in the scene. They may not be a family of 4, but they had the warmth of one. Jason, now dressed, climbed over into Cyril's arms. Jason put his arm around his neck and kissed him, clumsily smearing saliva on his face. Cyril sat him on his lap and dotingly touched his little nose. "Your kissing skills still need improvement. Otherwise, no girl will like you when you grow up. Next time, don't smear spit and don't bite with your mouth wide open," he said as he kissed Jason's chubby little face. "This is what you call a real kiss, isn't it nice?" Jason laughed happily and stretched out his little hand for another kiss. Bobby lay on the side and looked at them. He was really jealous that Jason had a good father. Why didn't his father come? It was not difficult to find them. There was nothing blocking the connection between them. Why didn't his father come to find him and Mommy? He sadly stared at Leia, who was packing the diapers and milk powder at the bedside, but he couldn't find the answer. It seemed that Mommy didn't care. "Bobby, come here." Cyril reached out another arm. Bobby bit his finger and hesitated. He had not forgotten that Cyril had sealed him in the crystal coffin previously. He still had a lingering fear. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you again. I'll be your father in the future." Cyril smiled lovingly at him. "Maybe I didn't do it very well, but at least I'm 100 times better than Walter. I hope you and Jason can guide me in the future." Cyril was so sincere and kind-hearted. Leia turned around. She pretended to be busy, but her nose wrinkled. When her tears were about to fall, she hurriedly raised her head to stop them. His silence reminded her of a lot of things. The last time when she had a hunger strike at the resort, he also appeared quietly and took care of everything. He quietly calmed her bad temper and quietly accepted things that he didn't want to accept. He quietly waited for Jason's birth. When she confessed to him, he was also quiet. His quiet demeanor made her love, made her hate, and made her connect with him. Bobby didn't hesitate any longer. He rolled on the ground and then climbed over and sat on Cyril's other lap. Cyril's embrace was enough to hold both Bobby and Jason. His chest was wide, his back was thick, and his arms were strong. It was warm and comfortable. His blood had the sweet tinge of pure werewolf blood, and his breath was strong and steady, reassuring and calming. Bobby carefully leaned against Cyril's chest and gradually adapted to this strange hug. There were no folds on the black suit jacket. It smelled of new cloth and Cyril's body fragrance, majestic and arrogant. He was as powerful as the sea, his blood roaring through his veins. His father, Walter Jones, was never like that. He was always silent. Bobby couldn't hear his blood flowing, nor could he listen to his father's heartbeat and breath. His face was always cold, and he had never spared a sincere smile for him. Bobby began to like this new father. He liked Cyril's lively demeanor, his sunshine-like warmth, and his powerful arms. He reached out his little hand to stroke the stubble on his chin. This new father was still a little lazy. He certainly didn't shave his beard in the morning. Cyril allowed Bobby to explore, but Jason was not willing to give up his father. He stretched out his little wolf claws and tried to hit Bobby again. Bobby stared at him alertly. Cyril hurriedly stepped back to put some distance between them. Jason, Bobby is not competing for me with you, but sharing me with you. He has the same mother as you, so he is your biological brother. Jason pursed his lips and kept pouting until his lips looked like the London Bridge. He didn't like the way this family was assembled. However, Bobby was so very pitiful. Forget it. He'll temporarily share his father with him, perhaps for about another half an hour. If Bobby dared to pee on his father's leg, they would be at each other's throats for the rest of his life. Bobby calmly accepted Jason's warning. After all, he had borrowed this father, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression on Cyril. Leia carried their stuff on her back and said, "Let's go home." Cyril raised his eyebrows. "Are you not going to run away?" "If I really wanted to run away, I wouldn't have come here," Leia replied. This was the easiest place for Cyril to find her. "Since you accepted Bobby, I have to take a step back. What's more, taking care of a son requires a lot of manpower, material resources, financial resources, and energy. I can't do it alone." Cyril smiled with satisfaction, but still said sarcastically, "You have learned how to settle accounts. When I remember everything, I will settle with you," Leia said. She came over with her bag and watched Bobby and Jason in his arms. The two little guys seemed to be enjoying the moment. To be honest, she was also enjoying it. She wrapped her slender arms around Cyril's neck and kissed him gently on the lips. Her mind was tingling, but she no longer felt uncomfortable. "Cyril, I hope you can be a good father." If he had a third hand, he would definitely give her a hug. "I will never become the next Nicholas," Cyril promised confidently. Nicholas was not a good husband, but as a father, he wasn't that bad. He loved Naphanon very much, Leia said. Cyril squinted his deep green eyes and furrowed his eyebrows. Was it an illusion? This blue-haired Leia seems to have the same understanding as the black-haired Leia. It was just those strange, flashing lights in her gorgeous aquamarine eyes. The servants of the Lurin mansion were divided into 2 rows with a red carpet rolled out between them. The carpet stretched to the car door, which the bodyguards had now opened. When the strange family of 4 stepped out of the car, everyone was stunned. Firstly, Cyril was holding and kissing the son of the vampire tribe's crown prince. He was usually so narrow-minded that he would go crazy if another man so much as glanced at Leia. Secondly, Jason and Bobby weren't fighting. Jason had Leia's stubbornness and Cyril's shrewdness. How could the little guy tolerate someone else sharing his parents' love? And then there was Bobby, the little vampire who moved freely under the sun. Selfishness and greed were hallmarks of his kind. How could he even tolerate Jason? Thirdly, how was Leia not killing people with that long sword of hers? She wasn't even wearing that hot mom, fully armed leather suit. Instead, she wore a white knee-high dress. Her blue hair was loosely tied up and matched her pearl hair accessories. She looked lazy, yet noble, and her makeup was also delicate and light. It was obvious that she was dressed up as a good mommy. Fourthly, the 2 adults and 2 children looked so warm. No trace of alienation could be found. Fifthly, was this reality or a dream? Were they all in a dream space? Was Leonardo DiCaprio's top still spinning? The quick-witted Nafanan Lowell was the first to greet them. She wore a slim green dress and 7-inch high heels. She looked like a green pepper. Her eyes were sharp, full of curiosity. She stopped in front of Cyril. She pinched her face. The pain was real. The Duke of the Wolves holding the vampire's son, and the little wolf and the little vampire together in the same embrace, not trying to kill each other. She stuck her head out and looked at Leia, who was behind Cyril carrying a bag and a sword on her back. "Hey, blue-haired enchantress, may I ask if you are my sister who ran away from home?" Nafanan teased. Leah laughed. "Nafanan, aren't you happy to see us?" "What are you talking about? Welcome back to the Lurin Mansion. Although this is not our home, I am qualified to welcome you on behalf of the owner, Ryan." Nafanan reached out to pinch Bobby's little face and took him from Cyril's arms. "Little vampire, remember, I will be your auntie. In addition, you have grandparents." This huge and bustling family made Bobby feel a little uncomfortable. It was so different from the vampire tribe. However, he soon fell in love with them, and he tried his best to avoid a head-to-head fight with Jason. Jason was too overwhelmed by everyone's gifts to pay attention to Bobby. Leia was about to carry her bag upstairs when she ran into Nicholas. She held the sword in her hand and said, "From now on, you don't have to worry about my business." "Leia, what if what you saw was a misunderstanding?" Nicholas explained. Misunderstanding? Did he think she was a 3-year-old child? That he could just fool her? Although Leia Lowell didn't know what other powers the Blue Demon's man had, she knew that she was at least 1,000 years old. She had no memory for the past millennium, and she didn't even know how she was born. But it was not difficult to guess that it must be Nicholas and Alina who erased Nafanan's and her memories to cover up the terrible pain. They were much older than Henry. The Wolf Tribe's reporters had covered Henry's identity as an illegitimate son a long time ago. Those who had lived for dozens of centuries would not speak nonsense and risk offending a figure as prominent as Madame Joan. "Don't tell me that Joan also created Henry, just like Walter created Bobby," Leia cried. Her gaze was cold, sharp, and aggressive. It was sharper than the long sword in her hand, and it pierced straight into Nicholas's heart, rendering him speechless. "Mr. Lowell, I can feel that Henry is your son. I can also feel what you're thinking. Joan has been seeking Cyril's blood to make up for what she's lacking, right?" Leah said. "Leah, if you can really feel it, you should know that I love your mother," Nicholas said. "Yes, you love her, but it would have been better if you didn't love her. You have a heart like everyone else, but yours is split between your family and your new lover. People love their partners and families wholeheartedly, but you can't even decide who to love. You abandon your loved ones when they become inconvenient to you," Leia accused. Nicholas ran out of patience. "Leia, you are too arrogant." The noisy house fell quiet at his low roar. Jason and Bobby stared at them from the sofa where they sat with their nannies. Cyril was worried, but even Nafanan, a family member, could not help them. No one could help resolve their decade-old conflict. "Yes, I'm arrogant. Do you regret giving birth to me yet? Do you wish that Nafanan and I never existed so that you can finally cut off your relationship with Mom?" Nafanan couldn't stay silent any longer. "Leia, will it kill you to stop talking?" She didn't want to see them fight. "Nafanan, let's see if your esteemed father can live up to your expectations," Leia sneered. She grabbed Nicholas's wrist and handed him the sword. "If you really want to come back to Mom and seek our forgiveness, then use this sword to kill Joan Quinn. Put her head in the place where Mom had her accident and pay the blood debt." Nicholas took a deep, frustrated breath. He didn't want to hold the sword, but he couldn't refuse it. "Leia, must you let hatred and devilry blind you? If you make up some grand excuse, I will call Austin right now and ask him to bring Mom back to the vampire tribe. That way she can help me keep an eye on Walter so that he won't hurt me again," Leia shouted. Nicholas flew into a rage. "Leia, I've been too soft on you. As far as I know, all these years, Austin has been wearing a pendant with a picture of Mom in it. He looks at it several times a day. The Vampire King betrayed his wife like you did, but he only loved one person, and you." She gnashed her teeth and tugged at his chest in disgust. Before she could criticize him, she heard Alina's footsteps. She quickly let go. And you, Mr. Lowell, I have to admire your ability to two-time. She recalled Joan's question when she asked for Cyril's blood days ago. Leah, what if your father comes to ask you for help? So not only was he in contact with Joan, he had been keeping track of Henry as well. Standing at the corner of the stairs, Alina stared at the awkward scene before her. Fortunately, Nicholas was the one holding the sword, not the devilish Leah. Leah, you're back? About the operation? I'm fine, Leah snapped as she rushed upstairs. Alina was frozen to the spot. She looked at Nicholas accusingly. What did you do to her again? Why didn't she even want to talk to me? Alina, other than blaming himself, Nicholas did not know what to say. Cyril hurried upstairs. Madam Alina, if you have time, you'd better talk to Walter alone about Bobby. As for Mr. Lowell, I'm sorry. I hope you can leave first. He pushed the door open and entered the baby's room. He saw Leah sitting on the sofa, sulking. Leah, it's been so long. You should let it go, Cyril comforted her. It's not over, and there's still so much that we do not know, Leah said. She hated God for giving her such a father. My half-brother proposed to me. How can I not be angry? Humph. It seemed that more than half her memory had recovered. Both good and bad memories came flooding back. Cyril sat down and tried to hug her. Good thing you didn't accept Henry's proposal. I'm sure Nicholas can't escape from this responsibility. Cyril, why are there so many people in the wolf tribe? Who wants your blood? What's the difference between your blood and Ryan's blood? What about Maven? Why does no one want hers? Leah asked. Cyril hesitated. It would not benefit Leah if she knew more. But if he didn't say anything, it would make her sadder. Do you not want me to know? I came back with Jason. Will you keep hiding things from me like before? Cyril, do you know how hard I tried to stop Joan from getting your blood? Don't let me think you're unworthy of my protection, Leah pleaded.